Chapter 331, Enlightenment. Her plan sounded complicated and extremely complicated, but it was actually quite simple. It was nothing more than building dragon veins in both worlds, forming incense and protecting the people so that the experts would not kill them and plunder their energy. Her initial goal in coming to the magic potion world was to bring wandering know-it-all here to gather the Church of Light. Bai Xiaosheng has a lot of uses. I used him to gather incense and pretend to be the god of wisdom, Hermes. Meng Mei cupped her cheeks. At that time, I directly thought that wandering know-it-all is an omniscient and omnipotent existence without emotions and self-consciousness. He's very similar to the god of wisdom and can be perfectly disguised. He has no soul emotions and can be used as a basic blank template that can accommodate the power of the prayers of the incense. Back then, she had come here to cause trouble. They were here to spread their religion and get their first deity position to let the other great emperors and sovereigns see the benefits. As for the first deity position, who should he choose? This was a problem. But she quickly made up her mind. Of course, it was Hermes, the god of the Church of Light, who was the most famous and had the most believers in the whole land. Who knew that it would be lost for such a long time? What's even more ridiculous is that the all-knowing scholar is actually a part of Mercury, the god of wisdom. It symbolizes wisdom. I can't even tell if it's real or fake. While Meng Mei was thinking, she secretly brought Bai Xiaosheng back to the headquarters of the Church of Light. In Dantais, within the White Palace of the rich and beautiful Empress, many saintesses in white robes were entering and leaving. In the depths of the hall, they followed the faint white magic street lamp to the depths of the Earth Hall, which was also the core of the main dragon vein. Can you really summon the mortal body of the god of wisdom, Hermes? Olina, the previous saintess, couldn't help but ask as the totem magic circles glowed. Of course. The cute girl smiled with certainty, showing an elegant and dignified posture. She naturally wouldn't say that the god of wisdom was likely to die, which would cause the Church of Light to collapse. She explained that the god of wisdom's mortal body had descended with the power of a 7th-rank epic emperor. In fact, the Church of Light was more powerful than she had imagined. The quality of faith was very high, and it was even an organization that was born for faith. In almost every town, the townspeople had the habit of going to the church to pray every weekend. There were many fanatical and devout believers, and some were even willing to give their lives. In comparison, the quality of the same number was 3 times that of the primordial world. This deity position should be the most powerful one so far. Meng Mei took a deep breath and asked Bai Xiaosheng to stand in the middle of the dragon vein to control the various dragon veins that were buried. Whoosh! The terrifying aura slowly gathered like a tide. Boom! 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 The countless higher-ups of the church who were watching knelt down to worship. Wisdom! Light and wisdom! Oh, great and merciful Lord! In the prayers of the hymn, the earth's dragon veins gushed forth, and the totem patterns on the ground gradually darkened in color and became brighter. The image of the god of wisdom in the church is already perfect. There is no need to write a book to strengthen it. Meng Mei could not help but take a deep breath. She looked at Bai Xiaosheng and smiled. Moreover, he doesn't have his own emotions or logic. The living will give him emotions and wisdom. The incense he gathers will give him a special transformation, turning him into a complete living being. He is not the real god of wisdom, but the god of wisdom in the minds of all living beings. At that moment, the great sovereign Messiah's body had already left the front line with Hera and was traveling aimlessly. He had already told Hera that he was going to sleep for a while. Su Ji was even planning to observe the situation for a while longer. If there were no unexpected circumstances that required him to go in again, he would give up the body again and throw it back into sleep. He would use it again when something happened in the future. Messiah had always been a super backup. After all, with the help of Messiah's body, he had broken through the bottleneck of a level 7 body cultivator. To break through the bottleneck of a level 7 Deo cultivator, he needed to understand his Deo heart. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he wouldn't be able to comprehend a Deo heart using Messiah. Since he had not achieved his goal and could only achieve half of it, he had snuck out and was eating fruit in the yard. Become healthy. Su Ji threw wandering know-it-all over to him, and as expected, he lured the snake out of its hole and obtained the cute girl's plan. Perhaps, the gathering of the power of will from the incense could allow wandering know-it-all to experience the life of the god of wisdom and the god of the Church of Light. It would be a complete life experience. It's indeed the best opportunity to comprehend the Dao heart. In addition, you can take it back in the future. He quickly understood that this was his opportunity. This was equivalent to training one's Dao heart. It was much more perfect than he had expected. Moreover, there was no need to worry about hidden dangers. The living beings gathered by the incense of all living beings did not have their own intelligence. They were not even living beings, but a mechanical program with their own memories and behavior templates, just like the god of war. The current Baal still had his own will, but he would gradually be assimilated in the future and completely lose himself. The incense is poisonous. Su Ji evaluated seriously and said, "This is an unprecedented system of extraordinary potential. Its growth is too terrifying. The power of will and incense can have infinite possibilities, but it has not been completely developed yet. I wonder if there are any more negative defects. In fact, with the current situation, it could even be called, a god-tier civilization with the potential to become a creator was not an exaggeration. The faith of all living beings could already create things out of thin air, create people, and create worlds. However, it was more unreal. The emotions of all living beings converged, and they could not create real living creatures. They were still an amalgamation. If Thulhu could be said to be an amalgamation of bodies. In that case, the incense deity position was the amalgamation of the soul's emotions. To become the god of wisdom with such an equation. It's really possible to gain enlightenment by accepting the worship of a church of light in the sorcerer world. Su Ji felt that it was very wonderful. He could cultivate on his own and had his clone to help him with his knowledge. Wu Dao's clone could even help him now. At this very moment, Cutie Pie was watching the birth of the god of wisdom. This was a historical moment. As a player who witnessed all of this, what was the most important? Integrity. Screenshot. Posting. She quickly went out and posted. Sanction once again, The Iron Straight Man by Xiao Sheng. I've already live-streamed the progress with you. The all-knowing scholar may be the remnant of the god of wisdom, Hermes, after his death. I want to use him to control the Church of Light and use this power to protect the poor people on the whole earth. I don't care about the big shots fighting above. But you can't hurt the innocent. Cute girl, you're awesome. Everyone gave him a thumbs up and felt that he was very good. Menmei was a salted fish, but she had a scale in her heart. If you want to become a god, you can kill and fight, but that's your business. Why should you attack the poor? Just because they were easy to bully? Did she eat your rice? Mengmei could be considered to have inherited the will of Daoist Changsheng back then, and she did not wish for the tragedy from before to happen again. In the future, the strong would fight for freedom. They would pursue strength, glory, and all kinds of dreams. It would be a world of great struggle. They hoped that everyone in the world would be like dragons, but they couldn't attack the ordinary people. Once in a while, they would exterminate the ordinary people. That would be too abnormal. If the war between the two worlds did not involve the mortals at the bottom, then the storm would not be too big. You guys can fight however you like. Cute sister, you blew it up. Many netizens started to boast. Mengmei laughed, cough cough cough. Let's get down to business. Before this, all of you big bosses, the racer of Mount Harana and the others established the Church of Light and turned the god of wisdom into a woman. According to the impression that everyone has of him, he must be wearing women's clothes. Screenshots. In the picture was the statue of the goddess of wisdom. Countless netizens were speechless. They cheered, thinking that the iron-willed Bai Xiaosheng would also have such a day. Become a beauty? Furthermore, Mercury, the god of wisdom, had defeated their Thulhu, and they had gotten their revenge. Su Ji was speechless. He felt his teeth hurt on the spot. The beating of society may come late, but it will never be absent. In the end, he had to pay something and experience setbacks in order to temper his Dao heart. Women's clothing. This can make me stronger? Can this allow me to comprehend my Dao heart? He fell into deep thought. Although wandering know-it-all was not under his control and was doing things on his own in the sandbox, once he returned to his body, his memories, epiphanies, knowledge, and even his Dao heart would all rush back to his mind, including the memories of being the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom changed her clothes, ate, dressed up, and even took a bath to rest when she was tired. There were all kinds of memories of a woman's life. He didn't feel good. He quickly stared at wandering know-it-all in the Church of Light and entered his clone's body. Boom! After a flash of light, the wandering know-it-all, who was originally a mirror image, absorbed the joss flames of the masses, and his form gradually changed. After the hazy white light, a god of wisdom in a white robe descended. He held a white book in his hand, and his eyes were filled with endless profoundness. He gave people a feeling of erudite wisdom and was abnormally divine. It's all right. When Su Ji saw this scene, he gradually retreated. At the critical moment, he had changed his reconstructed appearance and become androgynous. After all, the god of wisdom did not distinguish between men and women. Otherwise, such a sexy look would really hurt his teeth. Why is it so different from the image in the minds of all living beings? Meng Mei's eyes widened as she roared in her heart. She looked at it carefully and found that it didn't seem to be a woman. She became more and more desperate. She looked at the other priests and said seriously, "Everyone, it seems that the situation has changed. The descent has been a mistake. We have to dress the god of wisdom in women's clothes. This is his true appearance." The members of the Church of Light glared at him. They had already been angered by the shamelessness of this ancient saint of the light many times. How could the descending god of wisdom change his appearance? Everything would be based on the image of the god of wisdom, and they even had plans to replace the statues of the goddess of wisdom. Meng Mei could only show an embarrassed expression and let go of this thought. Chapter 332, Prologue of Darkness. As the era developed, some people gradually realized that regardless of whether it was the primordial world or the world of potions, there was an invincible great emperor in every era. He was far stronger than the other genius great emperors of the same era. He ruled over an entire world and was invincible. Other than physical cultivators breaking the Dao through force, the primordial world spoke of the heart, and the fiend herb world spoke of truth. They were all related to the state of mind. Geniuses of the same generation would always have to fight each other in the same realm. Even if they had the same talent, the gap would gradually open up because of the victory and defeat. The winner would gain confidence and advance courageously by defeating their old enemy, while the loser would have a shadow in their heart, and the gap would grow bigger and bigger. The most typical example was Medusa and Lilith back then. As arch-enemies, they used to have the same qualifications, but because of a victory, Lilith completely fell into depravity and was stuck in her realm. She died of old age and depression and disappeared from history, while Medusa had come this far. Every era had a great emperor who could suppress the world. This seemed to be a predestined fate. But what about the current era? The great emperors of the ancient era were the symbols of invincibility. Many of them fell into a deep sleep during their peak and woke up to fight in this era where there was a chance of becoming a god. The realm above emperor was God. In the words of the ancient barren world in the east, they were saints. The pursuit of jumping out of their own era had already become the eternal goal of all great emperors. Even though these great emperors had no idea that they were in a certain someone's orchard in the countryside, they were still small people in a bottle. This is a brilliant era that has never been seen in ancient times. The endless history of 1,000 years is gathered today. It's not just the land of potions. It's said that the ancient barren world has been summoning powerful cultivators from the past to the present. We've all entered the golden age of our time. The great emperor of their era is the great emperor of mortals, Lu Wenjian. It's said that he has been recuperating all this time. His current battle prowess is infinitely close to the heavenly Dao, and he has suppressed all the existences of the current era. Many people knew that what the river of time had summoned was not his true body, and his combat strength was not as exaggerated as they had imagined. If it was really the legendary Emperor Daiki, the two ancient existences, Dao Changsheng and Medusa, would probably not be a match for him in the same realm. As for Lu Wenjian from the primordial world, after cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art in her longsword, her combat power had indeed reached an extreme level. She had crushed the likes of the battle god and become the invincible celestial emperor of the current generation. However, she was gradually entering her old age, so her combat power was exaggerated, but there were too many limitations. If the invincible emperor of the ancient barren world, the sect leader of Mount Shu, has appeared, what about our magic medicine era? The unrivaled great emperors of this era are all gathered here. Who can truly suppress this era? It's the half-orc Brahm? Was it the Blood Emperor? Or the ancestor of vampires? Who is the number one since ancient times? After several days, news from the Blood Realm kept coming. The monarchs and great emperors fought each other, and every few months, a historical great emperor would fall. That was an era that had once suppressed the unrivaled. The people who had been unrivaled all their lives had actually been defeated. The news of their fall gave people an inexplicable sense of loss. It was simply unimaginable. They had all grown up listening to their stories. People were debating, but they didn't know that a crisis had quietly arrived. This was an unprecedented golden age, and it would also be a terrible disaster. In the Blood Realm, there was a majestic blood mountain where ancient existences were resting. A terrifying aura was surging and it was frightening. However, there were already epic emperors who were secretly communicating. We've been attacking for a long time, but we still haven't taken them down. The casualties are too heavy. Although we killed some of the enemy's celestial emperors, we plundered the energy in their corpses. It's less than expected. Why don't we? That's right, mortals should pay for this era. After all, we're fighting at the front while they're enjoying their lives at the back. They're just wild grass-like creatures. After harvesting a patch, in less than 200 or 300 years, they'll grow back to fill the entire land. The monarchs and great emperors sneaked back and forth from the front lines. Boom! At the outer edge of the Blood Realm, there was a vast dark red mountain range. Under the dark sky, a tower-shaped building stood on the ground. The top of the building shot out a white beam of light that pierced into the sky, like a lighthouse. That was a watchtower. There would always be some grotto heaven powerhouses of the ancient barren world at the front line who wanted to sneak around the front line and infiltrate the world behind. They had stopped many legendary powerhouses these days. Hwalala! All of a sudden, strange birds with bright red markings on their foreheads flew across the ground, looking a little eerie and strange. What's that? There were many houses of different heights around the sharp watchtower. The legendary powerhouses were guarding the front line. They suddenly looked up at the sky and quickly became alert. It's fine. That's the familiar of Burkiko, the emperor of the dark prison from 400 years ago. It's an invincible emperor lord. Someone recognized it and heaved a sigh of relief. They were the second line of defense at the front line. Their work was dangerous. If the enemy's great sovereigns broke through, none of them would survive. Wait a minute. It's one thing for the emperor of the dark prison to return to the rear, but why would he bring his own subdued beast? There aren't any enemies. Some people's expressions changed drastically as they felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! The pitch-black birds with dark red foreheads were like silent waves, slowly but firmly covering the sky. They slowly swarmed over, bringing with them endless death. Ah! Some people started to scream in disbelief. Emperor, why did you? The body of an emperor to be collapsed. He lay on the ground, still looking at the sky in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was already prepared to die in the hands of his enemies and leave behind his funeral arrangements. However, he never thought that he would die in the hands of his own people. Because you are weak, you can't carry out your own ideas. A middle-aged man with a strange bird on his shoulder was surrounded by black paint. He walked forward step by step, and wherever he went, the entire land began to bleed. People were killed, and corpses piled up into a river. Not far away, in the Blood Realm. The great sovereigns and great emperors had already noticed something, but they ignored it and continued to prepare for the war. What did the people behind them have to do with them? The long years had long faded their hearts. They might have been hot-blooded when they were young, but as time passed, the cries of an era gradually became irrelevant to them. They became cold. Just like the 12 ancestors of sorcery of Dalashan, they aged in their hot blood and then walked towards decay. To them, the energy that the Dark Prison Emperor had obtained from killing all living beings would at least be shared with them. They could even make the Dark Prison Emperor bear the infamy of killing all living beings, then kill him and take the energy he had collected. Everyone was in need of energy, and the accumulation required to become a god was too much. If he could bring back the power of death and annihilation of all living beings, whoever could snatch it and kill some celestial emperors would have a high chance of becoming a god. Once they became gods, they would be the victors of the War of the Two Worlds. Ah! In the mountain range, a powerful emperor-to-be with a long spear in his hand and a faint blue light all over his body was fleeing. His face was covered in blood and he looked terrified. Why? Why did it turn out like this? No! He roared miserably, in the war between the two worlds, we should work together. We have been bathing in blood and fighting. For the sake of our family and the country behind us, we risked our lives. Who knew that the ancient emperor would actually? The other legendary and emperor-to-be sentries on the front line behind him were all dead. They had fled to cover him, and he had to pass this news to the whole world. The great sovereigns and emperors who had protected them from the alien world had betrayed them. He was running with all his might. Escape. He had to escape. Let all the experts and citizens of the country escape. A terrifying catastrophe had descended, and all living beings would die. He could not even imagine how many people would survive. It's no use. Boom. The emperor-to-be's escaping body suddenly exploded and turned into a pool of blood mist, which then turned into extremely pure energy. This is the pathetic mortal. Even if you've reached the legendary level, you're just a slightly stronger mortal in our eyes. Rather than letting you die of old age, marry and have children, work and live the rest of your lives as ordinary people, and finally disappear in the passage of time, there's no meaning to life. As a mortal living being that can be seen everywhere, it's better to provide power to us, who were once ultimate existences, so that we can pry open the door of the gods. The Emperor of Dark Prison's expression was calm as he calculated, the harvest from the beginning was good. The stronger the life form, the greater the energy. The Emperor-to-be and legends guarding the border were a very good harvest. Our world is different from the primordial world. Their system is powerful, but cultivation is difficult. However, we have more experts. Over the past few hundred years, too many Emperor-to-be and legends have been born. Under the same system, the benefits we reap are countless times greater than theirs. He strode forward. This era is too unfamiliar to me. My country has already been destroyed. I don't have family, friends, or anything I want to protect. I don't feel any burden when I kill. Half a day later, Yug returned from the ancient barren world, covered in blood. It was a result of both sides' suffering. He had fought very fiercely in the Nanzao kingdom in the ancient barren world. For his world and his family, his other comrades, Emperor-to-be, and disciples in the bar had all died without hesitation. He had lost a lot, but he did not regret it. In a war, someone had to be sacrificed, right? However, he had also made a breakthrough and successfully stepped into the realm of epic great emperor from Emperor-to-be. However, he still let the couple go in the end. He only seriously injured them and they would not be able to join the war for a short time. However, he still risked the crime of treason. Letting go of the couple was because Yug saw a shadow of himself in them. Perhaps I'll return with serious injuries again after this mission. Just like before, I'll need to relax and recover for a while. Perhaps I can go to a bar and listen to history again. However, Emperor Messiah's history has ended. He kept thinking. Back in the bar, most of the Emperor-to-be and legendary experts had returned from the front lines and were recuperating with injuries. This is. When Yug arrived at the sentry post, his expression froze. His eyes were filled with the blood of the dead. These are the traces of the dark prison emperor, Burkiko. He tightened his collar and felt cold sweat all over his body. He quickly walked to the land in front of him. His mind was blank as he looked into the distance. That's the direction of the Friedrich human kingdom, my academy, Empress Friedrich. It's just a small human country. Friedrich's capital. The sky quickly turned pitch black as countless shadows surged over like bubbles in boiling water. The shadows that were bubbling and falling were terrifying, strange birds. Yug had finally arrived. He looked at the city in the distance in silence as the disaster wreaked havoc. His face had become dull and numb. He looked up at the dark sky. This world is really dark. I have just returned from that world, but I actually miss the beautiful sun. His eyes were calm. He suddenly thought about what his original cultivation goal was. It was to see the sun. In the eyes of the mortals of that world, it was unbelievable, but it was an extremely difficult thing for this land. Many people lived for 50 years from birth to death, because most people only lived for 30 years. He was born in the dark and had never seen the light. In order to see the scenery of the day, the legendary sun shining high in the sky, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the sun, he bathed in the warmth of the sun. Only then did he embark on the path of cultivation. However, a woman's figure appeared in his mind. Was it for the sunshine, or was it for the girl who was like the sunshine? That's why I chose fire. Firok Yug. Unfortunately, I've just broken through. Give me a little more time. Boom. The sky was quickly ignited, turning into layers of magnificent burning clouds. The dark night sky was quickly dyed from dark to golden red. Yug clenched his fist in the air, and the rocks on the ground melted rapidly, turning into a huge lava giant. Boom! The flames that soared to the sky quickly ignited, and the body of the giant lava stone man pierced through the clouds. Its body, which was hundreds of meters long, was like a giant in ancient mythology as it strode forward. The emperor of the dark prison, Bosk, stood in front of the royal palace and smiled. "Kneel down and I might spare your life." The calm and elegant Queen Friedrich did not move at all. She held a golden scepter in her hand and wore a golden crown inlaid with sapphires. She sat quietly on the throne, trembling and slightly closing her eyes. "The Friedrich human kingdom will never be destroyed." The emperor of dark prison sneered. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the dark sky in the distance. "This is Kakat." A fiery light surged into the sky. "Emperor of the dark prison, Burkiko. I want you dead." Yug growled, as if he wanted to vent all his anger. Boom! The flames that soared into the sky illuminated the magnificent palace in the dark night. Queen Friedrich held her scepter and looked at the night sky outside. She murmured as she watched the battle between the two sides that were engulfed in flames. She had no fear of death, nor did she want to blame Yug for returning without permission. Her hands suddenly trembled as she found a diary. Potion calendar year 971, 3rd of July. I once again met Miss Miley of the Friedrich royal family in the slums. She is currently sponsoring some pitiful children. Oh my god! She smiled. This was the first time in my life that I was eroded by a young girl's smile. She was simply too beautiful. Her smile was like the sunlight that I had never seen before, like the unparalleled sun, so warm that I'm intoxicated. All like a bard singing a poem, the Empress mumbled with a face full of emotion, but she didn't notice that her face was gradually covered in tears. "Miss Millie, who is as beautiful as the sun. I, Yug, am the flame that protects the sun. I, Yug, am your destined prince. I, Yug, will definitely protect you and help you build your utopia. Holy Light City, Dandies, the edge of the Tower of Dawn." Mother Earth's Ivy, who was checking Hermes, suddenly trembled and looked up at the night sky. It was as if she could hear the faint cries of living beings and the gathering of tragic resentment. The intertwined dragon veins on the ground allowed her to see the final tragic scene of the capital city of Friedrich. The entire capital had turned into a huge valley of black lava. Queen Friedrich, who was wearing a golden crown on her head, held the corpse of Hero Yug from the Royal Academy and disappeared into the golden flames that filled the sky. They were like two beautiful butterflies that were trying to extinguish the fire, dancing towards the golden sun and walking towards eternity. In the end, it has still begun. She was silent for a moment. Finally, she closed her eyes slightly and stayed in the world of potions. She grabbed Hermes's arm and said, "If I didn't change the primordial world and make the strong and the mortals form an indispensable bond, since the war broke out until now, our world might have." The destructive power of a heavenly emperor was too terrifying. If no one could stop them, they could easily destroy a country. This was why both sides were madly trying to stop the other side's heavenly emperor from descending into their own world. At this moment, countless emperors-to-be and legendary masters who were fighting for their homeland didn't expect that these ancient epic great emperors would attack the mortals on their own land. Chapter 333, A Special Existence. This catastrophe had completely erupted. But it was happening in an unimaginable way. It wasn't an enemy from another world, but a local lord or great emperor who had initiated the descent of a major extinction. Cry, there is no right or wrong in this world. The only thing wrong is your weakness. He walked quietly on the earth. A human kingdom was quickly destroyed, with countless casualties. Even though it was a small kingdom on the border, it still caused a huge storm. It was said that the Dark Prison Emperor had also suffered some minor injuries and was rushing to the next kingdom. Instantly, everyone on the land felt threatened, and blood stained the ground. We are going to be destroyed. All the countries will be destroyed. Some people started wailing. No monarch or great emperor has come out. They are all silent. We don't want to die. The great god of worship. At the same time, countless believers of the Church of Light were also begging for help. They were also wailing and begging for the great god of wisdom, Hermes, to save them. Holy Light City, Dendies. The square was surrounded by pale white buildings, and the statue of the God of Wisdom was in the middle of the fountain pool, which had been rebuilt. The God of Wisdom held the book in one hand and looked up at the sky from the fountain. The whole holy statue glowed with a faint yellow light. A few children were playing around by the fountain, holding short grey wooden swords and playing the game of king and hero. The white-robed believers continued to move to the side. Hwalala! The fountain was surging, and birds that looked like pigeons were pecking at their white feathers on the stone floor. No one saw the only god they believed in, Hermes, sitting at the edge of the pool, quietly reading a book. He was wearing a long, snow-white robe and a delicate white crystal necklace around his neck. The man was so handsome that he didn't look like a creature from the mortal world, but a god from heaven. He's just like a scholar. He still likes to read, and he's holding a book in one hand. Hu Haihan was sitting on a long bench in the distant fountain square. Because we are the same person. Meng Mei was sitting at the side of the square, occasionally going out to check the forum. She had already found the rhythm, typing in an instant and coming in again. She could communicate quickly, but not miss too much time. It's different now, but it has intelligence, and it's mysterious and mighty. People can't help but submit to it. I communicated with it, and I felt like I understood many things. The little fox, Hu Haihan, watched from the side with a longing look in his eyes. He's too scary, too scary. How could he have such shocking intelligence? He's constantly deducing and integrating the knowledge in his mind. Because it was the God of Wisdom. In the supreme doctrine of the Church of Light, ancient humans were like beasts. Humans did not have the ability to think at the beginning. It was Hermes, the God of Wisdom, who gave the people on earth the power of thinking. Only by giving wisdom to people could they think, create civilization, and be free from beasts. Meng Mei said softly. Now, this enhanced version of all-knowing scholar is the real complete version. The wisdom and thinking of all living beings gathered on him. She was the only one who knew how terrifying this special life form was. He had the all-knowing Bai Xiasheng's mirror image, the image of wisdom that the people gave him, and a terrifying number of Joss flames. The combination of the three led to the birth of special existences. The Potion world's half-orcs, humans, and undead empire only had a population of about 60 million. On average, 2 out of 3 people were believers of the Church of Light. Some of them even had families that were believers of the Church of Light since they were young. Their families had been passed down for generations, and they went to the church to pray every weekend. He had a total of 40 million followers. The quality was 3 times that of the people of the ancient barren world. That was 120 million people's faith. Due to various reasons, he had become a special existence. He's trying to fuse the knowledge in his mind. Can the ancient heavenly monarch Dichi compare to him? It's said that the ancient heavenly emperor Dichi was also very good at deduction, Hu Haihan said in surprise. He learned other people's unique skills and could even see through it with a glance. Meng Mei thought about it seriously and hesitated for a long time. It can't be compared. After all, he's not a living creature. Although his deduction ability is very good, he lacks some intelligence. In other words, he's like a supercomputer made from the thoughts of all living beings. It's more than enough to integrate, but it can't create new things. The terrifying thing about that monster, Dichi, was not that he would secretly learn it. After all, after he secretly learned it, it would at most be similar to the original. The reason why he was scary was that after he secretly learned it, he would come up with something new and then be more powerful than the original. Then, he would beat you up. This was his heaven-defying ability. Emperor Qi is the Deluo Heaven Sutra. It's new and integrated version. However, his is also a fusion of knowledge, so it's at most a weakened version of the Deluo Heaven Sutra. Meng Mei thought for a moment. Sigh, after all, it's a life without its own logic. Although it can simulate reality, speak, and communicate. However, if he is not a real person and has his own thoughts and creativity, this kind of deduction ability that is comparable to a supercomputer should be comparable to the real Dichi. The only reason he was not as good as Dichi was that he was not a real living being, and his calculation ability was on par with Dichi. But even so, it was still very powerful. As expected. This is the true God of wisdom, but my good disciple, don't be enchanted by him. Meng Mei's face was serious. He is a perfect living being because he is the God of wisdom in the minds of all living beings. He is the convergence of their expectations, so he will naturally fit the minds of all living beings perfectly. His logic, wisdom, and language are all given to him by all living beings. But, however, I feel that he is a real person. Hu Haihan couldn't help but say. He is not a living being. A real person will change his attitude according to the environment, time, and experiences. He will grow with setbacks. The human heart is difficult to fathom, but he is different. The cute girl stared at Hermes carefully. He is the perfect existence in everyone's impression. He will never betray everyone. But I feel that this kind of living being is the real living being. Hu Haihan thought for a moment and could not help but retort, he's not as despicable as human nature. He's a complete existence that surpasses humans. All the beautiful ideas and fantasies of the masses are gathered on him. Who wouldn't like a man like him? Meng Mei was stunned for a moment, then she slapped her on the head and smiled. Don't think about love. We're still the three-man group from back then. Bai Xiaosheng is still a nerd. I just changed my identity. Suddenly, the cute girl sensed something and looked at Hermes. He's already here. Hermes nodded, put down the book, stood up, and disappeared. He calmly said, my people, those who believe in me will be spared from danger. Let's go meet that emperor of the dark prison, Bird Scale. He was a living being condensed from incense, so he naturally followed the earth's dragon veins and quickly rushed to a certain place. Chapter 334, God's Descent. Under the gloomy sky. Emperor Berkey of the dark prison had arrived in a new country. This was a small half-orc country, and the strongest being suppressed was only a legend. However, their masters had also gone to the front line to participate in the war, even guarding the watchtower, and had just died in his hands. What a pitiful creature! He smiled. Hwala! He waved his hand, and strange birds gathered in the sky above the town to form a black wave. Kill! Don't leave a single one! His cold face was calm. The mortals of an era are nothing more than fleeting clouds. When they come to this world, they laugh and die of old age, like weeds growing everywhere. 30 years of life is meaningless. They can be killed casually, but they will reproduce again. Whoosh! On the broken ground, corpses piled up like mountains. Emperor Berkey of the dark prison strode forward and looked at the wailing of the people. Many believers knelt on the streets with their families, and the church was filled with people praying. They looked at the statue of the God of Wisdom high up in the sky, closed their eyes, and cried in suffering. They prayed devoutly to the Book of Wisdom. The God of Wisdom of Achilles in heaven. We are willing to call you Father. Grant us the wisdom to be free from the beasts, and grant living beings the right to think. May your knowledge exist in the words in the book, just like it exists in our hearts. May your wisdom be the authority of power, a symbol of supreme power. A faint hymn gradually resounded throughout the town, and countless creatures prayed in despair. The church's prayer hall could no longer hold the fountain in the center of the town. The elderly, children, women, and men knelt on the ground piously, shouting and trembling with their eyes closed. How lamentable! He suddenly said as he descended. Boom! Instantly, the people present trembled even more. As if hearing the voice of the devil, he closed his eyes tightly and didn't dare to open his eyes to look at everything outside. He knelt on the ground and prayed louder and louder, as if he wanted to end his life by praying like this. He shook his head and raised his arm high, brewing an endless black light. This is how the lowly mortals, in times of danger, only know to pray, to seek spiritual sustenance, to hope for someone to save them. They also want to save themselves. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. It's a pity that they can't. No one wants to rely on others. In this world, most of the people are mortals who can't cultivate to become professionals. Many things are already destined from birth. They want to choose, but they don't have a choice. This world doesn't have a system like Mount Shu, so they can only pray to me for a place to rest in their hearts. Pray to you? Emperor Bosk's face gradually turned dull, and he turned his head in vain. He saw a god of light in white holding a book with a gentle smile on his face. Liao was standing quietly 3 meters away, and he couldn't even sense his existence. She was like a silent ghost. Emperor Berkei's hair stood on end, and he felt a lingering fear. If he had wanted to ambush him, he would have died in an instant. This scene instantly made him think of someone, the sect master of Mount Shu, Lu Wenjian. That terrifying mortal celestial thearch was also without any aura. All of her combat power was in her weapon. Like that assassin. His heart turned cold, and he couldn't help but look at the book in the man's hand. Was this book the same? You are the god of wisdom, Hermes. He was silent for a few seconds before he said, no, you have the aura of a creature of faith from the ancient barren world. You're not a living person. So that's how it is. Was this the last resistance of the Church of Light and the Land? Colluding with the ancient barren world's ancient existences is a crime that deserves 10,000 deaths. Although he spoke like this and acted very fiercely, he still had the intention to retreat. He could feel the terrifying aura of the other party. He had gathered too many Joss flames, causing his combat strength to be extremely terrifying. He knew very well that almost all the mortals in the entire land of magic herbs worshipped him. The incense in the primordial world was scattered, but the land of potions was now gathered together. He was much stronger than the previous heaven map war god. He was definitely a top monster on the same level as the Blood Emperor, the ancestor of the vampires. Arg! It's the god of wisdom. Great god, you have finally come to save us. The mortals on the ground opened their eyes and roared madly. They revered and knelt down. When a living ancient legend appeared in front of them, when the supreme god that they believed in and were willing to give up everything descended, what would they do? They were already incoherent, and the hymn was even more intense. In the long history, who had the most appeal? Who had the most respect? Without a doubt, it was the legendary god of wisdom, Hermes, who had descended to the earth and given the mortals 3 great pieces of knowledge, giving them the courage to fight against nature. The entire Church of Light existed to worship this god. The cute girl arrived quietly. Seeing this fanatical and unimaginable faith, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He immediately gave a live broadcast to the netizens outside, using a short cane as a microphone. Everyone, this is a historical turning point in the magic potion era, a surge of history. Please remember this scene clearly and witness the charm of history. History is with us. In the sky, the white-robed god looked at him quietly. All sinful people, as long as you pray to me and pledge allegiance to my country, I will forgive your sins. Pucci. Let's go. Emperor Bird Snow turned to leave. Behind him, Hermes, who did not have a strong aura, did not seem to have any intention of making a move. He slowly opened the first page of the Book of Light and spoke softly. Wisdom is the power of all things. In the next second, his aura finally bloomed, and the entire world seemed to be squeezing. Hermes was like Lu Wenjian, an assassin. He would only release a terrifying aura the moment he attacked and pulled out his sword. The moment one saw the sword was the moment one's enemy perished. He lowered his head in daze, and his consciousness gradually blurred. His entire body was squeezed until it was distorted, and he was even pressed into a ball. It was almost impossible for him to make sound. He's that strong. Bang! He was completely crushed into a bloody mist. Hermes's expression was calm. With a slight shake of his body, he disappeared. Ah! The people in the nearby cities looked up at the sky and suddenly cried tears of joy. The believers knelt down and prayed. Meng Mei was also stunned. After a long time, she slowly let out a breath of air. That exaggerated? Magic Potion Year 1103, at war with the ancient barren world, the epic emperor slaughtered all living beings. The god of wisdom, Hermes, descended and saved the believers from danger. Chapter 335, Mortal Sin. Blood Realm. The Blood Emperor and Brahm were playing chess quietly. I seem to hear the cries of the masses. They are crying helplessly, begging for help from their king. Brahm laughed. It's just like how I used potions to transform many humans into an army of half-orcs and kill their way into the human kingdoms. You underestimate me, the Blood Emperor said. Although I'm human, I'm known as the Blood Emperor. In my time, my hands were covered in blood. I even dared to kill in the underworld. He knew that the other party was goading him. The mortals who tried to protect the land would become the target of public criticism and would be killed by the surrounding monarchs and emperors. Unfortunately, the other party had miscalculated. He had long been indifferent to these things. The pitch-black wind surrounded the entire land, and the monarch great emperors closed their eyes before suddenly opening them again. Their pupils contracted violently. The emperor of the dark prison, Bosk. He's dead. They felt the aura disappear. As far as they knew, there was no monarch or emperor in the land behind them. How could they stop him? Who killed him? An ancient monarch is hiding in the dark? Could it be the most mysterious great sovereign Messiah? One divine sense after another collided and communicated with each other. They thought it was unbelievable. There shouldn't be any monarch or great emperor who would risk being killed for the living beings of this era. They were all ancient emperors who had been sleeping for hundreds of years. In this era, if they were killed, they would be back to their former glory in less than 200 or 300 years. Although they were struggling and hesitating, they still hardened their hearts for the possibility of becoming gods. After all, they had long seen through the life and death of mortals. Everything has already been decided. No one can reverse this era. They discussed among themselves and decided to send out a few monarch great emperors to investigate the truth. I'll go and find out who's making a move on us. The Pale King spoke. He was a skeleton king in battle armor. I'll go too. This era belongs to us. We're more familiar with each other. The Bright Night Empress also spoke. She was the current empress of the mortal kingdom, and her life could be written into a legend. I'll go too. Great Emperor Mokuri, the Black Silken Sovereign, had also come out. He was very calm, but his eyes were bloodshot. This was a terrifying black sludge that didn't have a human shape at all. He had used magic medicine to transform himself beyond recognition. I'll go too, said Peter, a half-orc emperor. Boom! Soon, 4 great sovereigns and emperors flew toward the sentry post. Under the dark and gloomy sky, in the dark red mountain range, they saw the bloody scenes of the previous massacre. The broken corpses of the emperor-to-be and legendary masters were on the watchtower. The earth was covered in blood and dead silence. Let's split up and look for him. We'll keep in touch. They quickly separated. Bright Night Empress didn't go looking for him. Instead, she waited for everyone to leave before sitting down in front of the watchtower. This woman, who looked to be in her 30s, had a beautiful and familiar charm. She looked at the sky quietly, took out a bottle of wine, and drank it quietly. Are we really going to? Suddenly, the King of Paleness was silent for a moment and walked out of the shadow. Bright Night Empress looked at him in surprise. She did not expect him to stay. After a moment of silence, she took a sip of wine and handed it to him. We have no choice. Emperor Silksnow also walked out from the shadows and looked at the two. They looked at each other in a daze and suddenly laughed helplessly. You also can't do it. They are my people. No one expected the other to think the same way. As the sovereigns and emperors of this era, they were the most familiar with the terrain and connections of this era. When they asked to attack, they didn't choose to go after him. Instead, they let him go on purpose. No matter who the other party was, going against all the past monarchs and emperors of the entire magic potion civilization was courting death. They waited for a while, but the last one, Peter the half-orc monarch, didn't return. Apparently, he really planned to slaughter this era and stand with the ancient emperors. The King of Silksnow walked over, and this ball of white sludge monster took the bottle and started drinking with the two. You guys! If we have slept with them for a long time, will we be like them? Suddenly, the Pale King said, we can fall too. Have you heard of the ancient barren world? Deist Changsheng, stop Dalashan alone. Ha? There's no right or wrong in this world. There's only strong and weak. The 3 of them chatted. They didn't stop him or help him. They just hid in a corner and waited. This was the only thing they could do. They couldn't give up their lives. They didn't want to be called heroes who gave up their lives. The higher one went, the stronger one's realm was, and the more death one saw, the more one feared death. As he drank, a large amount of grey-white water suddenly flowed out of Mokuri's eye sockets like melted wax torches. It was my fault. It's all my fault. Mokuri raised his head and laughed bitterly as he drank. Emperor Mokuri, calm down. Bright Night Empress saw that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have lost some of his beliefs in truth and had fallen into despair. This was very terrifying. There were too many examples of people being unable to recover from this. She tried to stabilize the other party's emotions. It was my fault. It's my fault. Mokuri's tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. This emperor was crying very miserably. I have suppressed this era, and I have suppressed all of you as well. I am invincible in the world. Back then, I said that if you submit to me, this era will belong to me, and I can't stop them. He started to cry loudly. It's me, it's me. I'm too weak. He cried bitterly. Suddenly, a hand gently touched the forehead of the white sludge monster. A living being was approaching the three great sovereigns without a sound. We are great emperors. He was stunned and slowly turned around. A white-robed god was holding a holy Bible. He looked like an ordinary priest with no breath, like a kind father. Everyone is guilty. Pray to God. God will forgive you. God will carry your wishes. God will save all living beings. This was a prayer scripture from the Book of Wisdom. Moshe was like a child on the verge of a breakdown. He was numb for a few seconds before he fell to his knees. Like a believer in a church who prayed on Sunday, he began to recite holy hymns and prayers. Almighty God, I have failed to live up to your grace. I have used the wisdom you have given me to commit the most evil sin in the world. The bright Night Empress and the Pale King, who were standing next to him, felt their blood run cold. They could vaguely feel that. The truth that suppressed the most powerful Themokari, the truth that he collapsed. It was faintly stable. He was bathed in pure white light, comforting the snot monster that was crying bitterly. He was like a god in a sacred mural teaching the mortals on the earth with a sacred charm. A white-robed god without any aura. The bright night goddess looked up and muttered. All of a sudden, the bright night goddess's eyes became straight and looked at the sleeve of the white-clothed god. There seemed to be a grey crystal necklace hanging on it. It was the most powerful precious artifact of Peter, the half-orc emperor, who had just left. It was. Her entire body was trembling. The great god, Hermes, the mortals pray to you, for God's forgiveness. Plop. Bright Night Empress knelt down. The white-robed god lowered his head and gently stroked her hair to comfort her broken heart. He began to read the holy book in his hand like a benevolent father. Soon, the three emperors knelt on the ground like children in pain and listened to the Lord's orders. Chapter 336. Blood Realm. There was no turbulence in the space and no aura. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was a slender figure in white. He appeared out of thin air, holding a pure white saint book, and his whole body was covered in pure white divine light. The god of wisdom? Hermes. The Blood Emperor's body trembled as he looked at the white-robed god. That was the legendary god. The surrounding monarchs and great emperors were also shocked. No, this is the aura of Joss Flames. So it's like this. Some sovereigns and emperors finally stopped sweating. This was a terrifying setup. All the power of will of a world had been gathered in Hermes to create this god. It would be more terrifying than any celestial emperor in the ancient primordial world. However, so what? Their eyes gradually darkened. The Blood Emperor said, if we kill Hermes, who is the hope of all living beings, we will have a huge amount of energy. His aura is very terrifying. I'm afraid it is comparable to the energy of 2 or 3 celestial emperors. Brahm laughed and said, we had a lot of people, however, the first vampire took half of the people to patrol, so we can take it for ourselves and divide this emperor. The power of will of all living beings gathers, the last hope of the entire land, the taste of hope. It'll definitely be extremely delicious. King Dark Cloud's malevolent black spike body revealed a sinister expression, as if he was a terrifying demon king that devoured dreams. As the lords and emperors conversed, Hermes felt the overbearing pressure from all directions. In the distance, the bright Night Empress, Mockery, and the Pale King also rushed over. They had a complicated look on their faces, and there was even a hint of despair. They could clearly feel the aura of the Joss Flames. It was not the real god of wisdom, but a god condensed from the power of wishes of all living beings. Even though they had already been subdued and intoxicated in the warm embrace of their father. However, no matter how powerful the Joss Flames were, they were not as omniscient as the god of wisdom. It was impossible for them to be invincible. The only way to win was if the origin demon god and the heavenly path of the ancient barren world fought. They didn't dare to be heroes and didn't want to court their own deaths, but they also didn't want to see others court their own deaths, let alone kill. Every pore on the Blood Emperor's body was soaked in blood. His entire body had turned into a blood person, and a dense mass of bright red sarcoma-like air bubbles rose up. It was a strange and terrifying sight. Wisdom and civilization separate humans from beasts. The distortion of the world, the distortion of humanity, the distortion of misfortune, and the distortion of the immortal existence. They need redemption. Hermes said slowly, surrounded by white divine light that illuminated the entire land and dyed it white. Hermes's voice was holy, pure, and clean, with comfort and tranquility. He opened the holy book and advised the people present to abandon the sins in their hearts. Kill him. It's just a living being gathered from the wishes of all living beings, no need to talk about it. A terrifying aura spread out, and the monarchs and great emperors on the scene quickly made their moves. The terrifying pressure spread out, and their auras were majestic. In the distance, the cute girl's expression changed and she rushed over as well. I've already asked the celestial thearch over there to come over. Don't blame me for stopping the battle with a battle. Attacking the sovereigns and emperors from both sides. Once Hermes is dead, I don't know how long it will take for us to accumulate so much power of will again. We can't stop them from killing all living beings during this time. Once all beings died, Hermes could not be resurrected. What's more, once the wandering know-it-all in his body died, even if he could resurrect Hermes, he would only be a simple incense god and would not be so powerful. She became nervous. It's all because of the stupid scholar's actions. He's too fast and out of our control. He might not be able to come over quickly. Although it only takes 30 to 40 seconds to break through the patrol's line of defense, to a powerhouse of this level, especially when they're surrounded and killed. The biggest possibility was that he would be blown up in an instant. 30 to 40 seconds was enough to do a lot of things. The Hermes in front of him was facing the monarchs and emperors since ancient times. Every single one of them had suppressed the previous era and were invincible existences. Although only half of the great sovereigns and emperors were on the battlefield, the rest were still on the front line, and no heavenly emperor could resist them. Boom! But the next second, Hermes made his move. Wisdom is the power of all things. Boom! The whole world was being squeezed. The emperors around were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Wisdom is the authority of thinking, and thinking is the basis of sensing time. In an instant, time seemed to have slowed down. The great emperors that were surrounding them also slowed down. However, only they knew that their thoughts had been invaded by some kind of spiritual sorcery, which was crazily interfering with and restricting their movements. He's definitely not as simple as a joss stick. It even gave me the feeling that I was facing the god of wisdom and was omniscient. The Blood Emperor's expression started to change. Wisdom is to observe the truth of all life. Whoosh! Hermes turned to the next page again, and spells were cast. They attacked the lords and emperors around him from a terrible angle, destroying them easily. The cute girl was completely stunned. Was this an old father beating his son? It was as if he was beating up the disciple he had personally taught. No, no. All the sovereigns and emperors were transparent in front of him. He knows his opponent's cultivation technique, background, and flaws. He can defeat his opponent in an instant. She thought of Dichi. Back then, Dichi knew all the details of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, so he could kill them in a few moves, because their movements, moves, and weaknesses were all exposed. The god of wisdom, Meng Mei, was silent for a moment. He knows all the cultivation techniques of the monarchs and emperors. What kind of monster is he creating? At that moment, the celestial emperors of the primordial world arrived and looked at the scene in shock. This is... Who is it? The god of war was stunned. Boom! An emperor flew out. It was Brahm, and he landed at his feet. The war god was even more shocked. After a few exchanges, Brahm had been suppressing him. He couldn't help but step on his face and ravage him. He then took the Jingwa staff and made a handsome pose. Screenshot. I, old son, have subdued another demon. Not far away, Mokuri laughed wildly and opened his mouth happily. Did you see that? Did you see that? The most powerful monarch in the current era roared with joy, this is human. This was the wisdom of humans. Only those with intelligence were civilized, not wild beasts. This was the god of all wisdom, Hermes. The last hope of the land of all living beings. He laughed wildly, and the suppressed emotions exploded like a flood. The Blood Emperor looked at the laughing Mokuri and said, "You're here to tell me? This god of wisdom, who is full of incense and is condensed from the system of the ancient world, is the savior of our land of potions? And not the layout of the ancient barren world? The enemy that will destroy our world. I, Bright Night Empress and the others also felt that something was wrong. However, it didn't affect their excitement. So what if the incense was burning? The god of wisdom, Hermes. It was Hermes. It was the faith of the mortals of the entire land. The hope of all living beings. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it would save the mortals. You don't need our help. Menmei took a deep breath. In a sense, his combat power is already comparable to Medusa and deist Chang Sheng. It is meaningless no matter how many of them there are. Lu Wenjian looked at the person who was holding the book in his hand and was shocked. That's... He didn't cultivate my system, but the book in his hand, similar to my sword, also cultivates the 9 revolutions mysterious art, which contains layers of worlds. He has mixed all the techniques of the 2 worlds. Lu Wenjian looked at the Mother Earth's green vine, and her delicate body trembled. It's my teacher, Bai Xiao Sheng. Meng Mei hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, I put on a handsome look for him. His brain was filled with some private stuff. I also underestimated him. The extent of his combat power now is exaggerated. He's already similar to Emperor Qi. The second one, did Qi. Countless celestial emperors of the ancient barren world gulped. Boom! In the next second, the monarch great emperors were sent flying backward. Hermes stood calmly in the center. The white-robed god flipped the pages of the book, completely subduing the ancient emperor. Such an achievement had never been seen before. In fact, it would be difficult to find such a golden age and opportunity in the future, let alone such a terrifying existence. On this day, a white-robed god went to the blood realm. With a holy book in his hand, he suppressed all the ancient great emperors and spread the news to the whole world. This scene was destined to be eternal. Chapter 337, A New Era. In the primordial world, the mortal celestial emperor Lu Wenjian had single-handedly suppressed the entire era of emperors since ancient times. He could be said to be the strongest apart from the heavenly Dao. In the world of potions, a terrifying existence had finally appeared. He had completely suppressed the entire era, and countless sovereigns and great emperors could only submit. It's just Hermes's body that has descended to the mortal world? A body formed from incense. Then, how terrifying is the true body? The monarchs and great emperors were in disbelief. They looked at this god of wisdom, a white-robed god. It was absolutely impossible for him to be purely formed from Joss flames. It was very likely that there were traces of the true god of wisdom's descent on the thought body formed by incense. A war had been stopped. Although no god had been born, a power that destroyed the balance of the entire world's war situation had still appeared. A heaven-defying existence comparable to Medusa and deist Chang Sheng had joined the battlefield. Don't attack any living beings. The god in white turned around and left slowly. The Pope and the higher-ups of the various churches were extremely excited. Our great God, descend upon the land of suffering and save the mortals on the surface. The previous saintess and the current Pope of the Church of Light in the Blood Realm had followed the cute girl to witness everything. They were excited and quickly spread the news of the end of the disaster, taking the opportunity to expand their believers and continue to preach. The entire world was cheering for the arrival of a new era. This was the era of the Church of Light. This year was known as the first year of the light. The great catastrophe descended, and the supreme god of the Church of Light, Hermes, officially descended into the mortal world. He went to the bloody world and subdued all the emperors in history. Welcome back, great god. May your will walk on earth as if it were walking in heaven. I hope that wherever you go, it will be your divine kingdom. Within a day, countless high-level priests of the Church of Light and devout female believers in white set up the most prosperous church etiquette. Hwalala! Beautiful women in white with flower rings on their heads were dancing in the sky. The young girls scattered white petals. The entire earth was welcoming the return of the god of light, Hermes, to the church. This was a scene that had never happened before. Outside the blood realm, a god in white walked on the earth, bathing in white light. The area within 1,000 miles had become a god kingdom. On earth, everyone believed in the Church of Light. Hwala! The black wind swirled on the red soil. The god of wisdom, Hermes, had shown his terrifying power and left. This made all the lords and emperors hold their breath. As for Cutie Pie, Thunderlord, Baal, and the others, they also revealed looks of regret. What a pity! He was the god of the Church of Light. If he stayed and helped them defeat the lords and emperors, the battle would be over. Everyone in front of him was injured, but they were not serious, and their counterattacks were even fiercer. What a monster! I didn't expect that there would be such an existence in the devil world. Perhaps only the legendary invincible Dichi could be compared to him. It's said that Dichi is extremely terrifying. Even the current strongest heavenly Deo was not his match back then. I heard that he had set up a trap and sacrificed his life in order to perish together. Only then could he achieve a mutually destructive outcome. However, he still did not win in the end. Some of the new celestial emperors of the ancient barren world started discussing. In the ninth heaven of the immortal realm, there were different lost inheritances from the mortal world. Several heavenly emperors had been born in hundreds of years. Su Wei, Fen Teng, and the other ancient heavenly emperors had complicated expressions on their faces. To them, this was a very terrifying thing. You've already lost, but you didn't lose. At this moment, Mother Earth looked at the vigilant emperors and sovereigns. You're being attacked from the front and back. In front of you are the celestial emperors of our world, and behind you is Hermes, who is the gathering of the world's living beings and daybreak people. In our primordial world, there is a saying, whoever wins the hearts of the people wins the world. You have already been deserted by your loved ones. Mother Earth looked at the great sovereigns and emperors. Those who win the hearts of the people will win the world. This was a thought that they had never thought of before, because mere mortals were like ants on the ground, no one would care about their thoughts. Until today, they were almost defeated by the anger of all living beings and suffered a big loss that was enough to be fatal. But you didn't lose either. Mother Earth's Ivy smiled. As you can see, he's gone. I can't control him. He's the convergence of the will of all living beings and has his own thoughts. He's not our ally, nor is he your enemy. However, the monarchs and great emperors were all furious and sullen. Yes. This Hermes would not become a spy for the potion world and help the ancient barren world deal with them. However, it was a sharp blade that restrained them. He was watching them from behind, completely cutting off their path of killing the civilians behind them. They would have lost the most likely path and would be attacked from both sides. How could one become a god? He could only continue fighting the celestial emperor of the primordial world. However, it was also very unrealistic. This was because it required too much energy. Perhaps, more than half of the 200 great sovereigns and emperors had to die before a god could be born. Everyone felt that they might not be the winner. Pinching the soft persimmon that was all living beings was the best and fastest shortcut, but it had been completely cut off. The war will continue. Mother Earth smiled. Slaughtering all living beings is indeed a path to becoming a god. In your eyes, they are like crops in the fields. After planting them, you will find a period of time to harvest them. However, our primordial world is much more brilliant. We don't harvest them, but walk the path of sustainable development. You make it sound so grand, the vampire sneered, but how many of the celestial emperors in your world are truly selfless? It's only because of their own interests that they protect all living beings. If we kill the livestock we raise to eat meat, are you treating people like pigs, cows, and sheep and keeping them in cages? Let God become a shepherd that tends all living beings, but only a cage. This sentence was very cruel, ridiculing Mother Earth, but it was also very real. However, Mother Earth Green Vine said, you can think of it that way, but it's much more peaceful after all. Look at our world, don't you all envy it? This world is originally a cage. When we jump out of the cage, there will be an even bigger cage outside. Mortals are the people in the cage, but aren't you the people in the god's cage? That's why you guys want to jump out of the cage. The ancient celestial emperors were silent. As expected of Mother Earth, one of the most ancient existences. She was unfathomable and could see through everything. Mother Earth's green vine stretched out her hand, and a piece of paper flew into everyone's hands. I can give you a chance. Here is a dragon vein contract that will help you have the possibility of becoming a god. You can take a look at the contract between Party A and Party B. The great emperors were speechless. Belle and the others looked at the cute girl and instantly vomited blood. You were acting so cool just now, but your current style is not right. Chapter 338, Huge Surprise. When the War of the Two Worlds broke out, a life and death battle was going on, and he suddenly took out a piece of paper. What a sudden change! Let's take a look, Mother Earth Green Vine was not embarrassed. She smiled very gently and made an inviting gesture. There was a conspiracy. The monarchs and emperors looked at the paper with a weird expression, as if they were in a recruitment market. Contract? Party A and Party B? What was the meaning of this? He looked at the description and saw how powerful they were at their level. He read 10 lines at a glance. Furthermore, he was instantly moved. The contract stated that they could use the dragon vein. They had already seen Hermes' strength. How could they not hope to become that powerful? It also had another characteristic, which was that it was undying and indestructible, which was simply irresistible. It also wrote, they wouldn't interfere with any freedom. Mother Earth and Green Vine would remain neutral. The war of the two worlds would still be fought. Everything would go on as usual. This Mother Earth Green Vine is the true spy of the ancient barren world. They're helping us in return. This thought exploded in their hearts. She created Hermes, cut off her path to becoming a god by slaughtering all living beings, and provided a very feasible path to become a god. Collect the prayers of the masses. This was indeed feasible. Although it was slow and couldn't be compared to directly harvesting energy by slaughtering all living beings, it wasn't like draining the pond to catch the fish. And there were shortcuts. Those who had god thrones had the advantage of being undying and could kill other great sovereigns and emperors without any fear. Mother Earth's Green Vine said, after all, they are undying. As long as their believers are still around, they will be reborn sooner or later. If both sides have believers, this will be like a friendly match. If I kill you this time, I will plunder the death energy of your emperor body. When you come back to life, you will take revenge and snatch back the energy of that body. Everyone will continue to die and be reborn, plundering each other, and the energy will only continue to accumulate. The eyes of the surrounding emperors lit up. They understood that this was the gentle side. They didn't exterminate the grass by the roots, but rather harvested the other party as straw, killing them every time they were resurrected. However, there was one thing that Green Vine didn't mention. There was another method that could be even crueler. After killing the other party, they would directly snatch the other party's faith and gather their believers over, breaking the foundation and not allowing the other party to be resurrected. After all, they were all energy. Wouldn't it be better to give him the power of will that could reincarnate a great sovereign? This is a completely new path. The great sovereigns and great emperors were shocked. They thought about it and felt that it was a perfect system to become a god. If it was really used, it would be countless times better than massacring all living beings. After all, even though they would gain a lot from this massacre, it would take 200 to 300 years for them to recover. With these 200 to 300 years, using this method, the harvest would only be more. And NBSP, yet. You've earned big. Mother Earth Green Vine looked at them, pretending that she wasn't a middleman, and smiled again. You don't have to worry that I'll control your lifelines and hold onto your weaknesses. Your goal is just to become gods. After becoming gods, you'll transcend the dragon veins. You don't have to be afraid of me. Can I restrict you? I can't restrict you. The cute girl looked at them. The conditions were very good, and no one would refuse. From now on, they would start to herd living beings on their own. The land of potions would definitely think of ways to reincarnate. In order to produce more people and help them farm so that they could live better lives, churches would be established one by one. I agree. Me too. The ancient existences finally spoke. A day later, Mother Earth was distributing the dragon veins to the emperors. She couldn't help but smile and pull her disciple Hu Haihan's hand closer. She was so excited. I was lucky before and didn't need to work hard to succeed. Now that I'm lucky and have worked hard, I definitely won't fail. Teacher. The little fox was also very excited. This way, there won't be a catastrophe that will destroy all living beings. There won't be a tragedy like Senior Brother's immortal life. His teacher's achievements were comparable to that of the sky-breaking emperor, who had cut off the past and present. One by one, the ancient catastrophes of heaven and earth and the curse-like destiny will be completely erased. A new era will come. Countless years later, people flipped through the thick and long history books and saw that in the period of history where the rules of the world were changed, the age of the gods recorded. Magic Potion Year 1104, the Magic Potion Era. With the descent of Hermes, the god of wisdom, the era of gods began. Churches stood in great numbers, fighting for the position of god of faith. What a cute little sister! Su Ji did not expect things to develop this way and was rendered speechless. This female player was very cunning, just like the racer of Mount Harana. She had actually given him so many surprises. The rewards it brought him were no less than what he had gained from Alchemy Monarch and the Racer of Mount Harana, the players who had pushed for the era. The establishment of the Dragon Vein was undoubtedly a step forward in the extraordinary world, completely breaking away from the barbaric civilization. Every once in a while, there would be a calamity that would exterminate all life, and a gap in civilization would appear. That was simply barbaric and not a truly mature extraordinary world. With such a divine system, the creation of a deity position would produce energy much more efficiently than before. It might even produce a large number of level 8 gods. It would not be far away from truly entering the age of gods. The gods. Su Ji was looking forward to that day. This was a great leap forward. The sandbox world had undergone a qualitative transformation. It was equivalent to a medium sandbox world advancing to a high sandbox world. They were not considered true high-level transcendents yet, as there were too few gods. There were only top gods like Ermin, Medusa, and the Deo Lord. They had not entered the age of the masses and the age of gods. If everything goes well, perhaps in less than a week, many gods will appear soon. Su Ji was looking forward to the journey that day and wanted to see what it would be like. And the biggest gain was Hermes. He was equivalent to a large biological intelligent brain that gathered the thoughts of all living beings, and his calculation ability was comparable to Dichi's. At this moment, he was integrating all the cultivation techniques for him. In the future, he'll be able to use the thoughts of all life to understand the Deo heart and deduce a path that belongs to me. Su Ji sorted out what he had learned. In fact, the cute girl thought that Hermes was comparable to Dichi. Actually, that was not the case. As the only being with the potential to be a hero of the bug race, how could Dichi be on par with him so easily? He didn't have the ability to secretly learn, he was just like a super deduction computer. The all-knowing scholar was connected to the sub-brain's knowledge base. Although the sub-brain couldn't monitor all living beings, it could monitor every 7th grade great sovereign. The all-knowing scholar naturally knew their cultivation technique. Hermes, Su Ji sighed softly. The all-knowing scholar from before was just a simple learning machine. Now that he has been upgraded, not only can he learn, but he can also integrate knowledge like a supercomputer. Just this change in the wandering know-it-all was enough to let him benefit endlessly. Chapter 339, A New Era and Impending Death. A new era had begun. Although the war between the two worlds had not ended, and the celestial emperors of both sides were still in conflict, it had completely ended for the mortals at the bottom. The legendary experts who had entered the primordial world and slaughtered the civilians retreated one after another. They were no longer bewitched by the sovereigns and emperors and fought for them. They were fighting on the front lines, while the ancient sovereigns and emperors were killing their families and people. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 404. The original demon god Medusa had used a dimension gate to open a passage between the two worlds. The demonic world had invaded, and the earth had been plunged into chaos. Powerful demonic tribe cultivators had descended, and millions of demonic beasts had surged out. For a time, everyone was in danger. Mount Shu, Nanzao, the barbarian sorcerer tribe, and the ancient Daewon clan formed a force to suppress the demonic army. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 427. The demon army retreated, and the ancient desolate land was filled with cheers. Countless mortals cried tears of joy as they decorated the land. And NBSP, tap tap tap. A horse-shaped giant beast was pulling a carriage. There were fields on both sides of the road, and many farmers were farming. There was smoke rising from kitchen chimneys in the distance. The mortals of both worlds are cheering. The disaster is over. Mother Earth's green vine continued to travel around the two worlds in the carriage. The two worlds were now free for her to interact with. Both sides were very respectful to her, the landlady. The land of potions has entered a bright era. The glory of the Church of Light has enveloped the entire land. It's the same for the primordial world. This is a perfect ending for everyone. She opened her mouth and said, the experts on both sides are very happy. They are fighting their own battles. It's up to them if they suffer heavy casualties. The mortals are also very happy. They have all gotten what they want. Teacher is so amazing. Hu Hai Han the little fox was full of admiration. Meng Mei laughed. Of course. I want to create a perfect world. The reason for the war is because the rules are not perfect. At this point, my goal has been completely accomplished. Then, she decided to lie down and continue to be a salted fish. It's really perfect. In this world, everyone else says that there is nothing perfect in this world. I have already subverted their theories. The rules I designed are flawless. She smiled, but suddenly felt a vague sense of uneasiness in her mind. Was there really such a thing as perfection in this world? He had stopped the periodic world-ending catastrophes since the creation of the world. Would there be a greater catastrophe? She quickly shook her head. I'm really worrying for nothing. The incense system is perfect. It gathers the kindness of all living beings and forms a god that protects them. The next second, the sky cracked open, and the god of war's voice came through. Landlady, the water has stopped. The cute girl jumped up from the carriage and pointed at the sky. She said arrogantly, there's a shortage of incense now? You came through the back door, stealing joss sticks to cultivate all day. From now on, the joss stick supply will be cut off from 12 o'clock every night to 8 o'clock in the morning. The god of war? After a few more years, the great emperors no longer involved or killed mortals. They even treated mortals as treasures and fought for their mortals and believers. One by one, the monarchs and emperors found some mortals to build their own kingdoms. They passed on the power of the monarch to them and built their own churches. This was still an era of gods. It was like a single log bridge. The great sovereigns and emperors were fighting each other fiercely. The news of the deaths of the great sovereigns and emperors kept coming. In fact, the death rate would not be any lower than the previous brutal wars. They fought for land and resources in order to reproduce more people. Age of the Gods, year 31. More than 30 years had passed, and dozens of churches, up to 100 churches, had risen rapidly. In the Age of Light, the two supreme churches were high and mighty, and no one dared to divide the faith of Hermes and Medusa. As a result, most mortals and experts at the bottom of the hierarchy believed in two churches at the same time: the Bishop Church and the Subsidiary Church. The main church was the Church of Faith, while the subsidiary churches were the Church of Profession. There were only two religions in the Church of Evernight and the Church of Light. They worshipped the demon god Medusa and the god of wisdom, Hermes. The second church, as the Church of Professions, was in charge of the learning of professions and the acquisition of knowledge and skills. In the Church of Demonic Fighters and the Church of Combat, the ancient sovereigns and emperors who had created their own professions had become the gods of demonic fighters and combat. They divided the faith of all living beings, and believers were everywhere. In order to increase the living area, tall buildings were erected on the ground. In order to gain the faith of the people, they continued to help mortals improve their lives. Using Rubik's Cube metal, they once again developed the alchemy civilization. On the streets, a medieval era similar to the steam train appeared. Horse carriages, cars, and even potion mechanics began to be born and gradually sprout. Age of the Gods, year 73. After all, Mokuri was the most powerful monarch of this era. He established the Church of Machinery and Steam, and he created the magic gunner profession, which was listed as the fourth basic profession among the three basic professions. The appearance of every basic profession would cause a turmoil in the entire potion world, which was equivalent to the appearance of an infinite possibility. This profession was targeted at mortals who could not cultivate. For example, the sword immortals of Mount Shu could infuse magic into their guns and turn them into magic gun machines. As long as they continuously modified the guns and integrated various materials into them, alchemy could continue to become stronger. Mortals also need to be able to cultivate. You also need to have your own resistance. Hehe, Mokuri said. The great god of wisdom, Hermes, has woken me up. This is my realization from that catastrophe. I hope everyone can start a new era. After the emergence of firearms, trains, and airships were gradually born in this world. Age of the Gods, year 94. The machinery faith, which had been at its peak, was destroyed. Several churches joined forces and secretly attacked the descending machinery god, Mokuri. He had been reborn 3 times, and had exhausted the accumulated incense of his believers. He was completely unable to be resurrected in a short time. We'll just snatch his believers. Without any believers calling out to him, he's completely dead. The great emperors spoke. Age of the Gods, year 1017. The death of the god of machinery, Mokari, had terrified countless churches, afraid that they would repeat the same mistake. When the Church of Nightmare established their god's kingdom, they used the system of core believers. Countless fanatical believers and professional powerhouses were gathered and lived there, hidden in the void to ensure that they would not be unable to be resurrected after their church was destroyed in an instant. The divine kingdom system was quickly imitated. In a short 7 years, the churches of the gods had entered the era of god kingdoms. Age of the Gods, year 121. The Church of the Blood Race lured the saintess of the pitch-black church to fall, leading a large number of believers and followers to escape. The dark god was furious. The battle of the gods broke out again. Even the ancient barren world was involved. The War of the Two Worlds entered a tense period with countless casualties. Age of the Gods, year 133. The War of the Two Worlds broke out, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Fresh blood splattered all over the earth. Countless ancient emperors had fallen. In fact, almost half of them had already fallen. This battle was too tragic. In the Blood Realm, the human races Su Wei and Fen Teng had all fallen, becoming a part of the Joss flames. Even people like the God of War and the Thunder Emperor had been resurrected more than once, and they gradually lost their sense of self. Kill them. They would plunder the energy of their deaths. A great emperor is more than enough for us to improve. Pillage their land and pillage their people. This was an extremely brutal dimensional war. Both sides were no longer afraid of death. What they were fighting for was the faith and accumulation behind them. It would depend on which side could not resurrect. The slower one resurrected, the more it would end the other side. However, the people at the bottom of the hierarchy did not feel the slightest bit of chaos. They still lived and worked in peace, discussing the war between the gods and who would win and who would die. View. White smoke rose from the steam train, and the empty golden rice fields passed by, with the occasional paddy man. 2 young girls were sitting by the window of the train. They were wearing white pleated skirts and had the temperament of a lady. Their skin was delicate and they were very beautiful and eye-catching. Many people on the train were stealing glances at them. The little fox said, "It has only been a short 100 years. The world has been turned upside down. Trains, steam machinery, and various major professions have been born. It led to the medieval alchemy era, which my teacher mentioned. Civilian life was very convenient, even surpassing the alchemy airship era of the alchemy emperor. Because the strong have started to think for the mortals." Meng Mei took a sip of her coffee and looked out the window of the train. She said lightly, "Just like the primordial world, the gods think for the common people. The gods helped with farming, made clouds, and brought rain. Once the potion age starts to help mortals and redevelop alchemy machines for civilian use, it will naturally develop to such a state. However, these 2 years, the battles have been really brutal." On the train, 2 young girls were sitting. Hu Haihan was holding this morning's newspaper, which was densely written with small words. "The god of wind dancer of the Wind Warrior Church is also dead. He even chatted with us back then." The newspaper wrote that the Church of the Flame Men and the Church of the Blood Race were in a stalemate and a war was about to break out. The Church of the Giant had issued a condemnation and statement, calling for peace. Reject the war. The newspapers were filled with various policies and facts. The Age of the Gods was also a battle of gods, a battle of ideas. Suddenly, 2 golden-haired young men in suits looked at them for a long time. They could not help but walk over and strike up a conversation. "2 noble ladies who are going on a long journey, are you also going to Holy Light City, Danis?" The cute girl's face darkened. "Did this train go anywhere else?" The 2 of them smiled and said politely, "School will start in June. We are going to report to the Holy Scholar Academy. We came early to experience the local customs of this legendary city." Those who were able to get into the Sage Academy were all elites, without exception. It was indeed something to show off. "Our uncle has quite a lot of power in Dantai's 7th Vilkalaya district. The underground forces call him the Furious Weiss. If you want to stay temporarily and provide help," they quickly said. However, the cute girl only nodded to show her understanding and drove them away coldly. A few hours later, they arrived at the train station. They got off the train with a small red suitcase and put on a black leather coat. After all, the weather was getting colder and colder, and the train station was full of pedestrians wearing coats. The cold wind gradually howled. Soon, they entered the city of Holy Light, Dundee. Street lights lined both sides of the road, giving off a medieval European feel. There were even alchemy cars parked on both sides. They arrived at the headquarters of the Church of Light. "We can't stop the war. We can only protect the civilians below." The cute girl put on a black peaked cap and looked very serious. She crumpled the newspaper into a ball with her black leather gloves and threw it into the trash can. Her posture was as handsome as Sherlock Holmes. "Almost all the gods have joined the war, except for the gods who protect all beings like Hermes. In fact, some gods had died too many times. After dying 6 or 7 times, they had completely lost their sense of self and became the perfect existence that all living beings hoped to see. They had abandoned war and protected the civilians of the church. However, when they lost their sense of self and became complete existences, they lost their humanity and were instantly killed by the other gods. Then their believers were divided. This seemed to be an unwritten rule. Only the powerful perfect god, Hermes, was not harmed by them. Those sovereigns and emperors were all old monsters. They were extremely smart, so it was only natural that they would do this. But so what? They're also sinking, and if they die a few more times, they'll lose themselves sooner or later, and they'll become completely fair and kind." The cute girl said seriously, "Incense is poisonous. In addition, over the years, I've also collected enough energy to become a god." "Teacher." The little fox was excited. "Are you going to become a god?" At this moment, a voice came from the room behind her. "Oh? You're going to become a god?" A gust of wind blew, and the door opened. Deep inside the Church of Light, the familiar scene from back then was still there. Medusa and Hermes were reading and studying at the desk, having a serious discussion. "You don't want me to become a god?" Mother Earth and Green Vine looked at her. "I don't mind." Medusa was very calm. She lowered her head and wrote on her pen and paper. "I have been very satisfied over the years. You have made Wandering Know-It-All even more powerful, and I like it very much. I am very happy to have comrades who can deduce and pursue the truth with me, and I am also very happy to have comrades who can spar with me." Over the years, she had also fought with Hermes, constantly sparring. In the end, there were wins and losses. After all, he was not a real intelligent being, and he was not ditchy. "You don't want to care about this war now." Green Vine suddenly opened her mouth. "There's no need for that. I've already gotten what I wanted. I want faith," Medusa said. "The Church of Light and the Church of Evernight are both my." She looked at Hermes beside her. "I took the big head, and they can fight among themselves. I want an opponent. Is there anyone better than the omniscient and omnipotent Hermes? He alone was the opponent of all of them. Lu Wenjian, Dao Changsheng, he had shadows on them. It's as if I've met the legendary Emperor Qi, although it's not the real Emperor Qi, nor is it the true Hermes." "You're really a pervert. How generous," the cute girl said with a smile. "You're willing to give half of your faith to Hermes, to move forward with him, to become stronger together. Because the path of the strong is very lonely." Medusa sat quietly, feeling the true peace and tranquility. She had reviewed her growth and experience step by step. She had been taught by her teacher Circe, defeated Lilith during the Dark Witch era, and finally defeated by Alchemy Emperor Grantham. She had been lost, despaired, and her confidence had been shattered. She had witnessed the end of her era, the end of the Alchemy era, and the death of the heroic monarch. She couldn't help but lament the fleeting of time. After seeing the vast and mysterious universe, each era was filled with more and more respect. After carefully savoring the vicissitudes of time and the unwillingness in her heart, she somewhat understood in her heart. Perhaps, only the persistence in pursuing the truth between heaven and earth like the wizards could lead to eternal existence in the heavens. Her original arrogance and pride slowly subsided, turning into a kind of exploration and pursuit of truth. "I'm talking about you." Mother Earth was still nagging in her ear, full of nonsense. "What do I want?" She took Hermes' hand and looked out of the window as if she couldn't hear anything. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that only the sound of her heart beating could be heard. Perhaps he had already obtained it. She looked at Hermes next to her, still reading quietly. "I just want to witness the mystery of this vast universe. I want to explore the intoxicating mystery, I want to see a higher view. I want someone to accompany me on my lonely journey." This wasn't love or friendship. It was a more advanced and special emotion, as if the entire soul was entrusted to it. In the long 2000 years of loneliness, he had come here alone. It was great to have someone to accompany him. Mother Earth's ivy was still nagging in her ear, and Medusa only came back to her senses when she said something. I don't intend to become a god. What? His teacher didn't plan on becoming a god? The little fox Hu Hai Han looked at her teacher with disbelief. He had still managed to collect enough energy. He was the supreme existence that countless people dreamed of. Even the great emperors of the two worlds were fighting for this goal. His own teacher actually didn't plan on becoming a god? However, Medusa said something that shocked the little fox even more in the next second. You actually don't want to become a god? What crooked idea are you thinking of again? Medusa was also stunned. She suddenly laughed and kindly reminded, Mother Earth Ivy, you're going to die soon. You'll die without a doubt. If you become a god and break through to level 8, you might still have a chance to survive and block the terrifying calamity in the future. Chapter 340, Fear Stems from Darkness. Death Tribulation? His teacher was going to die? Hu Hai Han was stunned, his face full of disbelief. They'll basically die, right? She's just the first one who'll die, and the others will follow closely behind. There's no perfection in this world, and where there's light, there'll be darkness. Medusa was very calm and had the temperament of a scholar. At this time, she was a young girl with long black hair and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. This was an alchemy tool, a miniature microscope. She had long reached an incredible level of microscopic knowledge. Medusa suddenly stood up and pulled out a book from the black bookshelf. Green Vine Mother Earth, you are a very idealistic and emotional person. You grieve over Dao Changshen's death and want to create a perfect world to suppress the catastrophe of heaven and earth, a world without disputes. However, the greater the power of the suppression, the greater the power of the rebound. Meng Mei was silent for a moment. Medusa only smiled. I have been studying the dragon vein system all these years. It is very interesting. The little fox Hu Hai Han did not seem to understand. It seemed like... What terrible thing was happening? I have a question, little girl. Are you afraid of the dark? Medusa suddenly looked at the little fox that she had been with for a long time and smiled. I was quite afraid of the dark before I started cultivating. She thought for a moment. I don't even dare to sleep alone at night. I lay on the bed and looked at the shadowy corner. I felt that it was dark. But after I started cultivating, I'm not afraid anymore, because I've grown up. Do you know why people are afraid of the dark? Medusa pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. The little fox Hu Hai Han thought for a while and shook his head, saying that he didn't know. The most ancient and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the strongest fear of man is the fear of the unknown. The unknown is indescribable, so it is called the indescribable fear. Medusa smiled and pointed at herself. The girl wearing black-rimmed glasses smiled and said gently. The most typical example is that people are afraid of darkness because darkness is the unknown. People are afraid of the dark and like to think too much when they see people in the dark. They think that there are ghostly faces, monsters, and eerie eyes staring at them in the dark. She looked at Meng Mei. Do you understand? Fear is an inevitable and uncontrollable emotion. Meng Mei just kept silent, as if she understood what she meant. Ah! What did it mean? What were these two ancient existences talking about? Only Hu Hai Han, the little fox, was confused. Medusa did not want to talk about it any further, as if the safety of Mother Earth had nothing to do with her. She changed the topic and asked, "Oh right, you just came and said that you don't want to become a god. What do you mean?" Mother Earth Green Vine sat in front of the chair and took a sip of coffee. I don't want to become a god. I want to give the energy to Dao to live forever, to the heavenly Dao. Medusa was silent for a moment. You want to continue perfecting this perfect world? I'm passionate about farming. Meng Mei stared at her with a serious expression. Furthermore, I'm too weak to become a god. I might as well let Daoist Changsheng become a god and protect me. I'll continue to collect energy before I become a god and be the second one to do so. She knew her own limits. This was to carry on God bless me to the end. First, she had someone to back her up and protect her. After all, those great emperors were fighting fiercely now. It might be a while before a god appeared. What would she do then? They were both gods, but he would probably be blown up in an instant. She believed in Dao Changsheng the most, so she naturally wanted him to become a god first and suppress the great emperors who had become gods. After all, in the same realm, it was impossible for them to defeat Dao Changsheng. Furthermore, this is a long-term investment. Once Daoist Changsheng becomes a god and a level 8 saint, his inner world, the Juxiao immortal world, will instantly become terrifyingly large. The larger the area, the more mortals can live in it, and the more incense offerings he will have. That's a good idea, Medusa clapped her hands and laughed. I don't like you, but I like the era you created, the era of incense, and the infinite possibilities. I think, so I am. The cute girl only smiled, but it seemed a little stiff. Medusa's words made her feel a little uneasy. She quickly turned around with Hu Haihan and put on the black leather coat hanging at the door. She strode out of the Church of Light and came to the street. Holy Maiden! A few priests in white opened the door of the black car respectfully. Medusa lowered her head and continued to write, mumbling to herself, you stopped a catastrophe between the two worlds, but that was to suppress it. It will come eventually, and no system is perfect. If we were to say that the Magus world was still a low-level world in the 2000 years of our history, in the future, it would be a truly terrifying and mysterious large-scale transcendent world. Danger is everywhere. That's a true higher dimension civilization. Perhaps it's on the way to level 9. The entire world was transforming. As a god, she could clearly feel that it was unknown and mysterious. This feeling was very mysterious. In modern terms, it was like the two-dimensional world had been upgraded to the three-dimensional world. If the ones who died in the previous world catastrophe were only the lower-level beings, then the upcoming catastrophe has already endangered the lives of you, me, Ermin, the Dao Lords, and all the other gods. I'm really looking forward to it. The primordial world. The world has become very beautiful. Hera drove the carriage and looked at Uncle Messiah, who was sleeping next to her. Uncle said that he has fallen into a deep sleep. He said that he would only wake up after countless years. Those are the years I can't wait for. Hera caressed his face gently. Uncle must have the blood of the god of creation, the blood of eternal life, to be able to live for so long. Just like Medusa, the original demon god, he only wakes up for a short time and sleeps for a long time. This is the price of eternal life. More than 100 years had passed, and she was only at the 4th rank now. Her cultivation aptitude was not high. No matter how hard he tried, he could already feel that it would be very difficult to improve. He might be stuck at the 4th rank forever and not live to see his uncle awaken. Thus, she chose to take her uncle on a journey. Uncle said that my realm is very low and I won't live long, but his body is immortal. He's the heavenly emperor of body cultivation and can be used as a treasure to protect me and let me live a safe life. So, she chose to travel. She also fell in love with this kind of life and seeing the scenery around the world. She planned to spend the rest of her life like this. When she died of old age, she would find a place to bury Uncle Messiah. She would bury her next to her and protect her uncle after she died. We came from the Devil Realm. This ancient barren world, this new world, has many local customs and practices. It's too beautiful. There's the alternation of the sun and the moon, the beautiful dusk and sunset, the sky has fairy cakes sprinkling colors, and there's a god in charge of making rain. She had already followed the local customs for 3 months. Suddenly, the carriage was stopped, and some farmers blocked the way. What happened? She was stunned and got off the carriage. Chapter 341, Strange Stories. Hera got off the carriage. The surrounding farmers looked at the beautiful woman in front of them. She was wearing a white dress. Her skin was smooth and her round legs were covered by the chiffon dress. She gave people the feeling of a fairy. Their breathing became rapid, but they quickly lowered their heads. They knew that this was an immortal and didn't dare to offend him. Lord Immortal! A respectable old man stood out and sighed, "Sigh, everyone is preparing to tear down the house in front. There was a girl called Bai Kwei who lived here. We all called her Xiao Yi. She's a poor person. She was very beautiful, kind, smart, and gentle. Many neighbors from all over the country came to propose marriage, which made some women around jealous. In the end, Xiao Wei was hit to death by them with a brick and thrown into the well. Didn't the Yaman in the county come to investigate the case? Hera asked. Come. He's here. A Yaman officer with a black blade came earlier. The old man sighed and said. The officer reached out his hand and sucked the body out of the well. It was soaked in water until it was white. It was so miserable. There were many hammer and knife wounds on his body. They were all wounds and had been cut into a few pieces. I guess those cruel and jealous women had vented their anger on him and divided it up. He paused and revealed a trace of fear. She's such a pitiful girl. She's kind and smart. We all feel sorry for her. Good people don't get good karma. Women are easily jealous. Then, the reason why you are all gathered in this room is because... Hera could not help but shiver. In the past half a month, I heard that some people have died mysteriously in the villages nearby. There are many pieces of their bodies, and they died in the same way as Xiao Wei. We felt that this house was inauspicious, so we decided to demolish it. People began to talk at once. Another dead person? Died the same way? Have you checked? Who's the victim? Hera thought it was strange. We've checked, but we can't find anything. All the girls from the villages are here. We counted once, but no one died. No one knows where this corpse came from. The voice sounded a little flustered. Tell me the details, the exact location. Hera said. She soon got the information that every few days, in the nearby villages and counties, broken women's bodies would appear out of thin air in the wells, rivers, and abandoned houses. However, the strangest thing was that no one in the neighborhood was dead or missing. No wonder the entire county was in a state of panic. This was too terrifying and strange. There's no local death. Is it possible that the murderer specifically killed the foreign girls who passed by? Hera thought for a moment and suggested. There's only one possibility. The people around them started to discuss nervously. The murderer of those girls has been arrested by the Yaman. It can't be them. We might have homicidal maniacs in our local area who specifically target the girls who pass by. Nowadays, the neighbors don't even dare to go out at night. But the more we panic, the more arrogant the hidden murderer becomes. The more daring they were, the more people they killed in the dark. More and more strange corpses appeared, scattered in the county city, in the well, in the fields, on the river. The entire city is filled with them. The entire city? Hera felt her blood run cold. Where did so many people come from? The more the surrounding villagers talked, the more panicked they became. Their panic started a chain reaction in Manian. The air was filled with fear and anxiety. No wonder they were so scared that they tore down the houses. Have the higher-ups sent people to investigate? I've already sent them. That's good. Hera talked for a while and sighed. She started the carriage and left the county. I thought the ancient barren world was perfect. There were no strong attacks and the Celestials protected all living beings. But these mortals and twisted thugs still happen everywhere. She came to the next small mountain village. She didn't expect that there would be murder here. They were also talking about the corpses found on the streets, in the wells, and in the rivers. Why is it that wherever we go, wherever people talk about it, it happens? The murderer, can he really commit such a large crime? It was getting dark. She spent some money and found a remote side house in a farm to sleep in. In the small room, she hugged Uncle Messiah's arm and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, she suddenly felt a little urgent. So annoying. I'm rank 4, but I still have to eat, drink, and shit. She rolled on the bed a few times and looked at the creaking wooden door. It was dark outside and she couldn't even see her fingers. The entire door was like a black mouth that ate people. It was opened extremely wide, and the top and bottom beams were white eerie teeth. I have to go out. Hera picked up an oil lamp and was about to go out when she heard the recent panic. I'm a 4th rank powerhouse. I don't think I'm afraid of those ordinary mortals. However, she had once accompanied her father to run a merchant caravan and had traveled all over the country. She had long developed a vigilant heart. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Messiah and said, I can only enter Uncle's body. Whoosh! Her entire body quickly surged and floated into the young man's sea of consciousness. Originally, the primordial spirit in Uncle Messiah's sea of consciousness was Bai Xiao Sheng. Now that there was no primordial spirit in the sea of consciousness, Uncle Messiah gave her the authority. She could enter Messiah's body as a primordial spirit and control this great sovereign. Her uncle's original intention was to make her the great sovereign Messiah and walk the earth in his place. After all, to Suji, she was just a super spare tire and was not really a treasure. After all, he had watched Hera grow up. However, Hera cherished it and felt that she was not worthy of being the great sovereign Messiah. Ta-ta! Great sovereign Messiah strode out of the room. It was quiet outside the house, surrounded by barren trees and farmland, which gave off a gloomy feeling of the wilderness. It's so dark here. The cold wind blew on her back, and she felt a little scared. After all, she was still a girl. She nervously entered a small toilet house in the grass and came out of Great Sovereign Messiah's body. She was about to unbuckle her belt and squat down. Woo-woo-woo. Suddenly, a whimpering sound was heard. Who's there? Why aren't you sleeping? Hera quickly entered Messiah's body. In a flash, she came to the dark, quiet grass and saw a room with an oil lamp. Through the white paper windows, the light shone through, revealing the figures of a group of women. They picked up iron hammers and hammers, laughing wildly and savagely as they pressed down on the head of a beautiful girl. This is... There's indeed someone evil. Her expression froze. The bodies of the few mortal women who were screaming inside the window paper suddenly exploded. She would not show any mercy to such a murderer. She quickly entered the house. There were red tables and wooden chairs carved with patterns, and oil lamps were placed on them. Among the group of corpses, a girl was shivering and curled up in a corner. Her clear eyes were wide open, full of panic and dullness. She had been scared silly. Are you all right? Hera asked. Wah. The young girl cried loudly and threw herself into Hera's arms. It's all right, Hera patted her back and comforted her. The girl's body was soft and felt good to the touch. Even Hera was a little jealous. She thought that she was already very beautiful after her cultivation. She couldn't compare to this beautiful girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. She was really too beautiful. She had a foxy face and a pure, romantic and innocent look. She was simply the most perfect creation. Even the female celestial emperors and the green vines that he had seen before, this girl's beauty was not inferior to theirs. She was only a mortal. She was now great sovereign Messiah. He could clearly feel that this was indeed an ordinary mortal without the strength to even truss a chicken. No one could disguise themselves in front of great sovereign Messiah, unless they were gods. She was just a mere mortal. She was as beautiful as the celestial emperor. How could she be so perfect? He could not sense any evil in her. She was kind, smart, beautiful, and had all the perfect qualities of a girl. She was the most perfect girl in the world, as exquisite as perfect porcelain. I really want to smash her. As a woman herself, Hera couldn't help but feel jealous, but she quickly reacted and suppressed the strange thought. Chapter 342, What the hell? Shira immediately suppressed her fear. She looked around. The room was brightly lit, and the mahogany furniture was very exquisite. However, at this moment, it was stained with blood. She looked at the corpses of the women she had just killed on the ground. It's the three of them, but why would they kill someone? Shira had met the three of them once when she entered the village. They were the villagers who lived in the village. She chatted with the woman in the house for a while. She was quite friendly and very hospitable. She even invited him to stay. She didn't look like a terrifying murderer who killed people in the dark and specifically killed traveling girls. Voila! Let's deal with it first. She reached out her hand and swept it. The heat spread out and the corpse instantly evaporated, destroying all traces. What's your name? Hera brought the girl back to her room and walked out of Great Sovereign Messiah's body. She looked at her. My name is Luokewe, and I'm a traveler from another city. I didn't expect that there would be such terrifying women here. At first, they treated me well and I was very grateful, but I didn't expect them to kill for fun. Luokewe was a young lady from a big family who was not familiar with the world. She was cute and tall, but she looked timid and fearful. When she saw Hera walking out of the young man's body, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and surprise, "Big sister, you're an immortal. You can think of it that way. It's very dangerous outside. Let's sleep in a bed together." She pulled Luokewe to sleep and said speechlessly, "You're a girl, why aren't you on guard?" No wonder you ran into bad people. Where do you live? I'll take you home. No malicious intent. He was immortal. Kind, cute, and innocent. Shira was still on guard, but she gradually felt that she was not hiding anything. She was really an ordinary person, an innocent girl who did not know how to hide her thoughts. Moreover, she was educated and well educated. She must have come from a rich family. My home. Luo Keiwei thought about it seriously, and her beautiful and clear eyes flashed with confusion. My home. I don't remember. Shira looked at her and could tell that she wasn't lying. Let's go to sleep. She put her mind at ease, but when she looked at this innocent and romantic girl, she felt a girl's vigilance. She quickly slept in the middle, separating her and Messiah's bodies. The next morning, Shira was in a deep sleep. She stretched and opened her eyes, only to find that Luo Keiwei had disappeared. The entire room was cleaned and looked brand new. Shira stood up immediately and walked out of the farmhouse. She found Luo Keiwei, who was petite, carrying a bucket of water with difficulty, cleaning the carriage. She looked as if she had been reborn. Sister, I've cleaned everything up. You don't like to keep it clean. Hera looked at her uneasily. You don't have to work so hard. She took Luo Keiwei on a journey. In the next few days, she realized that this girl was hard-working and kind. She worked hard without any complaints. She served you well and did everything thoughtfully, such as washing clothes, cooking, cleaning. He was smart and kind. Shira looked at her back as she poured the water with great effort, and a hint of jealousy flashed past her eyes. It was a complicated emotion. How could there be such a perfect girl in this world? She even had the feeling of torturing her. With her gentleness and kindness, no matter how rude the request was, she would silently endure it with tears in her eyes. A thought suddenly appeared in her heart. The young girl's tear-stained face seemed to be in pain, and she seemed to want to see. Xiao Yi, kneel down and help me wash my feet. In an instant, images flashed through her mind. She was not satisfied with the washing, so she kicked the kind girl's head with her wet foot. It felt so good. Xiao Yi, do you see that pile of cow dung on the side of the road? Eat it. She imagined that scene again. This beautiful girl was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. She sobbed like a pear blossom bathed in rain, but she would not disobey his request. She lay on the ground and began to eat. Xiao Yi, come over and lie down obediently. Let me be your sandbag and beat you up with my fists. He said. The more she thought about it, the more her crazy idea grew. It was like a seed gradually growing into a towering tree. She even had the thought of tearing apart this perfect girl who was as beautiful as porcelain. Pfft! Hera quickly bit the tip of her tongue, and blood flowed down from her lips. She felt her blood run cold, and a chill ran down her spine. Negative and brutal emotions? What is this? What the hell is this? The tip of her tongue was bleeding profusely, and large beads of sweat seeped out. Her breathing began to become rapid and erratic. She had long thought that she would never get hurt again. After all, she had great sovereign Messiah to protect her. Even a rank 6 heavenly passage or an ordinary rank 7 great Emperor Dong Su would not be injured. In the future, he would be able to live a relaxed and happy life, traveling the world. He did not expect. She bit her lips. Big sister, what's wrong? Xiao Yi walked into the carriage barefooted and half knelt on the ground, showing a concerned expression. Her pure and beautiful little face was sweating anxiously as she rummaged through the emergency medicine box. Your tongue is bleeding. He had to find a way to treat it. Let's go find the doctor, let's go find the doctor. I'm fine. Hera pulled Wei into her arms and apologized, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sister, you don't have to say sorry. It's my fault. Xiao Wei wailed like a weeping beauty. It was as if she was hugging a ball of warm cotton. Hera was extremely vexed. Such a perfect, kind, and lovely girl who was so considerate and couldn't wait to dote on her, but he actually wanted her. The carriage continued to move forward. They soon arrived at the next town, Wei River Town, where the news was also spreading. Groups of young men in black with strange weapons on their backs and swallow embroideries on their bodies came and went. Uncle, what happened? Hera and Luo Keiwei sat beside him. What an eventful year, there are ghosts in people's hearts. Do you see those guards? The tea stall uncle asked. He was the first guard. It was said that the local county magistrate had already asked for instructions from his superiors. In half a day, the patrol envoy of the 5 states in the south, Nangong Yat, would be arriving. He was a major figure of the 3rd rank, the 6th realm. I've been in Wei River Town for 30 years and it's my first time to see such a high-ranking official. Now, the entire city was filled with corpses. They could be seen in wells, on rivers, on the streets, and even everywhere. It was strange and eerie. There was actually a sense of déjà vu, as if it was a landmark that could be seen everywhere. Recently, they had caught many murderers. They even hid the bones under their beds and buried them in the soil. The number of deaths was even more than what was shown on the surface. I really didn't expect it. Those people we arrested were all honest and well-mannered, but they were so twisted behind our backs. The tea stall uncle sighed. The tea stall uncle said, "Sigh, it's too scary. We don't even have enough manpower to deal with the scene every day, can you imagine? Our county magistrate, the famous Lord Su Cheng, is famous for being incorruptible, but he's also a murderer behind the scenes." A guard walked into his room and saw that he had also killed someone. He was holding a knife, his hands were covered in blood, and his face was extremely ferocious. Hera was shocked. Then, "What's going on now, county magistrate?" "He escaped." The tea stall uncle said, "He's a 4th rank expert after all. He ate the incense of our people and is now a wanted criminal. Do you see the portrait at the entrance of the city? They're trying to arrest him." "I saw it." Shira nodded. The old man sighed. "I hope that the important person from the higher-ups, the patrol, can investigate these terrifying things." "Have you investigated the origins of those young girls?" Hera grabbed Luo Keiwei's hand tightly. "It's said that it's still difficult to find out their origins. Some important figures restored their appearances. They're all different, but they're all very beautiful with long hair. I also reassembled their scattered bodies and found that they were all missing a piece." The old man's face gradually became frightened. "Even if we ask those murderers, they don't know anything. It's as if they grew a pair of legs out of thin air and ran away on their own." "He grew a pair of legs?" Hera felt a little horrified. Was this a ghost-like thing? "AI. In our city alone, we've caught more than 200 criminals. No one would have thought that they would kill so cruelly behind our backs. There are even more in the nearby cities. It's said that the entire prison is filled with them." After the old man served the tea, he went to greet the other guests. The surroundings were chaotic, and the streets were filled with panic. In the midst of the discussion, an honest-looking man suddenly went crazy. He raised his knife and roared, I didn't want to kill her. She was so kind, so cute, so beautiful. I would. Ah!" He roared, and his eyes flashed with a mixture of regret and hatred. Endless regret filled his tear-filled face. He raised his sword and rushed toward the 2 seemingly weak girls. "Sister!" Luo Keiwei panicked and immediately stood in front of him. "Not good." The surrounding crowd's faces tensed up as they watched the knife stab into Luo Keiwei's eye. The young girl bit her lips, tears streaming down her face, but she stood firmly in front of him. Bang! The man was sent flying. "The world is becoming creepy." Hera restrained her aura and looked at Xiao Wei. She suddenly made up her mind. No matter what Xiao Wei was, she would protect her. She was already more than 100 years old, and as a 4th-rank combatant, she was on the verge of death. She had to use a special spell to maintain her youth, and before she died, she suddenly had something to rely on. At the county office of Weishui Town, a carriage slowly stopped at the door, and the guards on both sides quickly went forward. The patrol envoy of the 5 southern states, Nangong Ye, hugged a beauty as he got off the carriage. Nangong Ye looked at the beautiful girl with extreme love. Her name was Su Qianggui, and she was someone he had met on the way here. She was an understanding and mature beauty. He quickly fell in love with her. She helped him tidy up his clothes and did the housework for him. She was kind and perfect. She was simply the best person in the world. How could I be so lucky? He couldn't believe it. Such perfect girls, he believed that any man would be infected by their gentleness and kindness. Even recently, with the other party's unconditional obedience, he gradually developed many rude requests. He knew that this was wrong. He was very ugly, but he couldn't help it. After bringing his wife into the county, Nangongye arrived at this Hixian manor. He looked around the entire place. There was a murder case that had happened in the past, a blood-stained study room, an elegant black desk, a writing brush hanging next to it, and a wall of books behind it. There were all kinds of cases. "Husband, let me pour you some tea." Su Qiangwei stood up slowly. "You'll be fine. You're a Tier 6 powerhouse and the 5 States Patrol envoy." Nangongye frowned. "There's a secret compartment." He reached out and suddenly twisted the candle beside him. Kakat. A secret compartment popped out. He picked up the file and read it carefully. Weird. It was simply weird. Supernatural phenomenon. I detained countless young girls. I call them Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei was a kind and perfect creature. She was about 1.73 meters tall and had long hair. She was kind and smart. She didn't have any destructive power, and she wouldn't hurt anyone. She would even help anyone unconditionally. However, anyone who saw her would have an indescribable desire for ugliness and destruction because of her perfection. The initial enslavement, beating, enjoying the crying of a pure girl, and finally choosing to split. The reason for this is unknown, but our initial guess is that the jealousy of humans comes from the jealousy of perfection. They will not be jealous of the existence of someone who is worse than themselves. When they see an exquisite and perfect porcelain, they can't help but possess and destroy it. It's been determined that Xiao Wei is harmless and has a terrifying destructive power. People will become ugly when they see perfection. Also, their reproduction method is. The writing stopped there, and the rest of the words were stained with blood. Nangongye was in a daze. Suddenly, she sat on the chair and looked up. She looked at her beautiful wife, Su Qiangwei, who was pouring tea for her. She was filled with endless fear. Even though she was just a weak mortal. But she was a monster. It was a monster. He was about to. His eyes were filled with a desire to destroy. Puchi. When he came back to his senses, from his state of madness and hysteria, the room was already stained with blood, and the ground was covered with the corpse of the woman he once loved. He looked at all of this in daze. I actually killed my wife. His face was filled with disbelief, and his mind went blank as he fell to the ground. She was so perfect, so kind. Even if he treated her badly, she would silently endure it. Even if he had hit her just now, she did not resist, and she did not complain in the severe pain. He looked at everything in a daze. As a third-rank official and the 5 regions patrol envoy, his Dao heart had collapsed. His entire life with boundless prospects had been destroyed in an instant. Outside the door, footsteps were heard. Lord Nangongye, the situation. Kakat. The door was pushed open, and a few attendants and guards looked at the scene in a daze. The ground was covered in blood, and the patrol was holding a long knife. I can't be arrested. Nangongye growled and charged out. In less than half a day, the news of the 5 States Patrol envoy, Nangongye, and Wei River Town's county magistrate, Su Cheng, who were both members of the homicidal maniac, defecting and escaping, spread across the entire area. Why would I? The people were getting more and more anxious, and the number of corpses in the nearby county kept increasing. Every day, when they woke up and walked on the streets, they would see corpses all over the ground. In the countryside of Tongcheng, the 100-mu sand plate was extremely exquisite, like a miniature world. On the surface of the Magus world, there were tall mountains and dense forests. There were tall buildings, street lights, streets, and even train stations and trains that were emitting white steam. The weather is getting colder. It was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and even the sun was much colder. Su Ji was sitting in the same chair at the entrance of the courtyard, quietly eating the plates of delicious food from the food world. God said that there are 3 major calamities in the food world a year. This is 3 meals a day. It was time for lunch again. The life of a god of creation was so boring. Any random lunch could lead to a major extinction of the world. Of course, the players seemed to enjoy it even more, which gave him a headache. But this mass extinction isn't what I want. Su Ji sighed and took a bite of the food. He felt that it was delicious and salivating. Medusa has already predicted the future. Mother Earth's green vines have used the entire land to form an incense array that covers the entire world. It can even be said that the living creatures of the world live on a huge and terrifying array. The dragon vein is the energy channel of the array, and the array is the gathering of incense and energy transmission. Of course, it is good for energy transmission, but the more powerful the god is, the more powerful the demon will be. The reason why there were no terrifying side effects previously was that the previous array map was not mature and the accumulation of time was very short. After the two worlds merged, the Earth's dragon vein had advanced to another level of qualitative change, completely moving towards a mature Joss flame civilization. The negative emotions that had accumulated over the years had finally erupted like a volcano. Medusa was right. There was no doubt that the world was equal, and there was no such thing as true perfection. This seemingly perfect system of extraordinary supreme power that could give birth to many gods had the same amount of opportunities as the amount of disasters. Weird, weird. The earth was becoming horrifying and complicated. The emotions of fear were a chain reaction and couldn't be contained. Once it exploded, it instantly formed a chain of horror. One by one, terrifying existences were born, plundered, killed, and existed in various forms in the world. Success was due to mortals, and failure was due to mortals. The power of will from the incense could make them gods, but it would also make these monsters grow. The most terrifying possibility was that the fear of all living beings would give birth to a strange god. My orchard is turning into a haunted house. Su Ji looked up at the sky above the orchard. There was a faint black aura spreading. If both worlds are destroyed, the sandbags of the two supernatural worlds will instantly turn cold. I won't even be able to cry. The others were panicking, but Su Ji was even more so. The sorcerer world was destroyed, the primordial world was destroyed. Then what about him? The blood, sweat, and tears that he had put in up until now were gone in an instant. He had been developing for more than a month now, and he had a total of 3 transcendent world sandbags. The results were not bad. However, the third sandbox, Dichi's ancient wood world, was traveling in the distant universe. Due to the long distance, it was impossible for it to send back the energy of the mass extinction. It could only be stored there and received when he improved his technology or built a space teleportation formation to connect the two worlds. In other words, he would not receive any feedback from the third sandbox world. If these 2 extraordinary sandbags were destroyed, he would be completely out of food, and he would be back to the time before he was liberated. The power of will of all living beings is unknown, indescribable, and has infinite possibilities. Even Medusa, the Deo Lord, and Ermin have no idea how things will develop in the future. There was no doubt that this was a true catastrophe. The high and mighty heavenly Deo and gods couldn't avoid the world, and there was a possibility of falling. All living beings would enter an infinite tribulation. Su Ji took a drink and slowly took a sip. Like Medusa, he felt a deep sense of crisis. Even I can't escape this disaster. After all, in a sense, they're dead, the world is dead, and I'm almost dead too. It was too difficult for me. As the legendary supreme god of creation, the great creator who created the origin of all things, he felt like a younger brother. He could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything to stop it. AI. In the end, it's because my aptitude isn't good enough. I've only reached the 6th step after cultivating for more than a month. Su Ji muttered, if I were stronger, I would be able to stop it with violence. Wah! A classic scene of the god of creation drinking a beverage. Handsome. He's my Prince Charming indeed. I want to evolve my extraordinary potential. I want to enter the universe. On the land in front of them, a group of strange-looking creatures were shaking their heads and whispering in the dark. They didn't want to evolve their species properly. The entire sandbox had become a large-scale gay chat software for adults. Su Ji and the others cast a glance at him and suddenly asked, Intelligent sub-brain, are there any potential species recently? Usually, when he had no other choice, he would want to throw in 2 balding free saviors to work for him for free. They would work hard to save the other world and resist the crisis of the world. At present, there is only one creature that fits the category of the supernatural. A mechanical voice came from the Zerg sub-brain. Su Ji was a little disappointed. Although there had just been another open beta, the previous batch of players who had accumulated the most had all entered the ancient tree world. They had used their revivals, in-game purchases, and to discuss Dichi. It was normal that there were not many new powers now. What's the name of that extraordinary creature? Su Ji took a sip of his drink lightly. The intelligent sub-brain was silent for a moment before it said mechanically. The strongest pretentious face-smacking system. Su Ji was speechless. What the hell was this? Chapter 343, The System. System Life. Su Ji suddenly remembered. In the previous 5th beta, there was a system thesis like that among the new players. It was a pseudo-silicon life form. He still remembered clearly that long speech that made his scalp go numb. All in all, it was a species with potential that they had been looking forward to. They did not expect that after such a long time, it was finally coming out of the furnace. Su Ji thought for a moment and pulled up the player's information. Soon, the sub-brain started to take action. A picture was sent out. In the picture, there was a muscular bronze-colored man. He was tall and strong, as imposing as Tasshan. His muscles were bulging, but he had a cute baby face. Good man. Su Ji immediately gave him a thumbs up. I didn't expect this player to be so muscular, Su Ji was curious on the spot. In his eyes, the evolved players were all sickly, pale, and balding people who had not seen the sun for years. This one was obviously different, as it paid a lot of attention to one's physical fitness. Queen Mother, the mechanical voice said, according to the gender, in human terms, it's a woman. Su Ji was speechless. What a woman! These muscles? These abdominal muscles? With such strong and thick legs and tight muscles, one slap from him could kill a person. However, when she took a closer look, just by looking at the head, she did have a very pure and cute baby face, and it was a cute and pure face with 2 ponytails. But when she looked down from the neck, the muscular brother's body shape was very similar to Neza's from 100,000 Bad Jokes. Get her information. Su Ji took a deep breath, feeling as if his 3 views of the world had been shattered. Pan Shuxian, 21 years old, top fitness coach, expert in human nutrition, medicine, and fighting. A personal trainer? No wonder he had such big muscles. It was just that most boys would only train their muscles when they worked out. Women worked out to shape their bodies, pursuing a slim waist and thin legs. Did he practice it wrong and think he was a man? Su Ji felt powerless to retort. There were very few potential species among the players now, and he could only place his hopes of being a savior on this muscular brother. After all, those who could not fight like the cute girl were ignored. The other ancient heavenly emperors and heavenly thunder emperors were no longer real living beings. They were restricted by the incense and could not have the momentum and drive they had when they were young. He took a closer look at the information and was shocked. I knew something was wrong. She doesn't know evolution at all. So it's this player. She's pulling strings. He saw a familiar face who had disappeared for a long time, Pan Yuxian. The 28-year-old top student professor, the previous Pandora's box. Although this big shot was quiet and never said a word on the forum, she had entered secretly and pretended to be a native. No one knew that she was a player until her death. In the past, she was able to evolve Pandora's box so quickly. Her talent in evolution would not be much lower than the racer of Mount Harana. The racer of Mount Harana had been hiding in the sorcerer world for hundreds of years, studying the theory of evolution, and had even managed to build an alchemy factory. As one of the first players, how could she not have done something? As Pandora's box, she must be studying evolution inside, preparing for the next creature with potential to enter. So, she was actually working on a system life? I knew it wasn't right. The system is silicon-based life form, which can be considered a supercomputer. If you take closer look, it's clearly an advanced version of the Rubik's Cube creature from before, even similar to her Pandora's box. However, what Su Ji did not expect was that Pan Yuxian would actually hand over the results of her evolved species to her younger sister. She should have known that a species was a huge opportunity, and ordinary people would not give up. Moreover, this was the result of her research that had taken her hundreds of years. I really don't know what she's going to do. But then again, these 2 sisters. They're all weirdos. Su Ji felt a little helpless. Can you give me a normal person? In a room filled with Charlotte's posters. There were 2 computers side by side and 2 women wearing equipment. They were in the middle of the evolution sandbox, reproducing. In the sandbox world, Pan Yuxian was personally guiding her sister to evolve into a species with potential, but she had failed many times, and had failed for many days. Really stupid. In terms of evolution, her sister really couldn't do it. After a while, the two of them took off their equipment. The younger sister, Pan Shuxian, was full of energy, and said in a muffled and silly voice, "Sister, if you help me like this, I'll be eliminated in the next closed beta if I don't evolve my species. I'm fine." Pan Yuxian's figure was mature and well developed. She put down her equipment and said, "Even though was eliminated, could still come in at any time. In terms of evolutionary talent, the racer of Mount Harana is the best, so I'm the second. As for Menmei, she can only be ranked third or fourth." Pan Yuxian had hidden herself very well among the players. She knew that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind, and looking at her sister's body shape, it was really an eyesore. His arms were even thicker than his thighs. Her parents were both high-level intellectuals, university professors, and came from scholarly families. How did they give birth to someone who was full of muscle and adventurous spirit? She had been rebellious since she was young and refused to study. She climbed the mountain barehanded, climbed Mount Everest, and dived into the deep sea. Now, she even ran to be a fitness coach. Who would dare to want her with her big and round waist? She had once sent her sister's portrait out for blind dates. Countless men were instantly excited by the cute lowly face with two pigtails. In the end, they finally saw her in person, and when they saw her below her head, he was so scared that his legs went soft. A tall and muscular man with bronze muscles, just by standing there, would you be afraid? Pan Yuxian was having a headache. Pan Shuxian said in a low, muffled voice, "I'm pursuing my own life. Sister, you have an antisocial personality, introverted and dark. You lock yourself in your room all day and don't say a word to anyone. If you say that no one wants me, then who would want you?" Pan Yuxian was speechless. "We both pursue strength. You like the strength of the brain, I like the strength of the fist. A cute girl like you. I can fight 10 of you at once. You're so cute, I'm sure you'll cry for a long time." Pan Shuxian assumed an arrogant posture, her bronze muscles bulging, tall and mighty. "If the end of the world comes, I can pick you up by the waist with one hand, and I can take you out of the zombies' encirclement with the fire axe." Pan Yuxian had a headache. She organized her thoughts and said, "You have become a pseudo-silicon-based life form, so you should have a powerful computing power similar to that of a mechanical computer. This potential pseudo-silicon-based life form is something that I have tailored for you." Ever since she had become Pandora's box and spent some time inside, she had begun to deduce this species. His potential was extremely strong. It was also very suitable for her sister. Although his sister had a poor talent for evolution, she had inherited her family's genes and was very talented in the field of fitness coaching. After all, she loved this field, and top fitness coaches were not that simple. He had to understand the movements of muscles and bones, understand human anatomy, energetism, nutritional supplements, and exercise methods. Only then could he specifically teach people to train their arm muscles, thigh muscles, biceps brachii. Only by understanding the various muscle groups and the essence of exercise could one be taught according to the material. You're equivalent to the person in the modern world who's the most proficient in body force exertion, training, and internal structure. As system, you can use super fast calculations to deduce many things. This was Pan Yuxian's plan. There were two systems. One was Dao cultivation, the other was body cultivation. In modern society, it was impossible for Dao cultivators to find something similar, but what about body cultivators? His younger sister was proficient in these things, such as human muscle science, human force exertion, muscle groups. It was the most suitable. This was the modern profession that was the most helpful to physical cultivators, the fitness coach. Pan Yuxian said, "You should be the best at fighting. I'll send you in first, and I'll find way to help you gain a foothold. I'll find time to transform into creature and go in later. We sisters will be in there together. Two blooming flowers. What do we have to pursue in modern society? This game was definitely not a game. It's a real second life, so I have to work hard." She told her sister. Some of the other players might not understand it, but those who have entered must have realized it and are competing with each other. We can't fall behind. We are much better than them. Just like the two players, Racer of Mount Harana and Cute Girl, she knew that she was a researcher and an evolver who could not fight. All she could do was think of ways to protect herself. The racer of Mount Harana was using the alchemy factory to protect himself. Meng Mei wanted her disciple, Daoist Chang Sheng, to protect her. And she. He had a muscular brother and sister. Now, it was her turn to enter the stage. Originally, she was faster than the cute girl, but this sister's brain was only filled with muscles. She had to teach her step by step until now before she could act it out. But it's so painful to the eyes. She peeked at her sister's bronze-colored muscles. Her chest had been trained into pectoral muscles and was extremely strong. She suddenly felt that it was very scary. By the way, what did you say the name of this creature was? I'll call it the most pretentious and face-smacking system. Pan Shuxian was obviously different from her sister. As a fitness coach, she was usually very outgoing. I want to go in and teach the weak girls in that world to exercise. Girls shouldn't think about relying on men to protect themselves all day. You should rely on this. She tied her hair into 2 cute ponytails, and her bronze body, which was as strong and burly as an iron tower, stood up. A ferocious beast's temperament hit him in the face. She raised her arms, and her well-developed biceps bulged. Sister. A daughter must be strong. Pan Yuxian was speechless. Chapter 344, You can become stronger by writing software. Su Ji got the insectin nest mine to extract the creature's genetic chain. Name, the strongest pretentious face-slapping system, pseudo-mechanical intelligent life form. 1 ultra-fast operation. 2 empty. 3 empty. 4 empty. 5 empty. After spending countless years of effort, he had only gained a 1G no-life form. With Pan Yuxian's consideration, the 4 blank genetic positions had infinite possibilities. She clearly knows that this computer species is different from extraordinary creatures like the alchemy factory and the ivy. They need 2 to 3 genes to form their own system, but system species don't need it. She occupies very few genetic spots. He probably wanted to wait until he entered the other world before thinking of a way to integrate a 2nd gene or even a 3rd gene. For example, the Rubik's Cube gene and Thulhu gene are both very powerful choices. Ordinary low-grade genes took up too much space. Unless one became a 5G no-Zerg hero, one wouldn't be able to modify their own body. For example, Phoenix, although she was a 4G no-life form, she only had 1 heaven-defying genetic talent rising from the ashes. The rest of the genes, such as fire immunity and fire control, were of little value. Especially fire immunity. The practicality of this method was too low. Unless she reached the final realm, she would never be able to change her genetic talent. Although the higher the level of life, the better it was, the genes were too trashy and messy, which was also a great hidden danger. The birth of a silicon-based extraordinary life is equivalent to the beginning of a new era. Su Ji looked at the mechanical hard disk in the sandbox and was very excited. Silicon-based life forms are machines, AI intelligence. The revolution it will bring will be huge. After all, silicon-based life forms and carbon-based life forms are of the same level. They are a life form with endless potential. The universe was full of tricks. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't even be able to imagine how some other life forms could become stronger. The way for computer AI to become stronger, what was the path of extraordinary cultivation like? What kind of waves could a world full of ghosts and monsters cause in such a chaotic world? The evolution sandbox. A group of strange creatures were talking among themselves. Sigh, all the old players who could go in before had basically gone in. We don't know when it'll be our turn. Yup. I wonder if there are any big shots among our batch of 5th beta players. God of creation, you are the worst batch of players I have ever led. No species with potential have evolved yet. The big boss level they were talking about was similar to Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, the racer of Mount Harana, the cute girl, and Xue Beixiu. They were all newbies, and they entered the place not long after they entered. Most of the other players had to go through 1 or 2 open beta testing before they could produce results. By the way, Master Leaper and the Alchemy Monarch, have you not rested enough? I don't know what these 2 big shots are doing. They've been missing for some time. Is there a conspiracy? The people around them continued to chat and eat watermelons. Suddenly, a message rang out. Notice, congratulations to player the distributor of the system of the universe for evolving the strongest pretentious face-smacking system. It possesses great potential and has received an achievement reward. At this moment, everyone was stunned. There was a player named the distributor of the universe system. At that time, they thought that the name was strange. He was a 5th Baton novice who had just joined them not long ago and was not eye-catching. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. Damn, we have a big shot this year. Newbies are all monsters? It's called the System Distributor, an extraordinary creature that has evolved the system? What the hell was this? Was it premeditated? In an instant, countless people walked over madly. They saw a black, square-shaped card disc the size of a palm. It was covered with fine lines, like a CPU, lying quietly on the ground. Next to them was an old player who had been quiet all this time. They didn't even get to chat much. "Little sister, why don't you have legs?" someone asked. It was common knowledge in this world that all living creatures had long legs. Cough, cough, cough. The card said, long legs consume more energy. The structure is unreasonable. I evolved into a pile of soft fur that wriggled like a mop. She wouldn't say that she was too stupid. Even after being scolded by her sister, she didn't grow crab-like spiky legs to walk around the black CPU card. After all, spiky legs were a necessary condition for inserting into other people's bodies and installing the system. Now, of course, he could only take a step back. It had turned into a pile of soft fur, but it was already very good that he could evolve it. A system that doesn't run away, it's obviously not a decent system. There was a tree with 5 big nostrils, and it reached out its hand to pick its nose. "Little sister, what function do you have?" From the looks of it, it's a supernatural creature that imitates computers. Why didn't I think of that? This was a good idea. As a system, just thinking about it makes me feel good. The people around him asked. Pan Shuixian turned her head to look at her sister, and quietly left. His sister wasn't used to being surrounded by so many people. Instead, she was very forthright in talking to these people, directly revealing her system's effects and abilities. "And I think it's good to be furry. If they're too thick, it'll be very painful when they're inserted into the host's body. These little hairs won't hurt too much if they're inserted into the other party's body." The surrounding people started chatting with her. Arg! What a good chat! The girl is so cute, she must be the soft and cute kind in reality. Terrible! It's the feeling of heartache. This woman is so damn sweet. I have to find a way to marry her. The surrounding wolves howled and cheered, feeling that it was very lively and interesting. The famous players from before were all men like Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, the racer of Mount Harana, Shui Bai and Xiao Neahua. It was rare for a cute girl to appear, and countless people immediately turned to suck up to her. Now that a female player had appeared, they were naturally overjoyed. Pan Yu Xian looked at them chasing after him and expressed that she was not interested. A man? No need. His interests were to train his body, work out, and take risks to make girls stronger. She felt that the only thing the two sisters had in common was that they were celibate and never interested in the love affairs of ordinary people. It was just that their parents were heartbroken and looked like they were about to die. They didn't understand the sisters at all. Big shots. When I go in, I'll find a time to broadcast it and explain the situation. If there's anything, I'll ask for your help. She spoke out of habit and lay limply on the ground. She had a chip-like body and a furry black tentacle moving slowly below. I must help. You're the real big boss. The surrounding people said hurriedly. Guys, she said, it's too slow for me to walk by myself. Can you help me carry my species into the world channel? The success rate of her species was very low. It was just like the lightning hammer cube from before. After all, it was a natural array pattern that was replicated by the patterns. When it grew, it would be deformed. Up to this point, only 7 system discs had passed. Although I don't know which world I'm going to enter, I won't be weak no matter if it's a group or an individual. With this in mind, she entered the pitch-black world passage. She walked very slowly, and after some time, light appeared in front of her. It was a dark and lush forest. The sky was vast and high. Not far away, there was a small town and smoke curling up from kitchen chimneys. It was deep, distant, mysterious, and unknown. This style is. The primordial world. She was stunned for a moment and continued to swim with the species. My sister said that we must do as she says, or she won't acknowledge me as her sister. As soon as I came in, I had to use my analysis ability to analyze the plants here and create a database. She glanced at the lush forest. The plants here have been sent to me by a big shot and have been recorded in my database. I just need to taste them all over again. Computer desktop. She called out softly, and a simple light blue panel appeared in her mind. There were 4 icons on the desktop: recycle bin, my computer, save analysis library, and the host panel. She realized that she had become a computer. On the other hand, he was the AI assistant in the computer. It was as if he was a completely different life form. He was different from the human brain made of meat and a life made of flesh and blood. Is this the difference between silicon-based life and carbon-based life? She thought it was amazing. It's really a circuit board that turned itself into an IA, an artificial intelligence computer. If one didn't experience it personally, it would be a novel feeling that would be hard to imagine. It was a completely different kind of life. The memories of carbon-based life forms were stored in the flesh and blood nerve cell units, which might be lost with time. This was the shortcoming of flesh and blood carbon-based life forms. As silicon-based life forms, mechanical life forms made of circuit boards and stones had the greatest characteristic: super fast calculations, never losing memories. In fact, he could even modify, delete, or check his own memories at will. The My Computer on the desktop icon was actually his brain. After turning on My Computer, he could see the various memories stored in his mind. He could even view every experience. The recycle bin was a place to delete one's memories. After all, memory space was limited, and humans could not do that. And the most crucial safekeeping analysis library was the software that he had installed. It was his sister who had helped him program it. It stored a lot of knowledge from the Spore Evolution game forum that was centuries into the future, as well as all the various worlds and worlds. The last host panel was for the host to see, to fool the host. After all, he couldn't show his real desktop to the host. I'm only half a silicon-based life form. According to what my sister said, if there are really silicon-based life forms in this world, they must be a powerful mechanical civilization. They are far superior to humans on Earth and have a huge advantage in learning compared to flesh and blood. They don't need to work until they're bald like humans and can possess the memories and civilization of the previous generation by just copying and pasting. This was the terrifying aspect of silicon-based life forms. And right now, I'm a pseudo-silicon-based life form. How could a silicon-based life form become stronger? His sister had already deduced that if there really was an extraterrestrial mechanical civilization, silicon-based life forms, as artificial intelligence, could program in their own minds and become stronger. Silicon-based life forms are all programmers. They are writing programs in their minds. She had communicated with her sister a lot, and she had guessed the background civilization of the world of silicon-based life. This is a world without magic and battle energy. There are only programmers who have reproduced to the peak. The Great Programming Emperor is so terrifying. Chapter 345, Why Can't You Play Snake in My Mind? Of course, silicon-based life, a mechanical civilization that could become stronger through programming. These were just the sisters' guesses and deductions, and they were just discussing it out of interest. But it was interesting, wasn't it? Although our Earth doesn't have any silicon-based life forms now, we might be able to create artificial silicon-based life forms in the near future. In other words, it was an intelligent AI program, an artificial intelligence that could think and had true intelligence. For example, the alpha dog that was very popular a while ago. This AI is already able to continuously learn knowledge and become smarter. In a sense, in the future, humans might be able to create true intelligent life when they were close to the realm of the Creator. However, would such silicon-based life and artificial intelligence betray humanity? It was like that in many movies, where artificial intelligence enslaved humans. In reality, there were also many famous people in the scientific community who were boycotting the development of AI intelligence. This was a forbidden zone for God. I don't know if they can open the door to the restricted area. In any case, the two of us have already secretly opened it. Thinking of this, Pan Yuxian was secretly pleased with herself. After studying her sister, who had a dark heart, for more than 100 years, she was already terrifyingly strong. However, she looked at the empty computer desktop and muttered to herself, I want sister to help me with the programming of Snake. When I'm bored, I can play some games. I'm already a computer anyway. But my sister said that I can install a fishing expert in my computer. Because my brain is filled with water. Her mind was filled with all sorts of memories related to researching this system. In short, she could only say one sentence. His straight-A student sister was simply awesome. As she walked, she looked at her surroundings. The lush forest contained endless dangers. Suddenly, she looked at the plants beside her and opened the only program in her mind, the Save Analysis Library. Analyzing the appearance of the plants. Wisteria. It can be used as a healing medicine. Please insert a needle to check its specific function. Her tentacle went in. 1%. 5%. The analysis is too slow. She thought for a moment and looked at the 7 CPU species that were slowly wriggling and following behind her. I'm too weak now. I'm not even a tier 1 creature. My sister said that I'm not even as good as Windows 98. At most, I'm just a little stronger than the computing power of the previous Saipan system. It's time to make a move. System transformation. Loading. A row of words appeared on the desktop of the computer, which finally turned into a few big bright red words. 8-core chip. 8 cores are stronger than 1. Ka ka ka. The CPUs changed form and connected together to perform crazy calculations. 20%. 30%. In an instant, the speed of the analysis became extremely fast. I feel like I'm flying. Pan Shuxian was simply overjoyed. It's great to have a dark-hearted, top student sister who looks like everyone owes her 3 million. She doesn't even need to use her brain for anything. It's my sister who forced me to learn programming and make use of the system's specialty. She made me design a program in this computer and then combined it with my human knowledge and various training techniques. Forget it, I have a long time in the other world. I'll just learn slowly. Silicon-based life forms had a completely different cultivation method. It was amazing that he could become stronger just by programming on the system desktop in his mind. But I'm too weak. She looked at the system panel and then at the surrounding environment. The lush green forest, the thorns and weeds on the ground, and it was very cutting. I'm weaker than a slime now, a CPU with furry tentacles. The ahog on the top of Slime's head was very powerful, and it could even hammer people. And what about him? A CPU, reborn in a dangerous foreign world. However, she wasn't afraid when she looked around. In fact, she was looking forward to it. She was a person with an adventurous spirit. Climbing and surviving in rainforests wouldn't be a problem for her. I once taught my students about the 3 essential elements of survival in the wild. The first is shelter, the second is fire, and the third is food. But now, my first survival task is the fourth, which is to find a body. She looked around, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Don't ask her how much she knew as a fitness coach. She even taught her how to survive. She knew a lot of related knowledge. In other aspects, she was not as good as her sister. In this aspect, she had unparalleled enthusiasm and confidence. She carefully wandered in the forest for a few hours and suddenly saw a pheasant. A row of information flashed through his mind. Red pheasant, a level 1 primordial beast. It has an extremely weak witch bloodline. Her eyes narrowed. The ancient Western era was truly a chaotic era. Which wild wizard ancestor could even? And NBSP, okay. It was probably because her ancestor, as a powerful chicken spirit and a demon, had become a concubine of the witch ancestor. The first thing to do in the wilderness is to survive. The night is the scariest time in the mountains. Never believe in fate or wait for luck to come. You can survive the night, but you should decide your own fate. Right now, I can only choose the weakest system host, this one. She sneaked in. She was also very patient. She was used to catching her prey in this way in the wild. She slowly approached the pheasant and slowly inserted her tentacles into the pheasant's body. Goo goo goo. The wild chicken suddenly flipped and flapped its wings, but it was already too late. A black chip was rooted in its body. Ding! The most powerful acting tough face slapping system is loading. The biochip is being activated. Restarting the saved information and analyzing it. A voice sounded in the pheasant's mind. Pheasant. Pheasants had no intelligence, but as a common wild beast, it was easy to control. Half a month later, a terrifying existence was born in the forest, and countless wild beasts died. 169. 170. It was a muscular chicken that was almost bald and had a large amount of muscle growth, revealing its strong bronze muscles. It had a pair of chicken wings and was doing pull-ups while holding onto a thick tree trunk. Pucci. The bald chicken had lost its feathers and no longer had the ability to glide. It immediately jumped onto the ground and did push-ups. 1. 2. The two chicken wings supported themselves on the ground, constantly rising and falling. Large amounts of sweat poured down, and the last remaining feathers began to fall off. Dark red blood vessels bulged all over its body, and the moment it exerted force, they covered its bald body. The temples on both sides of its body bulged, and even the muscles on its forehead condensed into a V shape. Its muscles seemed to be made of steel. Show me the condition of this chicken. Voila! During the push-ups, a blue panel appeared. It was a 3D map of the chicken. It was slowly rotating, showing the distribution of red muscles and the training situation. As a personal trainer, she could see everything with the aid system. After you finish these 371 push-ups, train the triceps on this chicken's wing. Then, do 173 squats to train the quads on the chicken's leg. The pheasant was doing push-ups, sweating profusely. The essence of life was to evolve and stimulate one's potential. She could already feel that with every activation of her muscles and bones, the blood of this chicken was awakening. Wait a minute, go and prepare a nutritious meal according to the condition of this chicken to replenish its protein. I should be able to challenge that rank 2 tiger soon. Chapter 346, Encounter. Free-range chicken. Fitness chicken. The pheasant did not realize that it had obtained the strongest acting tough face slapping system, but it could hear the voice in its mind. As a low-level beast, its mind was confused, and it continued to complete its daily tasks. 0/800 run 1 kilometer, 100 points. 0/700 pull-ups, 100 points. It was transforming. Under the scientific fitness method, it was getting stronger every day by taking in nutrients, accurately planning the training of each muscle, and developing the most efficient method. After every day's task, it was the system store. Although the system store was very simple and only had some medicinal pill formulas, these were all the nutritious meals that she had analyzed, as well as some cultivation techniques from Earth, such as Taiji Fist, Octopole Collapse, and Eagle Claw technique. 1. 2. The system's voice rang in his mind. In the forest, a chicken with muscles as twisted as steel bars, with 2 bare wings, was holding a chicken head, constantly squatting, sprinkling the sweat and feathers of hot-blooded youth. This is youth. What a healthy chicken! It shed its ugly bright red feathers, revealing its firm and streamlined muscles. As a professional fitness coach, Pan Shuxian was extremely satisfied to see such growth. She didn't even have the interest to explore the city anymore and focused on raising chickens. This game was simply too enjoyable to play. Ding! Daily mission update, kill the rank 2 red mountain tiger, 800 points. The image of a tiger appeared in his mind. The wild chicken, which was not very intelligent, still listened to the bewitching voice in its mind. It was about to go over and kill the stage 2 red mountain tiger. Although it's already very terrifying for an ordinary wild chicken without a level to reach the 2nd rank, it's still not enough to fight against a true primordial beast, a 2nd rank ferocious tiger. Pan Yuxian thought for a moment, its IQ is too low. It has done so many daily missions, but it still doesn't know how to exchange for skills. I'd better sneak in through the back door and help it exchange. Even though the system's rules were set in such a way. However, she was the system, and the system software language suggested by the host was designed by her. It was very normal for her to sneak in through the back door. It doesn't know how to exchange, so I'll help it exchange Wing Chun. 3,000 points. Ding! Ding! System store, successfully exchanged Wing Chun. Due to the difference in the host's body size, improving the martial arts. I'm deducing how to exert force, how to move my muscles and how to move my bones. With the help of the 8-core processor, it was completed quickly. That afternoon, Pheasant started Wing Chun practice. He was sweating like rain. A translucent blue image of a pheasant appeared in his mind. It was posing, and he only needed to follow it. Correct your movements. Lower your left wing by 3 centimeters and use your triceps to exert force. Correct your actions. Raise your right claw. Step by step, the pheasant's movements gradually became smooth and perfect, like a dragon or a tiger. Host, wild chicken, rank 2. Strength, 9.4. Speed, 10.3. Vitality, 8.1. Intelligence, 1. Soon, a few days had passed. A wild chicken made its move. The tiger roared in the forest. It used the Wing Chun Inch Punch, which turned into the cruelest fighting chicken, and smashed the head of the tiger opposite it. 3 years had passed. The entire land was filled with disputes. One by one, terrifying monsters were born. Xiao Wei was just one of them. She was considered a harmless and gentle monster. She was even considered a neutral monster. In the entire forest, the pheasant had also reached the 5th rank. Right. Tier 5. Under the devil's training, the pheasant had reached the 5th rank. It was just that its intelligence was still not high. According to logic, a creature would start to have intelligence when it reached the 4th rank, but this pheasant was completely different. Perhaps, it's because his potential is low to begin with, or perhaps it's because the muscles are all over the brain, and they can only communicate with simple things. Pan Yuxian recorded and calculated seriously. This was definitely a system that was different from the primordial world. In this world, be it physical or Deo cultivators, they all needed the genes of the primordial bloodline to open up the inner world, which was also known as the Rubik's Cube gene. And this chicken? Without cultivating his inner world or Danshan, he had reached such a terrifying height by relying only on the bloodline of the witch and the strength of his pure physical body. However, I'm still too weak. I haven't gained intelligence yet, it might not be a real demon. She muttered to herself for a moment. After all, in order to become spirit, I need to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon in the rich small world. Don't think it will work if I forcefully train my body like this, doing push-ups and training my muscles every day. He still had to find his inner world, nurture it, and open up his wisdom. As for finding the inner world of an expert, I should find some demons. After all, demons will reproduce and use their inner world to hatch their offspring. Ziwan Cave. The interior of the cave was paved with exquisitely made crystal tiles. Many beautiful girls were chatting and laughing, their figures faintly discernible. They were drinking and chatting, and they were all transformed demons. This was a demon cave deep in the mountains, and the girls were surrounding a young lady. It was Luo Keiwei. After 3 years, she finally understood who she was. She wasn't a living person at all. She was strange. After she was killed, she would dismember her body and absorb the resentment of humans to give birth to more Xiao Wei. This was their type of reproduction method. Monsters were born from people's hearts. There were good, evil, neutral, and all sorts of strange things, filling the entire land with weirdness, eeriness, and even indescribable horror. Xiao Wei was the weirdest weirdo, but she was also the most pitiful and innocent kind weirdo. She had the most perfect and kind character, but she could make other creatures jealous. They couldn't help but kill her and dismember her body. That was why every Xiao Wei was a target. Even the weirdos would hunt down Xiao Wei to enjoy the pleasure of tearing them apart and the perfection of their bodies. It was an indescribable addiction and temptation. They were also torn apart by others and reproduced with their broken bodies. It was like a form of survival. It was like a pyramid, spreading wildly. Xiao Wei must be at the top of the pyramid, and she must be the mother of all Xiao Weis. She was the leader, and she was also being hunted. I'm not a real human being, but Sister Hera wanted to take me to find my first ancestor, Xiao Wei Bai Keiwei, to see if she could help me in some way. In the end, we ran into other monsters and got ambushed. They got injured and took me away. She looked at the coffin behind her. Lying in it was Emperor Messiah, and in her body was the heavily injured and sleeping Sister Hera. After all, Hera was too old. At this moment, a cute purple-haired girl stuck out her tongue. Luo Keiwei, it's okay. We'll protect you. Those weird things outside won't be able to find us. We're very safe here. You're so kind. As long as we're wary of our jealousy towards you, there won't be any tragedy. Yup. You're too cute. He was too kind. The first thing you do is to help us clean up the house. We love you more than anything. Go, go. It's already midnight. You're covered in mud. Go and take a shower first. Luo Keiwei remained silent. She knew clearly that no matter who it was, they would fall in love with Xiao Wei's perfection at first sight and treat her well. However, as they got along with her more and more, they would be jealous and tear her apart. It was a cycle of tragedy. Take me in now. These kind little monster sisters will be the same in the future. She closed her eyes slightly. My existence itself is a mistake. He suddenly felt tired. Xiao Wei was a disaster. No matter where she went, she would cause death and chaos. Perhaps, he should die? She thought about it calmly. Although Sister Shira said that she was also a living person and that she should not give up her life and would do her best to help her, but... Peng peng peng. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? The girls went to open the wooden door. A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was a handsome young man. How can I help you? Aren't you our next door neighbor, ninth brother? Are you here to take refuge? The girls around them were chattering. Is there anything I can help you with? The handsome man asked again. What? The girls around them were stunned. They felt that something was wrong with ninth brother. Is there anything I can help you with? The handsome man spoke again, but his face gradually became expressionless and stiff. The girls around them felt that something was wrong. It was late at night, but the neighbor's vixen suddenly stood at the door and kept repeating the same sentence, she wants to help us. It felt strange. Luo Keiwei had just come out of the shower. When she saw the man, she shivered and was so scared that she broke out in a sweat. Beads of sweat seeped out and her breathing became rapid. You guys actually opened the door at midnight? Then. That's a fake neighbor. What? The surrounding people were shocked. The government's wanted order, Weird Code 105 fake neighbor. It's said to be a neighbor's late-night massacre in Qingshui County. It gradually became a ghost story and spread throughout Yuzhou. Luo Keiwei was sweating profusely. Fake neighbor. It always knocks on your door at midnight and appears as your neighbors, old people, children, and women. It looks like it's a helpful person and asks you what you need help with. When you invite it in to help you, it's actually looking for a chance to kill you. They were shocked and completely reacted. They opened the door. Had he already been invited in? Luo Keiwei said, after you open the door, if you refuse his help, he will have the motive to kill you. He will kill you directly. If you ask him to help you with the house's work, he will kill you after he helps you. The girls around him trembled and looked at the door. In short, he's just looking for an excuse to kill? A girl hurriedly said, then if I ask him to cut down the trees on a mountain range, he'll kill us after helping us, right? He'll probably need years to cut down trees. Then, we'll escape. It's no use. Luo Keiwei's body trembled. If your request is too much and exceeds his judgment, he will think that you are making things difficult for him and will kill you directly. The only solution was that someone would knock at the door at midnight. He must not open the door. That was the local custom of Qingshui County, and even the entire Yuzhou. You live deep in the mountains and forests of Yuzhou, yet you don't know. It's my fault, he should have followed me here. The girls around them were all ashen-faced. There were different levels of monsters. They grew stronger by absorbing the fear of humans. The more people they killed, the stronger they became. The one in front of them was very strong, and they were no match for him. Is there anything you need our help with? For the fifth time, the man's calm voice sounded. The girls around them broke down instantly. They retreated in fear as if the end of the world had arrived. There was no sound at all. I'm still going to die in the end. Luo Keiwei trembled, but she still wanted to stall for time. She thought to herself, let him help out. Although he'll kill us after he's done, he'll at least be able to live a little longer. Let him mop the floor. It takes a relatively long time, so it's not an excessive request. She had already made up her mind. I want to become a demon. All of a sudden, a little rooster peeked its head out from the gap on the other side of the door sill. It was timid, but it was actually a little cute and innocent. The girls around him were shocked. What? It's just a cute little rooster. Their faces turned pale, thinking that he was their savior. So becoming a demon is the help you wanted. The dull man calmly looked at the rooster that was lying on the crack of the door and sticking its head out. Okay. The girls around him were stunned. The fake neighbor agreed. However, it was indeed not an excessive request. After all, it could already speak, which meant that there was only one last step left. An extremely small wild chicken did not require much energy. You really want to help me? That's great. The cute rooster, which was lying in the gap of the door, actually pushed the door open and slowly stood up. Under the head of the cute rooster was a terrifyingly huge and twisted muscular body. The muscles were twisted like the roots of an old tree. Gulp. The girls around him swallowed hard and looked up. It stood there, forming a shadow. This was a rooster? Oh my god! Where did such a small rooster come from? This was also a strange existence. Even if a demon became a spirit and gained intelligence, it would only transform its feathers. It would not have such an exaggerated muscular body. Uncle, do you think? Help me become a spirit. The little wild chicken was still not very intelligent. It stammered and stammered as it spoke in an excited and childish voice. Chapter 347, Do You All Desire Power? What the hell was this? The fake neighbor slowly looked up and swallowed his saliva. He looked up and saw a terrifying, ferocious, muscular giant with a cute rooster head. It was like a mountain of meat. It was as if this was the real horror and weirdness, and he was a kind, weak human. Your body is too big. The request of becoming a demon is too much. He spoke slowly. Pa. A huge, bald, flesh-colored chicken wing flapped over, like a huge palm condensed from a huge tumor. The fake neighbor was sent flying very cleanly, and his entire face was like a deformed white suspended liquid, turning into mud. The pheasant strode forward and looked down at the light blue system panel next to the corner of its eye. Main mission unlocked, eliminate false neighbors and absorb corpses, 5,000 points. You're some weird folk rumor, the fake neighbor slowly stood up. As a weirdo, although it was formed from the fear of all living beings, it also had its own thoughts. However, it was like a god who protected all living beings. It was the living beings that gave them memories, logic, and wisdom. It was like a program. Among the grotesque, due to the different logic of their actions, it was very likely that they would kill each other. Bang! In the next second, the little pheasant instantly flew out. With a terrifying burst of speed, it turned into a black shadow and instantly smashed the false neighbor into pieces, causing him to explode into a cloud of fog. Who? A gentle breeze swept across. Grotesque reappeared from the grey fog. It roared hoarsely with a cold killing intent. It's useless. You can't kill me. Roar. The fakelin roared like a wild beast. He was already at the 5th rank, so he let out a deafening roar and pounced forward like a beast. Cacat. A huge bright light streaked across. The fake neighbor exploded with endless power, and the two people who were fighting fiercely collided. Small. Little wild chicken. Hurry up and leave. That was weird. It's the power of will gathered by all living beings. It's condensed from the fear of all the people in Yuzhou. As long as you're still in Yuzhou, you can't kill him. Luo Keiwei's anxious voice could be heard from afar. The girls around them also looked desperate and weird. They could not be killed. Bang! The fake neighbor was instantly pressed down and a huge monster rode on his waist. Wing Chun Inch Punch! Boom! The chicken's huge wings were like two elephant ears, alternating left and right as they madly beat his face. Gula gula gula! The little pheasant screamed crazily, as if it was pounding rice cakes. The fake neighbor was madly slapped in the face, and it was smashed deeper into the ground. Pa! He exploded again and died once more. You! What exactly is, what kind of fellow? The fake neighbor stood up again, his body trembling, and he seemed to have become a lot more hazy. You're really weak, no muscles, so soft, and can't take a beating. The little pheasant was confused and disappointed. It was not very intelligent and felt that this was very strange. The fake neighbor was about to speak. Bang! He was smashed again and flew backward. His whole body turned into white mud, emitting white smoke and a strange rotten smell, just like a mass of white mud in a smelly ditch. What is that thing? The fake neighbor was reborn again and screamed loudly. I'm a chicken, an ordinary chicken that can be seen everywhere. Can't you tell? The little pheasant cried out as if the other party was humiliating it, but it still spoke frankly about its past. Its voice gradually became low and a little self-abased. I'm the kind of chicken that your village often eats. The kind of chicken that has its feathers pulled out and its throat cut open to let out blood. I used to hide outside the villagers and watch my own kind being killed, trembling in fear. You're a chicken? The fake neighbor screamed in fear. He struggled on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood as he tried to climb out of the cave. It said it was a chicken. The little wild chicken exploded and awakened a combat form similar to the true body of the wizard ancestor. At this time, it had swelled up again, and its skin and muscles were extremely exaggerated. The thin chicken head was embedded in the muscular body, making it look like a headless giant. There was only a small toothpick-like cute chicken head on its head. As a monster, he had fear. He didn't want to die. He started to crawl out. Didn't you say that you wanted to help me transform? The little pheasant was very excited and crushed his legs that were crawling out with one foot. I want to become a demon too. You want to break away from the weak chickens and become a great demon like you, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and collecting the essence of the sun and moon. Wisdom and intelligence. Walk on the path of cultivation and transcend from ordinary poultry. View. The next second, the false neighbor was completely destroyed, turning into a cloud of mist and dissipating into the air. The entire cave was deathly silent. He's dead? Strange, this was actually. He was beaten to death? Their eyes widened, and their bodies turned cold. The amount of incense gathered by fear was naturally limited, but it was enormous. He had killed his fake neighbor a dozen times with all the fear gathered in Yuzhou. He no longer had enough fear, so how could he be resurrected in such a short time? This little rooster did not show any signs of cultivating the inner world. There was no spiritual chi in its body and it was not a cultivator. How could it be killed by its muscles, speed, and explosive power? That's weird. That was an inhuman existence. How did this chicken do it? This chicken did not cultivate at all. It had not become a demon. What kind of fortuitous encounter had it encountered? They were absolutely horrified. However, he didn't know that this was a wild chicken that had accidentally obtained the most powerful acting tough face slapping system. With the system in his body, he would kill anything that stood in his way. Although the grotesque could not be killed, after a period of time, it would be regathered and reborn because of people's fear of him. After all, as long as humans were afraid, as long as they still remembered its existence in their memories, as long as men and women told their neighbors, as well as the elderly told their children his story before they went to bed, he would never die. I think, so I am. As far as Luo Keiwei knew, the fake neighbor had killed many people and was now a fifth tier. After being completely killed once, he had lost his foundation. Even if he reformed it, it would take 2 to 3 months, and he would return to the third rank. He would need to kill again to grow stronger and create fear for everyone. In the past 3 years, there were too many strange things that were born. Even the high and mighty existences couldn't stop them, because the fear and thoughts of the mortals in the town couldn't be suppressed. They were the ghosts in the mortals' hearts. Unless a major extinction event was launched to exterminate the mortals, it was impossible to completely kill all the anomalies. They looked at the tall and strong chicken in horror and then looked at Luo Keiwei. This grotesque is. I don't know. Luo Keiwei was so anxious that she wanted to cry. She had never seen such a grotesque thing before. The unknown was the most terrifying. Without knowing what kind of existence the other party was, there was no way to deal with it. If they knew some weird logic and rules, they might be able to control, accommodate, and suppress them. For example, number 103, the weirdo known as Justice by the People. Number 103, Justice. Justice was a hero who helped the people get rid of evil. He was a tall, handsome man with a height of 1.93 meters. He held a tall golden spear with mysterious grey patterns. According to the research of Wang Sheng, a great scholar from a famous family in Yuzhou, leading a group of scholars from the imperial court, it seemed to be an unknown array totem. Its specific effects were yet to be determined. Justice. As long as someone was looking at justice, justice would get rid of evil for the people and uphold justice. If no one was looking at him, he would kill crazily and become the most cruel executioner. At first, People thought that he was a hypocrite of justice, a hero on the surface, but a dirty man behind the scenes. According to the deductions of the relevant investigators, they gradually understood the essence of justice. There was no true justice in the world. Justice was determined by one's position. Whatever creature looked at him, he would execute the justice of that race. According to research, he didn't kill people at all times. The times when he killed a large number of people were because there were animals, livestock, and insects watching him. From the perspective of animals and insects, humans were the brutal ones, and they were executing justice for animals. A hero of one race, an executioner of another. Or rather, justice, only justice that is noticed by others is justice. At present, the Yuzhou government's way of dealing with justice was to send a team of soldiers to control him. Under the control of the Guardian, he would be a hero of justice and help deal with all kinds of strange things. In order to prevent him from being out of sight, he was followed by a group of 30 people. At every moment, there were 5 people in every corner staring at him. Using the bizarreness to deal with the bizarreness, this was the way the government dealt with this. Justice. Luo Keiwei took a deep breath. I've seen that terrifying justice before. That tall and handsome man, with a long spear in his hand, bathed in blood on the streets under the watchful eyes of the people. He was not afraid of death and protected the people behind him. In the past 3 years, people had also adapted to the disasters. There were all sorts of terrifying, unknown, horrifying, and indescribable fantasy creatures. They were born from nothingness, from the depths of people's fear, but also because of people's fearful thinking. They had various weaknesses. They were not truly unscrupulous and lawless thugs. Weird, not even good or evil. For example, the fake neighbor would always knock on the door at midnight. This way, she could easily guard against him. This world is really wonderful. Every city has all kinds of fantasy creatures produced by urban legends. Is this what you call weird? I'll take this opportunity to analyze it and obtain some information. Pan Shuixian silently sensed the shattered energy she had absorbed. This was a great opportunity to understand this world. She looked at the desktop of the computer and opened the analysis program. Create a subject to analyze grotesque. Ding. Ding. Analyzing the weird energy properties. 0.1%. 0.2%. As an 8-core processor, her thinking speed was still a little slow. This was because she hadn't been able to improve her body's state much over the past few years, as she couldn't cultivate. As a silicon-based life form, a computer had no way to train the muscles. It also did not have the talent of the primordial humans, which could open up the inner world, upper Danshan, lower Danshan, and create the sea of consciousness. However, anomalies are a type of energy. If you can convert my death into energy and turn it into experience, it'll be great if you can level up by killing monsters. She kept thinking and looking at the monsters in front of her. As a gym instructor, she had a plan in her heart. Ding! Ding! Main mission activated. Daughters should strive for self-improvement. Whenever troubled times arrive, beautiful women are always the first to be harmed. Torture, despair, and pain. Bring all the beauties before you into the gym camp so that they have the power to protect themselves in troubled times. Reward, 400 points. Ding! Ding! Auxiliary language system activated. Please communicate according to the words in front of you. The little pheasant was stunned, but it followed suit with its low IQ. It lowered its head slightly and looked at the beautiful and charming girls who were trembling in front of it. Each of them had slim waists and thin legs, and they exuded a pure and lively aura. They are really too ugly. I want to correct this wrong world. The little wild chicken quickly bent down and crossed its arms in front of its body. Its biceps bulged fiercely, and it posed in a healthy and beautiful posture. A muscular man from the gym came over. Young girls, do you desire power? Chapter 348, The True Demon Race. The beautiful girls around them looked at each other. A cute girl with purple hair and a curvaceous figure sniffed. Her nose seemed to be particularly sensitive. Suddenly, she sensed something. It's not weird. It doesn't have that kind of aura. The people around him heaved a sigh of relief. A pretty, fluffy bunny girl said crisply, but there's no cultivator's aura either. This chicken. He doesn't cultivate his sea of consciousness or his inner world. The girls around them were chattering and were completely shocked. Looking at the chicken, it was indeed a red pheasant raised by farmers near Yuzhou and wild on the mountains. It had never cultivated before, so how did it reach this stage? The size of such a huge creature? Do you guys want to learn? I can teach you and make you as strong as I am, the little wild chicken said. It bulged its strong muscles and made a handsome pose. They looked at the terrifying body of the giant meaty mountain. They felt that it was very terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was that this monster came here to protect them, and there should be conditions. Ziwan Cave was a place where beautiful demons took human form. They lived in groups and were a very weak group. Some powerful demon kings nearby coveted them. After all, some powerful male demons would often have a group of female demons serving them. Does he want us to serve him? They showed hesitation and struggle. In times of peace, they had the strength to protect themselves. However, in this chaotic world, they might have to give up their bottom line and submit to the strong. After all, girls were ultimately too weak. Perhaps only by relying on the strong could they survive. They were frightened and hesitant. Don't worry that I'll do anything bad to you. I'm actually a little hen, the little wild chicken spoke again. All the goblins were speechless. They were stunned on the spot. They had always thought that it was a rooster. He silently raised his head and looked at its body. It was a mountain of flesh just by standing there. It was bald all over, and there were large and small streamlined muscles all over its body, like bronze-colored lumps of flesh. Oh my god! It was actually a hen. When they heard the gender, they didn't let out a sigh of relief. Instead, they became even more frightened. He felt a chill down his spine. But this chicken is really strong. Only Luo Keiwei, who was beside him, was silent. She pursed her pale lips and looked at the strong and muscular body. Then, she looked at the unconscious Sister Hera in the coffin of Great Sovereign Messiah behind her. Can it make me stronger? I'm a weirdo, but I can't cultivate my Danshan and inner world, she said after a moment of hesitation. She explained her origins. Xiao Wei was the weakest monster. Due to her special characteristics, she could not cultivate. Moreover, she was so kind that even ordinary people could kill her. When Pan Yuxian heard this, she felt that there were also such strange things. It was really an urban legend. Now that it had really appeared in front of her eyes, this world was becoming more and more interesting and bizarre. She began to get excited. This weird guy is the best candidate for the system. After all, only a retard like the little wild chicken would stick to the system's daily tasks, which are thousands of push-ups and sit-ups. Not every living being could have the perseverance to train madly for a day. Even if it was a little wild chicken and was very hard-working, he would not do it if he were to set a better daily training task for it. He was already very hard-working, but he was still somewhat lacking. And Xiao Yi? She had a kind personality and would endure no matter how hard it was. Kind and smart, she was simply the best candidate. I can even set a rule for her to do 10,000 push-ups every day. 10,000 sit-ups? Even if she was exhausted to death, she wouldn't have any objections and would only finish it with tears in her eyes. He is the ideal fitness apprentice. Pan Shuixian's breathing became rapid. His expression gradually changed. What I need is a masochist. Xiao Yi is a suitable candidate. Perhaps Medusa also liked this? She suddenly thought of whether she should try to install the system on this person, but she quickly rejected such a terrible idea. At this moment, the little wild chicken replied, as long as you have a body, you can train. The same goes for grotesque. As long as you have a strong heart, I will teach you my way to become stronger. The little pheasant looked at the other female seductresses. Do you know why I'm so powerful? That's because I've found a cultivation method that belongs to Yao. In the lecture room, the little wild chicken began to talk about fitness lessons and encouraged the students. As a fitness coach, she began her first recruitment of disciples in the other world. What's a Yao? Seizing a human body and using it to cultivate? Turn yourself into a human being. The little pheasant's expression was solemn. No, this is not a real demon. No, a real demon? The beautiful fairies in the cave were in chaos. What does it mean for a demon to transform into a human? Does it mean that we're going from low-level beasts to high-level humans? We can completely live as humans? No. Transformation was only a tool and a method of the demon race. You can transform? It could transform? Then what is the essence behind the transformation? The surrounding banshees fell into deep thought. The little pheasant's expression was calm. The transformation is just a disguise. The demon race's true body is our foundation. We demons have always been neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. Demons nowadays never revealed their true forms, and they would always use their human forms when they fought. That's because we all cultivate our human bodies, and the cultivation of a human body is stronger than a demon body. Then what's the advantage that we demons have over humans when we cultivate the human system? The surroundings were completely silent. The demons had no advantage over humans. Furthermore, the demon race had too many flaws. Cultivation was difficult and required the inner world of the strong to develop intelligence. Their growth was also slow, and they could not defeat humans of the same level. This was because unless the monster race cultivated to the 5th or 6th rank, their brains were still relatively slow and could not compare to the wisdom of real humans. Therefore, there were often beautiful sisters of the monster race who were deceived by cunning humans. They lived together in order to form a group. So, we didn't use our advantage. The strongest combat power of a true demon should be its main body. Only when we reveal our true demon forms will we be the strongest in our fight. It flexed its muscles and got into a bodybuilding posture. A muscular brother's aura came over. I am the main body. Think about it. In the future, when I transform into a human form, I'll appear in my true form during battle. I'll be terrifyingly huge monster with muscles. With the same combat power, are Yao stronger than humans? The surrounding demonesses were deep in thought. The demon race should cultivate the demon race's true form and not cultivate the human form? I'm already so strong when I'm cultivating in the outside world that's lacking in energy and training my body in the forest. If I absorb so much energy to train my body in the inner world that's full of energy, do push-ups, long-distance running, and bench presses, would I be even stronger? Plop. The little pheasant's words instantly struck their hearts. Could it be that the path of their cultivation had always been wrong? That's right. Ever since the passing of the Cyan Emperor, their desolate demon clan no longer had any world-shaking experts to help them improve the path of the demon clan. The little wild chicken stood up slowly and looked at the beautiful girls around it. After hundreds of years, many demons inherited the aesthetic of humans and became girly. They thought that handsome, fair, smooth, delicate, and gorgeous curves were beautiful. Pan Yu Xian used the little pheasant's mouth to spread her own ideas. But I'm telling you, the aesthetics of humans are wrong. You're gravely mistaken. Is it wrong for us to learn the human race's aesthetics? The goblins were completely silent. When had they ever attended classes? Suddenly, they felt that their view of the world seemed to be shaken. The little pheasant looked at these girls. Yes, as beasts, you have learned how to dress up superficially and put on clothes. However, we have forgotten our original purpose. We used to live in the jungle as wild beasts. We were fit, agile, elegant, wild, and hunted all animals. The little wild chicken stood on the spot like a terrifying mountain of meat. True beauty lies in the body and soul. It's about not covering up, removing the feathers, and exposing the body openly, full of the beauty of a streamlined body. You guys! You guys! I'm talking about you guys! It pointed at the beautiful girls around it and said in a powerful voice, it's because we have a human body that we are content with our current situation. That human of yours is so soft and has such a curvy figure. I can kill him with one slap. It opened its mouth loudly and sobbed emotionally. Once upon time, I was also a lowly little hen. Just like you, I was controlled by fate. Thought that humans were stronger than us, and that men were stronger than us. However, I had the desire to become stronger. So I became this healthy and beautiful body before you. Training. Training. Strengthen his training. Muscles can give us girls the greatest sense of security. To give us girls a sense of security? The softness in their hearts was completely touched. Women should be self-reliant. This bald chicken had bronze muscles all over its body. They were drenched in sweat, making it look greasy and shiny. Demons are wild beasts. What was a wild beast? Tell me loudly, what is the beauty of the monster race? You. You. And you. Come over and touch it to see if it's firm. The surrounding girls' eyes widened, and they came over to touch it, revealing an intoxicated look of disbelief. You seem to have a sense of security. You're quite beautiful. They seemed to have been bewitched. It turns out that muscles, wildness, and strength were the roots of our monster race that had once passed away. Chapter 349, Full of Demons. Su Ji's eyelids twitched wildly. This Pan Shuxian seemed to be quite happy. Those poor cute girls and paper goblins were so captivated by her that they began their fitness training. Half a month later, little demons walked out of the young girl's body and revealed their true forms. There were beautiful little foxes, beautiful little white rabbits, white mice, and purple little skylarks doing push-ups in the cave. 110. 111. They shed the sweat of their youth. They would train here during the day and return home at night, which was to return to the nest they lived in the inner world of the human body. Their primordial spirits were nourished, like a nutrition energy cabin, absorbing nutrients and recovering their tired bodies. In this way, it was equivalent to cultivating the demon's main body and the human's body as a minor. It was only used to absorb energy and provide the inner world environment for the main body to nourish the body. I don't know if this is the true path of the demon race, but I think it's quite good. It's fit, and it's nourished by the inner world. It's to improve the essence of life and undergo a transformation. Pan Shuxian said with a serious expression. What was the advantage of the system? Only she knew that she was like a human body detector, monitoring the heart pulse, blood pressure, breathing, and constantly calculating the progress of the muscles to give the best optimization. It was an auxiliary device for training the body. Therefore, with the system, this path could perfectly display its advantages. Training. It would also result in an evolution. He didn't know how to cultivate the Dao or the body cultivation system, but this was definitely the most primitive and essential method. After all, Gilgamesh had also reached that height through pure training. After all, the so-called body cultivation, strictly speaking, was also half a spell cultivation. After all, the inner danshan, the cultivation of meridians, and the energy furnace. Pft, pft, pft. All the small animals were doing push-ups. The cute little white rabbit and cute little fox's fur gradually fell off, revealing their flesh-colored bodies. They began to be covered with streamlined bronze muscles, becoming fit and beautiful. There were 6 of them, including Xiao Yi, and each of them was given a system. At this moment, the pheasant leading the pack was training. Its 2 bare wings supported it on the ground as it sat on push-ups. A daughter should be self-reliant. Beautiful hair, that's the aesthetic standard of humans. Only by removing our fur can we reveal the beauty of our demon race. The curves in the right places are the ugliest deformed figure. The beauty of muscles and strength is the most beautiful beauty of living things. They chanted slogans to boost their confidence, and the demon race might rise because of this. Ding! Ding! Daily mission completed, 300 push-ups. 100 points awarded. This information flashed through the little skylark's mind, and it became even more determined. The world was in chaos, and demons were running amok. It was time to start a great era for the demon race. I'm a fitness trainer. I've already transmigrated to another world and become a Pokemon trainer. In the cave, Pan Shuxian looked at the little animals training in front of her, and at the little fox among them. Yi Bulletin. He looked at the white mouse and said, Pikachu. Looking at the strong little wild chicken, he said, Flame chicken. He looked at little lark. Skylark. Little elf trainer. This was training the muscles of the little elves. The current Pan Yu-Xian had gone through the most primitive accumulation and had completely started. First of all, the little wild chicken from before had absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth with the help of its inner world. It had completely transformed and began to have intelligence. Every system creature was very rare. Even for her, the number of reproduction was very low. There were only 8 systems now, and she had reproduced 2 before, but 2 of them were damaged. She had no choice but to break even. As for herself, she took the opportunity to issue missions to the young ladies of the demon race. She obtained the bloodline fusion drug and successfully fused with the bloodline of the primordial human race, so she could begin to cultivate her inner world. However, she realized that although she had an inner world, she did not have the meridians of flesh and blood creatures, only a circuit board. What should he do if he couldn't cultivate the meridian cultivation technique? He could only change the electrical circuit. Electric circuit walking technique. Construction subject improvement of the Sea of Consciousness Meridian method. She opened the desktop of her computer and made a request. I'm deducing 1%, 2%. It was a very magical feeling. In fact, she was giving an order to her brain to make deductions, and the deduction was also done with her own brain. She activated her deduction mode and could only wait for half a month before she could cultivate. Once I can cultivate, I'll be like a fish in the ocean. The level of my life will increase, and the speed of my brain's calculations will be faster. She looked at the small animal in front of her, and the special one was Luo Keiwei. She was the only human-shaped creature, and she was also weird. At this time, she gradually changed from Xiao Wei's soft and cute body to a very strong one. It was a strong Xiao Wei. The little wild chicken is very diligent, but Luo Keiwei is even more diligent. Her kind nature of submissiveness allows her to fulfill all requests unconditionally, and she won't be lazy at all. Maybe I can secretly transfer the main system to Xiao Yi. The little pheasant was naturally diligent, but it was not the best host target because it was about to gain intelligence. And when that time came, would he be lazy? Would he have any thoughts? As Xiao Wei, she was kind, hard-working, and completely under her control. She was the best host. Moreover, the brain of a living being with flesh and blood was easily affected by Xiao Wei's characteristics and could develop jealousy. As a circuit board, he would not be confused at all. Silicon-based life forms were circuit boards, and their memories were all stored information. Life forms with different carbon-based flesh and blood would not be affected by any negative emotions. Special characteristic, immunity to negative emotions. Thus, she began to secretly change her host and successfully transferred to Luo Keiwei. Little wild chickens are still the most worthy of being cultivated. As for the rest of the female seductresses, their levels of diligence are different. The system on their bodies only helps them set some daily training tasks according to their level of diligence. In that case, I've completed my initial accumulation. I'll just have to wait for the deduction of the meridians of electrons. I can use this time to busy myself with programming. She thought for a moment and went out to post. She had always been domineering and resolute, unlike her sister. In the Spore Evolution Game Forum. For them, 4 years was equivalent to the players of the system entering for just over an hour. They were still chatting and even discussing which world this girl had gone to. Would a native possessed by the system be like those web novels, starting the traditional plot of acting cool and slapping faces, and counter-attacking all the way? In the end, the main character was out. Screenshot. It was an image of the system's desktop. Universe System Distributor, look, everyone, this is my brain. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was shocked. What the hell is wrong with your brain? You want everyone to see your brain? It was still as simple as before. Pan Yu Xian continued to say shocking words, who can add something to my brain and write some software? There are some big shot programmers out there, so help me write some programs. My brain accepts Java, C, Python. Tonight, my brain is yours. This system. They were stunned. This computer creature was too interesting. Evolving a species and turning himself into a computer creature? This Spore Evolution game truly had unlimited possibilities. Was there a big-name programmer? Eating melon. As a computer AI, the biggest advantage of silicon-based life forms is that they can program their own neural reflexes, action logic, and various signals. For example, training plugins that allow the body to train on its own 24 hours a day. Happy? Yes, you can delete and add your own memories. For example, in the girl's mind, you can write a message that you like me, the kind that loves me to the point of being sick, shy. In that case, let's add a physical plug-in program, the kind that locks onto your head. Serious face. Pan Shuxian, on the other hand, did not mind and continued to talk about her recent situation. Cutie bosses from the primordial world, don't come over. I'll grow on my own. Don't overstep your boundaries, I'm very strong. The surrounding people were shocked. This person was also a battle type? The other players who were proficient in the evolution theory were basically scholars who were afraid of death. They had never even seen blood before and were very idle. But this one seemed to have a lot of combat talent. He wanted to train himself? This system, is it the kind that can fight? Some players guessed. Following that, Pan Shuxian sent out a little wild chicken card that received the system. They were all stunned. This was a muscular chicken? After listening to the description, they had a headache. As expected of a big boss of the combat style. He was different from other farmers from the beginning. Look at this chicken. What kind of training did he get from the devil? She also mentioned that she had met weird people like Xiao Yi, her fake neighbor, and all kinds of cute girls and fairies. Screenshots. Screenshots. Screenshots of the beautiful girl were sent out. Wow! Pretty, pretty, pretty. She's really a disaster to the country and the people. The demon race girls are really too beautiful. Especially Xiao Yi. She's as beautiful as a female celestial emperor. Her temperament and kindness are perfect, typing with both hands to prove her innocence. JPG. I really want to have a little way. Xiao Yi's weird behavior is perfect. Someone lamented, being a wife, a maid, anything would be the best. After all, they are the kindest and gentlest beauties. How good would it be if they were not envied? Luo Keiwei was liked very quickly. However, the next second, another bunch of screenshots were sent. This is their current situation. In the screenshot, there was a bunch of healthy and muscular animals, such as white rabbits, foxes, hedgehogs, and skylarks. The muscles all over their bodies were exaggeratedly explosive, and they looked like another little wild chicken. This was the true body of the demon race, and the external body of a young girl had not been trained. They could still accept it, but what was the most unacceptable thing? It was a muscular Xiao Wei among the small animals. She was tall and strong, with long black hair that fell over her shoulders. She had a pure and kind, cute and beautiful face, but below her neck. He was extremely strong, burly, and muscular. Everyone felt that their three views had been trampled on the most tragically in history. His eyes were so pungent that they were beyond recognition. This was insanely pungent. He wanted to find eye drops to wash his eyes. The system dominator asked, "How is it? Seeing the perfect girl's figure that I've trained, the beauty of a tiger or a leopard, you must be shocked speechless by my results, right? Xiao Yi was already a King Kong Barbie? You animal!" Their chests were blocked, and they were already on the verge of collapse. They reacted. This female player seemed to be somewhat unusual. She liked to exercise more than boys, liked to take risks, and liked muscles. The cute girl evolved into a dragon and said, "There are 2 more systems, right? Just give me 2 systems." Everyone was stunned. "Menmei, are you also going to step on this road of no return? To become a King Kong Barbie?" Cute girl evolved into a dragon, cough, cough, cough. "I just want a system for playing games and various auxiliary purposes. I also want to get a system for my disciple so that my little fox can train her muscles." In their minds, the image of the charming and lovely little fox beauty flashed. "Menmei, you?" Everyone's mind went blank, and their bodies trembled. These 2 female players were complete demons. Chapter 350, The Possibility of Cultivating in Real Life. 2 demons. This word flashed through their minds, and their 3 views were severely impacted. He completely understood that Pan Shuxian was definitely a fitness girl who was passionate about working out, and the kind who was very good at fighting. She was very realistic and pursued practicality. This kind of personality was not like a girl who liked to fantasize and dream. As for Cutie Pie, on the other hand, she was a girl who loved to fantasize. Otherwise, she would not have liked the god of creation and would not have wanted to create a perfect world without a mass extinction. However, the girl in front of him, whom he had raised with his own hands, was actually so cruel. The system publisher, daughters should be self-reliant. Otherwise, how would the cute girls and little demons protect themselves in this chaotic world? I'm a very realistic person. I'm giving them the most effective training methods. As long as they work hard, they can become stronger. He would be able to survive. In order to survive, what was the harm in sacrificing one's beauty? You live in a peaceful era, so you don't know that in a chaotic world, the fate of the weak is very cruel, especially for girls. Death, abuse, that's a darkness you can't imagine. Although it was practical and the goblins had made the right choice, its combat power was also off the charts, the appearance was unacceptable. It was too painful to the eyes. Many people were male chauvinistic and directly said, The people of Western Sichuan strongly condemn this. The delicate and cute young girls were meant to be protected by the powerhouses. Beauty is a girl's greatest weapon, not muscles. On the contrary, some girls actually agreed with this practice of letting girls train. Get strong people to protect you? You're all too naive. That's an ancient world where the strong are respected. A brutal and bloody other world. Stinky brothers, come out and get beaten up. Girls have no strength and only beauty. Aren't they at your disposal? Morality restrained the weak. The strong make the rules. All of a sudden, the forum started to be noisy, and it even rose to the three views. At this moment, while people were discussing, another big shot walked out. The racer of Mount Harana, I don't care if you're arguing about your values. I don't care. However, this way of training the body of the demon race was very likely to be a very correct path. After all, how did the demon race improve their realm? I'm sorry to tell you that there was no way to improve it before. He listed the cultivation paths of the demon race in detail. In the beginning, his inner world would absorb a large amount of spiritual energy and develop intelligence, turning him into an intelligent animal or plant. What happened after that? After gaining intelligence, small animals didn't know how to walk anymore. He took a turn and walked on the cultivation path of humans. He used a human body to cultivate, causing his demon body to be very weak. He could only use it as a primordial spirit. No matter what, he would always use his human body to fight. This was true. Over the years, the demon tribe had been lacking in both talents. For example, the ancient tribe's broken heaven emperor, the cultivation method that created the ancient tribe, and the cultivation method of the Wu tribe. Not to mention, the Daoist immortality and the creation of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. What about the human race? Dao cultivators, the Mount Shu sword style, and all the martial arts sects in the world. Only the demon race did not rise in the West era. Until now, they were still struggling on their last legs. Perhaps purely training the muscles was indeed the orthodox path in the future. After all, the inner world of the demon race provided a powerful energy supplement for the training of the body. The racer of Mount Harana coughed again. It's not just cute little sister who wants her disciple to cultivate. If possible, I also want to let our Sun Elf tribe's young elf girls train their muscles. Everyone was speechless. Another demon. They felt the pain of breathing. In their minds, the image of those cute and playful elf girls with pointy ears and explosive muscles flashed. Boss, you're driving in the wrong direction. It's not going to the kindergarten. I heard that someone is driving here? I, Che Urva, specialize in driving. I'll just steal your car. It's impossible to work part-time. JPG. I'm just a high school student, I don't want to be mentally polluted by you dirty adults. I want to get out of the car, I want to get out. I want to see a cute and beautiful girl. Ha 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 ha. I've already welded the door shut. Don't even think about getting out of the car. Young men, I'll tell you that muscular girls are the true romance of men. A man only knows how to bully a weak and cute girl, what kind of ability is that? If you're a man, you should overcome difficulties and face them. Strong locking man. Keep your formation downstairs. It's over, I can't find any idioms. It's too difficult for me. JPG. Upstairs, Tianxiu. The entire comment section was filled with the atmosphere of a philosopher. This scene made people sigh. Perhaps only muscles were challenging, and that was the real choice of men. The racer of Mount Harana replied, all you know is how noisy it is. You're too young to see the essence of things. When a living being trains their body, it's an evolution of their life essence. How could they be so ugly? All muscles? There's more to this than meets the eye. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't the big boss driving? Was he talking very seriously? The racer of Mount Harana coughed, do you still remember Daoist Changsheng? The child was only about 10 years old, and he was bald at the beginning. He didn't have eyebrows or hair, and his skin was too tough after training. His hair couldn't grow out of his skin, and he had the aura of a brother. His muscles were explosive to a terrifying extent. But what happened later? Did he change his appearance the moment he broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? His muscles aren't as explosive anymore, his body is more streamlined, his hair has grown out, his body is longer, and he has become a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. Everyone thought about it and realized that it was true. When deist Changsheng was a brawny man, he beat his father and saved his mother. His body size was really eye-catching. He was a child that weighed more than 1,000 pounds. However, after he broke through to the heavenly emperor realm, his appearance changed. The racer of Mount Harana replied, "The essence of life is evolution. From level 1 to level 7, and even level 8, it was an evolution of life. Training was also a form of evolution. After training, one's body would be filled with explosive muscles. This was because the body's level was very low. In order to become stronger and have more power, one could only use quantity to build up muscles, forming tumors. One's body would look extremely huge, like a mountain of meat. Once you reach the 7th rank, your muscles and body will undergo a qualitative change. At this stage, it's as if you've opened up your body's limiter and entered a new life form, becoming streamlined. Your body will become extremely compressed, like a bloated tofu, evolving into a steel plate." This wave of analysis, they were listening attentively. Did this mean that the big shot and the cute girl had already seen through it, and this was similar to the process of becoming a deist priest? So he didn't care? The first 6 levels were explosive muscles, but it would be better when he reached the 7th level? Would she become a beautiful girl again? The racer of Mount Harana said, "However, this system requires a system in order to execute it perfectly. Otherwise, there will be many hidden injuries." He had to be careful. Some muscles, bones, and muscles that were hard to train were hard to train. The essence of life was to train and evolve as a whole. If one couldn't do a comprehensive training, it might cause a deformity. If the training wasn't complete, it would leave a weak point and one would be killed instantly. It's a pity that I didn't get the genes of the system creatures. Otherwise, I would definitely use the alchemy factory to copy a bunch of systems and then give one to the elf girl. In the future, there would be elf pugilist, elf swordsman, and other close combat professions. They listened to the big boss's analysis with great interest. Like I said, this doesn't fit human aesthetics at all. The essence of life would definitely become more perfect as it evolved. Cold sweat. But it's still very scary. How many living beings could reach the heavenly emperor realm? Many demons stopped at the first 6 levels. Wouldn't they be muscular brothers for life? Trembling. The pure muscle model could also be considered a path system. It seemed simple and only required training, but in fact, it was very complicated. Otherwise, someone had developed it a long time ago, and it required equipment such as system monitoring the precise body to be carried out perfectly. Otherwise, he could only use his divine sense to constantly sense his body and train those parts. That was very slow and careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. At this time, someone whimsically said, "The game's data is so realistic. The things inside might work in real life too. The previous system all required bloodlines, evil eyes, potions. Since this system doesn't need it, then if we just train and train our muscles in all aspects, can we become as strong as we are on Earth? As fierce as that little wild chicken?" Some people's breathing became rapid, and their eyes were burning. This was a terrifying guess, and it might even be possible to implement. Chapter 351, There must have been chi trainers in ancient times. Can't we be as overbearing as little wild chickens? The discussion in the surrounding forums was very heated, and countless people were sitting in front of their computers, breathing rapidly as they looked at the screenshots. It was a giant with bulging muscles, and there was a cute chicken head on its head that looked like a toothpick. This little hen is our idol. The current Earth was too ordinary. The employees took the bus to and from work every day, and the students went to and from school. It was just an ordinary society of science and technology, but this game showed them countless wonderful and real extraordinary worlds. They seemed to be intoxicated by the history, cheering and crying for the people inside. The authenticity of it was jaw-dropping, giving them an unparalleled sense of immersion and an immersive experience. Many people even suggested that what could be realized in the game could also be realized in theory in reality. In other words, the extraordinary systems that were derived could appear on Earth. Muscles are the true romance of men. I've decided. I'm going to try it. Boss, can you post your training process? I'm very good at enduring hardships. It's just a little hen, I don't believe that I, a man, can't beat it. From tomorrow onwards, I'm going to be a happy brother. Go to the gym, do bench presses, push UPS, and weightlifting, funny. The crowd was very excited. After all, everyone had the dream of becoming a hero. The racer of Mount Harana was stunned as well. After sorting out his thoughts on the forum, he replied, "In theory, it's possible on Earth, because some of our modern technology and scanning equipment can now monitor every muscle. However, in modern society, no one could bear such hardships. In ancient society, there were martial artists who could bear such hardships, but their equipment and conditions were not up to standard. It was impossible to monitor every inch of the body. Such muscle training would have hidden injuries and strain on the waist muscles. On the contrary, one would not live long. And modern people don't spend so much effort to train their bodies in such complicated ways, scanning their bodies at any time and training every muscle in a targeted and comprehensive way." The netizens started to get very excited. Did this mean that it was really possible? But no one had tried it before? However, the next second, the racer of Mount Harana gave them a critical blow. Moreover, there's no use trying. There was another difficulty. Without the warmth of spiritual energy, such dry training would exhaust one's body and could kill one. As for the little wild chicken, it was able to withstand the attack only because it had the bloodline of the wizard ancestor and was strong enough to activate its bloodline. How can we compete with the strong aboriginals of the other world? No energy to nourish the body? The surrounding people hesitated for a moment and were disappointed. However, this caused quite a stir on the internet. In ancient times, there was a saying about divine sense. The ancient people had to look inside and sense every inch of their body to train their bodies. They also had medicinal baths and pills that might be a way to replenish the body's warmth. Now that I think about it, it's true. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Could it be that one could really cultivate in ancient times? Was he just disappointed for some reason? After all, the video of humans in ancient costumes traveling in space has caused quite a stir. Some research institutes were also in shock. The ancient immortal cultivation civilization. The Deo Lord once visited our world. It's in the small meteorite area in outer space. We Earthlings might be the descendants of the god of creation. They knew more than the other netizens and were even more convinced. In ancient times, there had to be chi trainers. There must be. Coupled with the evidence in front of them, the researchers in white coats looked at the computer screen and believed it without a doubt. At this moment, some of the top tycoons of various countries also started to post on the internet and sent screenshots. In the villa in the picture, there was a scanning device that only big hospitals had. It was worth tens of millions. He said that he could provide it to them for free. It scanned their bodies, adjusted every muscle in their bodies, and trained them as a whole. There was also the best fitness coach who could make training plans for them, provide them with energy, and provide them with the best nourishing meals and medicinal baths. As long as they dared to suffer and try, their monthly salary would start at 30,000 yuan. This is obviously the treatment of a lab rat. This caused quite a stir. Many people were even envious and had wanted to try it for a long time, but they did not have the best equipment. Now that it was provided for free and they could get money, why not? However, the requirements for the body were very high. Most people didn't even pass the initial physical examination. They had very high requirements for mental health, latent diseases, and age. Moreover, this storm continued for a while without any results and gradually stopped paying attention to it. After all, they realized that the training was too intense. Just by eating, the nourishment from food could not nourish and recuperate at all. The absorption rate of medicinal baths was not high either. Perhaps only the legendary spirit qi could achieve such a degree of mild nourishment to the body. Perhaps, our world is a world of martial arts. There's no spiritual qi, so there's no way to cultivate. Some people felt that it made more sense. In a research institute in China. In a room filled with warm white light, there were many large machines and equipment. A researcher in a white coat was sitting in front of a computer and reading the discussion in the forum. They had people to monitor the forum 24/7. This is? The researcher's expression changed slightly. He quickly stood up and walked out of the door with the documents. A cultivation system that doesn't require bloodlines. This is the closest we have ever come to it. Maybe we have a chance. The Earth takes a big step forward as humans take a small step forward. A fanatical look flashed in his eyes. It was the passion of researchers, seekers of knowledge, and the pursuit of truth and knowledge. He came to the white gate of the secret research base. This was the most advanced room. After scanning and unlocking it, a middle-aged man was sitting in the room. He was drawing complex golden totem patterns on the ground, like a real wizard. What happened? The middle-aged man raised his head, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He was the alchemy emperor, Li Shengzhong, who had disappeared for a long time. Li Shengzhong opened his eyes and looked at the young staff. Professor Chen, what happened? Li Shengzhong was the first player to enter. He did not pay attention to hiding his identity. By asking a few friends to help him write the paper on slime, his real identity was quickly found out by the network of the research institute. He was the president of a large multinational company. He was quickly protected and no one from abroad knew his true identity. At this moment, the research institute was willing to provide him with any resources, help, and technological equipment to assist his research. If he had not exposed his identity, Li Shengzhong would definitely be like the racer of Mount Harana, Xue Beixiu, and the others. He would secretly study the amazing changes in his body and then continue to play the game. But he was exposed. He could only go with the flow and enter the research institute. With the help of the best equipment in the research institute, he studied his body, observed his spiritual power, and made use of his huge funds and connections. This was also the reason why he had disappeared for so long. I haven't entered the game these days. I've been studying my mental energy. He took a deep breath. He had been an alchemy emperor for hundreds of years and had lived for hundreds of years. He was much better than these researchers in certain fields. For example, the alchemy field. As a farmer, he had great ambitions. He wanted to go from farming in the game to farming in the real world. He wanted to create an alchemy system in the real world and have the help of a country. It was just like how he had been living off King Lilith, and he only needed to be responsible for research. It's just too difficult. Without the evil eye gene as a foundation. I've given some of my research to Long Wuming. He sighed, feeling a little lonely. Longevity was what every life wanted, and so did he. As the alchemy emperor, he had once crazily wanted to extend his life and live a second life during the Babylonian sorcerer era. And now? He was also working hard. There were many opportunities in the universe. Each world was opening up a new system. Researchers like them had done their research in reality. He believed that it was the same for research institutes in other countries. They had tried evil eyes, potions, inner worlds, sprites, and various major systems, but all of them required bloodlines. This point had simply stumped the researchers on Earth to death, and they had made no progress. However, he still believed in it with a heart full of anticipation. There were so many opportunities in the universe, and there would always be a system that would succeed. He had just finished listening to the researcher's report. A body training system. Li Shengzhong was stunned. He listened carefully and suddenly chuckled. Ha 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 ha. His laughter gradually turned into a loud one, and it gradually grew bigger with joy and even tears. That's true. We can use technological scanning and X-rays to replace divine sense. The only difficulty is to create an environment rich in spiritual qi to nourish the body. He stood up and paced back and forth, extremely excited. This is indeed the cultivation method of the demon race. The demon race's body is strong and can withstand any kind of torture. Moreover, they have the advantage of their race, which is very unsuitable for the weak modern human body. However, it's good enough for us to have a path of cultivation. It's the first step to the future. He already had a direction to work towards. As the great alchemy master, he might be able to use alchemy and modern electricity to create an array with rich energy, which could provide human beings with a training environment like that of a hen. I've gotten close to you again. Transcendent. Li Shengzhong suddenly raised his head, and his sharp eyes looked at the dark blue starry sky poster hanging on the wall. It was a figure dressed in ancient costume, destroying the stars. This time, it's the real beginning. At this moment, he had never felt so close to the huge extraordinary worlds, the civilizations, the magical emperors, and the eternal supreme gods. Chapter 352, It would be a wonder if he could cultivate. Everything that happened in the research institute was naturally under Su Zhi's eyes. Su Zhi was speechless. He did not expect them to be even more convinced that there were Qi practitioners and extraordinary civilizations in the ancient times on Earth, that he was the descendant of the god of creation, and that the Dao Lord was once the ancestor of their ancient Qi practitioners. Since the small meteorite incident, the researchers, under the leadership of Li Shengzhong, had started to walk on the path of truth. With longing and admiration, they pursued the civilization that had existed on this land for thousands of years, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the era of Nuwa and Fuxi. In fact, they were even doing archaeology and constantly studying the remains of ancient civilizations. They searched for traces of the Dao Lord's existence on Earth and even guessed that before the Dao Lord became a god, he could have been Xian Yuan, Nuwa, or even Qi Yu. They also found a large amount of evidence. Are you guys crazy? What the hell is with this attitude of the pilgrims, as if they are going to kneel down and pay their respects? Su Ji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He felt very strange in his heart. I was just opening a sandbox. These people had actually been fantasizing from the beginning to the end. They had been able to complete the background setting so perfectly and even walked into the universe in pursuit of the glory of their ancient ancestors. Su Ji felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He felt that there was no way to explain it. In fact, everyone else had made a comeback, and he knew very well what the Alchemy Emperor had been busy with since he disappeared. He just didn't interfere. After all, he had worked so hard and given up on the game. In reality, as a wizard who had once pursued the truth, the ancient civilization of Earth, and the ancient chi refiner of Huaxia, how could she have the nerve to shatter that sparkling pure heart of his? That would be very cruel. Originally, in Su Ji's eyes, this was nothing much. Without a transcendent bloodline, it was very difficult to cultivate the transcendent system. No matter how much he studied it, he was just wasting his time on a dead end. However, Pan Shuxian had actually opened up a system of body cultivation for the demon race, which allowed them to exercise and train, which gave him enough inspiration. Perhaps he can really create it. Su Ji laughed. I've long guessed that such a day would come. But I didn't think it would come so soon. After all, the systems of the worlds had been developed one after another, and the big shots had been crazily researching them. It was only a matter of time before they could do it in their own fruit farms and in reality. The intelligent sub-brain said in a mechanical voice. Do you want to stop it? There's a huge force behind the other party. There's Long Wuming, the Thunder Monarch, and Bel, the ancient lords of heaven, helping with the research. If we do it quickly, we'll be able to figure it out very quickly. I don't need to. Su Ji was very calm. He stood up and looked at the scenery outside the window. On the land of the orchard was the entire miniature Magus world. The exquisite and miniature buildings were the most beautiful pieces of art. Rivers and lakes, deep forests and basins, trains and steam-powered airships. Don't worry about the little tricks of these top players, let them do whatever they want. Su Ji still maintained his salted fish heart. He was fearless and allowed things to develop as they wished. After all, so what if they could cultivate? If they were to cultivate in the real world for more than 10 years, would they be able to enter the first, second, or third level? And now, only a month had passed. Even Su Ji himself did not know what heights he would reach in the next month. Time was not on the same level. Their cultivation speed in the real world was too slow. As a planet with a low-leveled civilization, Earth's rise was not accelerated in reality, and it would take countless years. As for his own transcendent world, he did not know how far it would have developed by then. If one had to describe this feeling, it could be said to be: the mushrooms don't know the weather, and the mole crickets don't know the spring and autumn. Furthermore, this was something that was difficult to stop. As long as they were still up to something, it would happen sooner or later. They could stop it for a while, but they couldn't do it for a lifetime. Moreover, he was making things difficult for them and causing them to fail continuously. This would seriously dampen their enthusiasm to become bald. All of you are top-notch geniuses with unparalleled talent. All of you were once the main characters of the extraordinary era. All of you are secretly working together to plan in the real world. Sure, do whatever you want. I'll just watch. Su Ji was very calm. This group of players was very smart, and this scene came naturally. However, they were still younger brothers, working for free. Of course, this little bit of sweetness was indeed an unimaginably terrifying fortuitous encounter for them. This wasn't a free job, it could only be said that they saw things on a different level. Su Ji, however, looked out of the window. The most important thing for me is to face this huge disaster that will endanger both worlds. Winter is coming, and the winter disaster is coming. Bizarreness will start to run rampant and continue to grow stronger. In the future, there might even be a god that all living beings fear. Would a god be born? It was highly possible. The good and evil emotions that a person exuded were roughly equal. By collecting the faith of all living beings, the energy of a good god would be born. Then, the fear of all living beings might be enough to give birth to an evil god. What he should be concerned about was how to survive this sandstorm. In the future, it was very likely that every time he collected enough belief energy to give birth to a god, an evil god would appear corresponding to it, and good and evil would be born. The system of cute girls isn't perfect. Su Ji kept thinking. Perhaps, every time a god appears in the future, heaven and earth will still have to face the tribulation. Although it was no longer a mass extinction of living beings where people were massacred in order to become gods, it was still terrifying, or even more terrifying. A god of evil gathered from the wishes of all living beings could destroy the world. This matter needs to be dealt with, but the first thing to be dealt with now is how to deal with the cute girls who are already coming over. This guy. He's actually prepared to dig up my secrets. Su Ji had a headache and felt very helpless. Right. Menmei had already started driving south and was preparing to pass by Tongcheng. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. An ordinary car was driving. On both sides of the highway, there were green trees and wide fields that they would occasionally pass by. From time to time, they could see small streams. I've been to the south once before. I'm done with the things there, so I can take some time to check this place out. I keep feeling like something is guiding me. A young girl dressed in ordinary clothes, but it was very difficult to conceal her moving temperament. As she drove, she looked up at her phone screen and read the posts on the forum. Inside were the animals, still discussing the matter of the muscular brothers. Menmei would occasionally join in and express her opinion on the forum. He had already fallen asleep in the ancient world, but he had brought the game login device in the trunk. Every once in a while, he would go in to check out the situation. After all, as the Mother Earth, lying down to sleep was already a daily routine. The current situation was no longer within her control. The bizarreness ran rampant and continued to be born. Some were constantly eliminated and needed a long time to accumulate before they could be resurrected. Some bizarrels continued to absorb people's fear and become stronger at a very fast speed. It was like raising goo. The monsters continued to kill and be killed. There might even be some terrifying existence among them. She looked at the forum on her phone. It's amazing. The forum and the game are such terrifying black technology. Anyone who logs in is anonymous. No one can find out their real identity unless they seek death and expose themselves to others. Some people said that this was the government's black technology. After all, how could they simply hack into their security network? After all, this was a game that was widely promoted by the entire nation, and the government had also tacitly agreed to this. However, Meng Mei felt that the government was just covering it up, and they could not do it. Suddenly, she received a private message from the forum. The sender was Alchemy Emperor Li Shengjiang. In fact, they often communicated in private, but they didn't know each other's true identity. However, they often helped each other and were wary of each other to prevent the other from finding out their real identities. Li Shengjiang's text message to him was, "I've already found a possible cultivation method in the real world. Help me take a look and see if there's anything wrong with this array. I've also sent it to a few other big shots. If we communicate with each other, it's very likely that we'll start a new era, the Earth's era of cultivation." What? He finally did it. The cute girl was instantly shocked, and her hands on the steering wheel couldn't stop shaking. Chapter 353, Expert Big Boss Group. Meng Mei was no longer calm. She knew that ever since the last incident of the small meteorite from outer space, it had caused a great sensation in all realms. The strange scenes, the unbelievable figures in ancient costumes, the shattering of meteorites, and the soaring of the void made the Alchemy Emperor completely carry out his research on the mysterious and surreal reality. He was different from other ordinary people on Earth. Ordinary people only had the mentality of watching a show. All kinds of civil science experts explained a major astronomical phenomenon and a rare wonder in 1,000 years to cover up the truth. Only people like them who had entered the transcendent world before knew how mysterious it was. The cute girl immediately replied, is it really reliable to be able to research and develop supernatural powers and cultivation systems in reality? The game. Could it really be brought into reality? Even though she knew that those worlds were basically real, it was still unbelievable that they actually appeared in front of her. The alchemy monarch did not answer. Instead, he sent a message. Forum private message, Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand is about to evolve into Kun. I'm pulling you into the temporary forum chat group, do you accept? This was a function that came with the forum. The people in the wizard community used it the most. After all, each character was a guild, and they took turns to come online, so they needed to communicate. The cute girl clicked agree and entered. She found the racer of Mount Harana, Thunderlord, Long Wuming, Bell, and even the newbie the system distributor already inside. 4 p.m. in the afternoon. The game had a reminder function for external information, in case you were immersed in the game and didn't know what happened in reality. Pan Shuxian was very confused. She was in Ziwan Cave, looking at the little goblins who were doing their daily system characters, and then she received a message from the big boss. She chose to quit the game. After all, as a system, she could use the program to hack, so it was not important. She was now looking at the group chat. The big boss was chatting inside, and everyone was talking about the latest movie. My Mediterranean can't be that bald, in the plot of Ermin's Wizard. The plot was great. Looking at the bald bird, I ate 10 bowls of rice noodles, appetite.jpg. This stupid bird is being fooled by little brain, I'm dying of laughter. Smile till ABS come out. JPPG. Sitting in the room, Pan Shuxian was in contact with the upper class for the first time. She even called her sister, Pan Yuxian, to sit in front of the computer and watch. Wow! This was the legendary high-class VIP group? So the life of the big shots is so simple and boring. Pan Shuxian had originally thought that it would definitely be very high-end and very cold. Who knows? They're just like those idiots outside. They're a bunch of high-level idiots. Pan Shuxian was also at the table, speechless. She accidentally glanced at her sister's strong muscles. He immediately felt that it was an eyesore. No matter how many times he saw it, he could not get used to it. Hee. I made her addicted to games so that she wouldn't exercise and would gradually lose weight. Pan Yuxian felt that she was very smart. As one of the top players in Pandora's box, she was one of the first to enter, but she hid herself so well that even this group of players didn't know of her existence. Naturally, she wasn't invited into this chat group, and she lost a lot of high-end information exchange. She was quite curious now. Long Wuming, the movie is so good. I've watched it 3 times already. It's at the Long An Cinema in Hong Kong. The movie is great and I plan to watch it 4 times this weekend. Carrot. The racer of Mount Harana replied, I'll never believe you. You're such a bad old man, none of your words are true. You want to get information from me. One sword turtle breath said, this person is indeed very bad. But speaking of movies, I have a movie here, Myths of the Western Era. It's about to be released, and I estimate that the box office will be at least 5 billion. I'm not that kind of black-hearted person, and I won't take it all for myself. After all, you're also one of the actors. Send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Long Wuming, 3485. Bell, who was at the top of the food chain, said, 9814. Car speed at Mount Harana, 4931. One by one, the bank account numbers were typed out. Pan Shuxian looked at the screen, and suddenly felt very envious. Box office earnings of at least 5 billion? And this was still a small number. This was because My Mediterranean Can't Be So Bald had already exceeded 5 billion and was extremely popular. The one in front of him. Sister, they're so rich. Pan Shuxian sat in front of the computer desk and took a sip of her drink. At most, she was born into a slightly rich family, and she didn't have to worry about food and clothing. However, her family's assets were at most a few million yuan, so when had she ever seen this before? Pan Yuxian stood by the table and sneered. The cute girl evolved into a dragon and said, I don't believe you. None of the accounts are real. Ding. Ding. Pan Shuxian received a private message from Meng Mei. We are the only 2 girls among these stinky men, so we have to stick together. Be careful of these animals, and don't expose your real identity. You're not proficient in the internet, so they'll soon find your real address. Send me your ID address, and I'll block it for you. Pan Shuxian was speechless. Pan Yuxian was speechless. The two of them sat in front of the computer, face to face. These animals were too perverted, not a single one of them was good. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, cough, cough, cough. Let's get down to business. You've all seen my opinion. Let's give it a try. I think it's very possible. Let's work together and figure out the cultivation system on Earth. One small step for the players, one big step for Earth. I'm sure everyone has already guessed that this game is definitely not an ordinary game. It's a channel that connects us to the various worlds. Those transcendent worlds really exist. This is our opportunity, but it is also our crisis. So, what will the fate of our Earth be like in the future? Since we can connect them, will the other worlds also connect to our Earth in the future? We're so weak, how can we resist? You must know that a celestial emperor is enough to cause large-scale destruction. When he lands on Earth, he can destroy cities everywhere. Our modern technological weapons and various large-yield missiles can kill a celestial emperor. However, would they lie down and let us hit them? This was only for ordinary heavenly emperors. If it was someone like Dao Changsheng or Medusa, who had long surpassed the heavenly emperor realm, what would happen? Without a doubt, our Earth will be destroyed. In the past, Dao Changsheng and Dichi had fought each other. The sky had collapsed and the entire primordial world had been razed to the ground, causing a great extinction. When that kind of existence unleashed their full power, it was too terrifying. If the battle between Dao Changsheng and Dichi was on Earth, one of the 7 continents would have been destroyed. We, the top players, are one of the forerunners of Earth. Spore evolution can lead us to all the worlds, which is an opportunity. After all, in reality, everyone has family, right? Everyone agreed with this view. After all, the invasion of the universe was very terrifying. For example, Medusa had also found the spatial coordinates of Earth. What if she invaded Earth directly, just like how she invaded the primordial world? What can we use to resist? Firearms? Military? A tank? A plane? Cute girl, the sorcerer world is still getting colder and colder. It's already approaching the end of the world. Earth, which is warm in winter and cool in summer, is the best choice for the entire sorcerer world to migrate to. The summer resort. +1. +2. Everyone felt that it was very good. After all, there had already been signs of that. The small meteorite and that terrifying figure in ancient robes had made them suspect that he was a Dao Lord. The Earth was connected to the universe. There was no doubt that Earth was one of the tens of thousands of worlds, and the weakest kind of barren world at that. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, that's why I want to study alchemy in the real world. It's a supernatural system. The racer of Mount Harana, Big Boss is far-sighted. I'm blowing my own trumpet. Like. Cute girl, by the way, this new female player seems to have a lot of potential. You've already joined the top team of players. Talk to us. The racer of Mount Harana, welcome, beautiful player. System publisher, hello, everyone. The newbie is trembling. He doesn't dare to speak. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, I've sent all the information to you. You can discuss it with each other and study it together. It's a seminar. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Sure. Long Wuming replied. One sword turtle breath. Bell, who was at the top of the food chain, said, yes, we can. After all, we don't have much time left in there. The incense is poisonous, and our consciousness is gradually getting used to each other. When we completely lose ourselves and become the real living beings, it will be time for us to quit the game. I hope that we can make use of this time to make use of our last remaining energy. The racer of Mount Harana, in that case, we've reached a consensus. Everyone, read my slogan. In order to protect Earth's peace, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed, as a partner of Baldi's and learning. As players, we will not hesitate to fight. The human instrumentality cultivation plan is now open. Everyone was furious. How could this person go around ruining the atmosphere? We've been secretly researching the cultivation system in the real world. We're preparing to do something big and cultivate. This person only knew how to mess around. Meng Mei opened her mouth at this time. Right, tell me what happened here. I feel that something is guiding me. I'm going to take a look. The racer of Mount Harana shuddered. Cutie, you've been creating dragon veins in the primordial world and the sorcerer world. You've been gathering the fate of the earth. There's something on earth that's attracting you. Could it be a dragon vein from earth? The dragon veins of our earth? Everyone's breathing quickened. Chapter 354, Heaven's Discussion Group. Did the God of Creation really come to earth? Everyone was stunned. Although they were hiding their real identities, they could discuss it openly. After all, there was nothing wrong with saying it out loud. They could even discuss and research together. As long as they did not expose their true identities, even if they found something, they could not do anything about it. What are they talking about? What is this? The Pan sisters sat in front of the computer screen and shivered. They looked at each other and joined the chat group for the advanced players of Spore Evolution. Only then did they discover the undercurrent of this world and the truth of the world, but they didn't know what they meant. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, newbies who don't know what's going on. You can go and take a look at the group documents. Ding! Ding! Group leader, Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand evolved into Kun, uploaded a group file. Ding! Ding! Group leader, Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand evolved into Kun, uploaded a group file. Ancestral Wizard System, 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. Elf System, Astral Cultivation Method. 3 main points of Danshan breathing. 37 types of precise sorcery. This big shot uploaded a lot of documents in an instant, as if to express goodwill. This is, the Universe Communication Group. Pan Shuxian was shocked, and she immediately understood that this group was a huge gold finger. All of the most powerful people in the universe, Mother Earth Green Vine, Battle God, Alchemy Emperor, God-slaying Heavenly Emperor, Thunder Emperor. We can communicate and help each other. Every big shot here was a terrifying monster that led and opened up an era of a world. She hurriedly opened the group's files. The two sisters kept flipping through them and added those cultivation techniques to their collection. They directly opened the files that introduced the world. The more they read, the more shocked and terrified they became. What? We are the descendants of the God of Creation? A Dao Lord once came to our earth? Not to mention his younger sister Pan Shuxian, even Pan Yuxian had 10,000 holy shit flying through her heart. This was too scary. She had never interacted with these players before, and at this moment, she was inexplicably shocked. It was as if her entire worldview had been turned upside down. This feeling made her feel as if the first half of her previous life had been fake, an illusion, and she was only seeing the real world in front of her. The God of Creation and the various truths had brought a terrifying impact on everyone. The atmosphere in the group was still very calm and peaceful, with laughter and laughter. Menmei evolved into a dragon and coughed. A long time ago, I felt that there was something in the north of my country near the desert, and I'm going to check it out. I'll report the situation to you bunch of idiots at any time. The racer of Mount Harana, as expected of the daughter of a rich family in real life. Going on a field trip to film a vlog? Why didn't you turn on the camera in the group? Deep in thought JPPG. I'm just shy, Meng Mei replied. The racer of Mount Harana, he he he. I'm not afraid of you being ugly. Please show me your photo. Moreover, it wasn't like beauty services couldn't be used online. You can totally become pretty. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand asked, did you forget to take your medicine? I think I'm so cute, final chicken emoji.jpg. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless. Cute girl, thank you, group leader. I've subdued the sand sculpture. Girl.jpg. Pan Shuxian quietly looked at the nonsense in the chat group. Her heart was not calm, and even her breathing became rapid. Our Earth really has a shocking secret. There really is a dragon vein? The two sisters weren't idiots and didn't like to joke around. However, looking at the chat in the group, they felt that this was definitely a turning point in life. Gradually, after a long time, about 20 minutes, a cute girl's message finally appeared on the forum. I've made everyone wait. It was already dark when I finally arrived at my destination. I took out my Luoyang shovel in the deep mountains and old forests. The target of my senses was here, and I hoped to dig out a zongzi. Screenshots. In the picture, there was an ordinary black grassland. Another 10 minutes passed. Menmei sent a video, brothers, my god. Look at what I've dug out. Ding. Ding. Cute girl is about to evolve into a dragon and has started a live video. Do you want to start it? They're live streaming in the group. In the mortal world, the Pan sisters looked at the notification in the group and quickly opened the video. This was what they had been waiting for. In the world of darkness, there was a black mud pit in the depths of the forest. A ray of light shot into the sky, and countless stars shone in the forest. They floated, moved, and flickered. It was extremely beautiful. It was as if he had been hit by the waves of the sea of stars. In the video, everyone witnessed this magical scene and was immersed in this beautiful scene, as if they had entered a beautiful fantasy world. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a huge shadow slowly floated in the sky, covering the sun. It was as if some unknown shadow dragon was flying across the sky above the mountains. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, are you sure you're not in the primordial world? Long Wuming, there really is a dragon vein on earth? One Sword Turtle Breath, Menmei, come out quickly. What the hell happened? The racer of Mount Harana replied, oh. Everyone was commenting and flooding the screen. It was very lively. Even Pan Shuexian, as a newbie, couldn't help but send a message and mix in with the big shots, is this true? Newbies trembled. Jog. In the live broadcast, the terrifying and shocking scene lasted for a few seconds. The shadow disappeared, and so did the surrounding stars. The entire night was empty, and everything returned to normal. What the hell happened? The group leader was very excited, and Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand said hurriedly, what did you dig out? Hurry up and use your camera to scan the surroundings, there might be something else, Long Wuming spoke. Menmei sent a picture. Big shots, please take a look. I dug this out. In the picture, it seemed to be a dragon with withered grey-black vines. It was the size of an arm and emitted a strange and ancient aura. This is the dragon vein? It's a dead dragon corpse. The remnant soul of that dragon just left and vanished? The forum was filled with excitement. As for the Pan sisters, as players who didn't know anything, they felt a chill run down their spines as they watched the live broadcast in the group. However, the next second, an even more amazing scene appeared. The decayed and withered dragon corpse in his hand gradually turned black and scattered into specks of dust. The moment it dissipated, an ancient memory emerged and flickered in the surroundings. A young man shrouded in a hazy white halo was walking on the ground. He stretched out his hand. The entire world was rapidly evolving. Trees, animals, plants, everything. From the perspective of this dragon, it seemed to be in a small corner, quietly watching the legend of moving mountains and filling the seas, the god of creation who created the world, and descended on the 7 continents of earth. Voila! In the next second, the entire dragon corpse disappeared, and so did the images of the ancient memories. This is the god of creation? Menmei, your male god has appeared. Terrifying, there really are dragons. And according to the memories of this dragon, did the god of creation really appear on earth in the ancient times? We're indeed one of the many worlds in the universe. Everyone was exclaiming in shock. This was too unbelievable. As for Pan Shuexian, who had been quietly watching, her mind was completely blank. Everything that had happened had completely overturned her world. No matter how excited the entire group was, Menmei seemed to have stopped talking. She was also in shock and ignored the people in the group. When Pan Shuexian saw this, she waited for a while more. Nothing happened, and Menmei seemed to have disappeared. As for the big shots in the group, after a moment of excitement, they calmed down. After all, they were experienced and knowledgeable, and they were mentally prepared. Disperse, disperse. There's nothing to watch. There's no more melons. It's not the first time I've seen the god of creation. Every day, we would see the creator sitting in front of the chair at the entrance of the courtyard, eating an apple. That's right, it would be strange if there weren't any in the universe. It had already appeared in the sorcerer world and the primordial world. Now that I'm on Earth, I don't feel any waves in my heart. An ordinary god of creation, a resourceful star, there's nothing to be shocked about, picking nose. In the group, it suddenly became silent. No one made a sound. After all, everyone was busy. Sister, our chance. Pan Shuexian hurriedly waved her pot-sized fists, and the chair she was sitting on made cracking sounds. Yup. The only chance for us sisters to transcend. Pan Yuxian clenched her tender little fist. Before this, she had not joined the group, so she did not know about their communication. At this moment, the impact it gave her was incomparable shock. All right, hurry up and go back. Continue playing the game. You must work hard. I believe that with your combat talent, you can definitely win against those scholars who only know evolution and can't fight at all, Pan Yuxian said. All right. Pan Shuixian's entire state of mind was changing, and she quickly logged into the game. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the system. The little demons in Ziwan Cave were still training. They were muscular rabbits, muscular skylarks, and muscular pheasants. Transcendent? Earth? She exclaimed in surprise, still taking the opportunity to recover from her shock. Chapter 355, Foresight. In the dark night. That strange phenomenon has disappeared. Meng Mei looked lost. Wearing sunglasses and a cap, she looked like a backpacker on a trip. She put down the phone that she was filming. A hole was dug in the ground. The surroundings were desolate, dark, and cold. It was almost winter. This was the deep mountains and wild forests commonly seen in the south. There were no signs of human habitation nearby. There were no roads on the ground, and weeds were overgrown. There were only a few wild tombs in the distance. Under normal circumstances, not to mention people digging holes here, even people passing by here would not happen once in several months. As for the fact that he was in the north, how could Meng Mei tell others her true location? She was afraid that others would stop her and find her true body. However, the adventure was real, and it was also true to ask others to help take a look. She didn't mind sharing the pictures she had just taken with others. After all, they were on the same side, and they were bound together for good. There really is. God of creation. The cute girl murmured in a daze. She took off her sunglasses and revealed her beautiful face. She looked at the withered corpse of the soaring dragon that had just been excavated and disappeared. At this time, her mind was filled with the images of the ancient times, the mysterious scene of the vast giant who moved mountains and filled the sea, creating all living things. Before this, no player had ever seen the terrifying scene of world creation. This was the first time she had seen the god of creation create a world, so she was naturally shocked. She ignored all the screams and questions in the group. Furthermore, this was not another world. That was the Earth of the ancient era, the era of Earth's creation. It was the land he had been living on, and the impact of the creation of the world was self-evident. I followed my senses and came here for a tour. I was just trying my luck, and I really did dig up something. Without a doubt, that vine dragon has a familiar aura, it should be the dragon vein of Earth. There were indeed advanced extraordinary civilizations, cultivators, ancient chi practitioners. I just don't know what level this dragon vein was when it was alive. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, and I can't sense its level now. Her eyes flickered with a colorful longing, which was the breeding of an emotion called ambition. It's been confirmed that this game really is a channel to the universe. Once, as an ordinary person, I experienced life, old age, illness, and death. But now, I can pursue transcendence, pursue eternity, and even become the true Mother Earth Ivy. I can even pursue the true God of creation and become his wife. Everyone wanted to be the protagonist of a fortuitous encounter, and she was no exception. Although she had long passed the age of a Chuyunibyo, she was still a fan of women's web novels and often tipped the authors. At this time, she could not help but think of herself as the female lead in a women's fantasy novel. He had all sorts of fortuitous encounters, the protagonist of the world, countless men chasing after him, then beating up, then acting tough and slapping his face. He had walked to the ultimate realm, married the god of creation, and reached the peak of life. Finally, he sat with the god of creation in the leisurely courtyard of the creation latitude cosmos, holding hands, eating apples together, and watching the heavens and the world as the clouds moved. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. She scratched her head. But now, I'm not the only one who thinks that way, right? Others also thought that they were the protagonists in novels, the Alchemy Emperor. Needless to say, now it was very likely that he was going to open up the cultivation system of the real Earth with his own strength. He was simply the template of the protagonist. If the heavens did not give birth to me, the cultivation on Earth would be like the long night. Even if it was in a web novel, it wouldn't be written in such an exaggerated way, right? The readers would definitely criticize her for being a noob. Not to mention, the racer of Mount Harana, this guy's talent in evolution is simply heaven-defying, his brain is scary, and he's loyal. He's a little silly and funny, he's simply the main character template of a hot-blooded comic. She lowered her head and looked at the spot where the dragon corpse had disappeared. She said regretfully. It's a pity that the dragon vein is too old. My memories and remnant soul have disappeared, and they're not left behind. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to detect something in the real world. I might even be able to use this dragon vein to create a dragon vein in the real world. But now, I can only continue to go to the ancient world and the Magus world to seek opportunities. After all, the universe is so vast, and there are endless possibilities. She checked the surroundings and made sure that nothing was left behind. Then, she put on her sunglasses and drove away. Boom! The car disappeared into the night. Light and shadow flickered. Su Ji's figure walked out slowly, like a silent ghost. He had been quietly watching everything from the gaps between the trees in the depths of the forest. He watched her drive away and said helplessly, "These people are just causing trouble. They even came to my orchard." The Universe Communication Group? This group's name was quite big. They were secretly gathering and doing something. However, this is normal. It would be strange if they weren't powerful. In the words of the universe, they are all geniuses with amazing talent in a certain aspect. They have talent and have lived for so many years. Whether it's in real life or in the game, they're already the protagonists of the world. Long Aotian counterattacked one by one and created miracles. Su Ji's expression calmed down. So what if he was just the protagonist of heaven and earth? He was the god of creation. Even though he was only a rank 6 weakling, an apprentice god of creation, he wanted to see all kinds of geniuses appearing from all over the universe and creating a brilliant era. Naturally, he wouldn't let her come to Tongcheng in case she discovered the secret of the orchard. They were all tiny people in bottles, living creatures in the fields. As such, Su Ji left the orchard when Menmei arrived at a city halfway through her journey. He flew to a certain path in the air and stopped her. The method he used was very simple. Didn't she sense the location? She had created a dragon's vein and used her species, the green vine, to reproduce. Then, she had injected some power of incense into it, and she had naturally sensed this place. This way, she can give up on the idea of continuing her search. Su Ji looked at the car that had disappeared into the road and said with a smile, "Since they like to imagine things so much, your settings are already mine." Since they wanted to see this so badly, he would let nature take its course and let them return with a full load and get what they expected. As for the dragon vein in the orchard, Su Ji took a deep breath. He had not expected that the dragon vein would be so huge that it would actually be sensed by a cute girl in real life. Just now, he had quietly approached Cutie Pie and cast a perception-blocking sorcery, which was a curse sorcery of the Circe faction. As a powerhouse of the 6th step, it was too easy to trick an ordinary person. This way, it's more or less settled. She'll cut off the connection here in the future, eliminating a safety hazard and an incoming crisis. Su Ji thought about it and felt that it was very simple, as if he had just casually dealt with a small matter. The black Rubik's Cube space ring on his finger shook, and an electric car appeared in front of him. "Let's go to the supermarket next door and get some drinks." Su Ji got on his electric bike unsteadily and disappeared into the night on the opposite road. The sorcerer world and the ancient world have already merged into one. They are now one world. There are 3 realms, the immortal realm, the demon realm, and Mount Shu in the mortal realm. It could be considered a large-scale mature transcendent world. The immortal, fiend, and mortal realms were all equally large. After all, the inner world of deist immortality had been continuously merging with the inner world of the entire world's living creatures and experts that had died over the past 1,000 years. It was like the man-made space creation machine that he had previously envisioned. Now that it had been continuously gathered, it was already very large, close to 100 mu. The 3 realms, in total, had 300 mu of land. However, a crisis has arrived for the 3 realms. I don't know if we can survive this, but we still have to leave behind some seeds of hope. He rode the electric bike and thought to himself, it's time to think of a way and prepare for the worst to avoid having no energy source after the world is destroyed. Perhaps, it's time to open up a new world's large-scale sandbox on Earth. Chapter 356, The Wheel of History. Su Ji already had plans to build a new sandbox. The next day, the temperature in the south suddenly dropped by several degrees. According to the weather forecast, a large amount of cold air from the ocean had covered a large area. The biggest change was that the number of beautiful girls in short skirts and stockings on the streets had decreased. They had put on coats and long sleeves. Some girls were not willing to accept this, so strange styles of long-sleeved coats, short skirts, and black stockings had appeared on the streets. Along with the cold air, in an unremarkable county in the south, a shadow dragon was captured by some people. In the pitch-black forest, the ground was covered with a tiny white light beam that shot into the sky. In the sky, there was a long and narrow shadow-like dragon that covered the sky and the sun. It was as big as a mountain range and swallowed the darkness in the sky. It floated through countless lush forests and even a large highway. What's that? At that time, countless people nearby had their mouths wide open and were stunned. This shocking scene made people wonder if it was a poster of a large-scale Xiangxia drama or a big production movie. It was really too shocking and magnificent. In the south, this caused many research institutes around the world to be heartbroken. As expected, none of Meng Mei's words were true. The enemy was too cunning. He said it was in the north, near the desert. He said it so confidently and even marked the location. He even used satellite surveillance to monitor that area and wait for an opportunity. But it turned out to be in the south. Alright, although they had already expected this lie, they still held on to a glimmer of hope and believed in the cute girl's character. However, they still quickly sent people to investigate. Soon, they found the location in the video. Unfortunately, there was nothing left. They still found the black powder, which seemed to be the skeleton of the soaring dragon. They couldn't find its DNA or any living cell structure. It should have been a direct genetic collapse. However, this black dragon's shadow had appeared in many southern magazines, newspapers, and even some UC shock departments headline professional players. They were all very excited. Shocking! It was a once-in-a-thousand-years encounter. The cold air descended and actually condensed into a shadow dragon. It has dragon whiskers, dragon eyes, and dragon scales. Somewhere in the south, the dragon girl has been pregnant for 10 months. She has come down to the mortal world to find a heartless man. It's a dragon, my ass. It was a swan and I. It's so popular, it would be weird if it wasn't Yingluo. In this era where eyeballs were equivalent to traffic, and traffic was equivalent to money, many people on the internet were hyping it up like crazy. Even some of his fans were making a fuss to increase the popularity of their idol, but some of them were also defending themselves by saying that it was definitely an anti-fan who said that. They were attracting haters. Now, their fan group had been occupied by haters, which made people feel heartache. In short, it was a big deal. Of course, after the previous small meteorite incident and the suspected ancient sword immortals in outer space, it was said that some foreign friends had begun to plan and believe that the world was changing. There were supernatural powers that they could not imagine. Vampires, sword immortals, ninjas, zombies, and all sorts of other things might exist. True dragon, sword immortal, ancient Huaxia people. With a history of more than 5,000 years, there are indeed many secrets. Deist immortals. Ascend, and we're in outer space. Some foreign friends even took a plane to Huaxia for a holiday, looking for famous mountains to become apprentices. Of course, some people in China were also discussing it. The Taiba and group chat were still quite lively. The supernatural has awakened. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is moving strangely, and all kinds of fantasy phenomena keep appearing. However, I've read so many novels about the supernatural awakening that I'm already prepared. I'm already planning to cultivate. Our earth looks simple. In reality, it's an ancient land. The graveyard of the ancient gods and devils is a holy ground. The earth is recovering, and the ancient gods and demons are also awakening. That period of history that has been sealed for 10,000 years will finally be unraveled again. The shackles of the extraordinary in the world have been unlocked. Where should we humans go? Some people were looking forward to it and felt that it was very interesting. They even posted comments that were similar to Chuyunibuo. In the room. Supernatural revival? In response to the news and online discussions, Su Ji had already put on a black coat and just smiled. Su Ji could not help but feel helpless. Just think about it. After that, you'll still have to live your days slowly. Go to work, go to school, and occasionally go to the wizarding community to get bald. It was impossible to cultivate without time acceleration, so what if he touched the system? The time needed to put it into practice was too long. Regardless of how the internet was abuzz outside, Su Ji's days were still very calm. He lived a leisurely and calm farm life in an orchard in the sparsely populated countryside. The two realms have really merged now. From now on, they will be a huge sandbox world. In that case, I will be called the Three Realms. The Nine Heavens of the immortal world. There was a deity ground above the nine heavens, guarded by the heavenly Deo. All the powerful cultivators in the mortal world could meet the thunder tribulation and ascend to the deity world. The underworld of the demonic realm. The environment was harsh, and the demonic god of origin was guarding the place. The demons believed in the demonic god to obtain power, and they formed all kinds of strange professions. The earth of the mortal world. The various dynasties formed incense dragon veins, and the sword immortal of Mount Shu guarded the entire land. Now, with the advancement and integration of time, the overall structural laws of the sorcerer world and the ancient primordial world had been greatly adjusted. My world is welcoming a brand new version 3.0, the Three Realms era. He was standing in front of the window in the living room, facing the fine rays of bright sunlight outside the window. He looked at the sorcerer world that had just passed the night of the celestial wizard, and another 50 years had passed. It was already dawn, and a cold wind was sweeping through. Many people knew that when winter came, the withered leaves on the ground would occasionally form small whirlpools due to the wind. It looked very beautiful. To them, the entire land was like a small hurricane. To mortals, it was a terrifying killing power. The world might really be destroyed. Hurricanes and coldness are coming. Many powerful professionals were running on the earth, shouting loudly. There was a young newspaper seller from a poor background. His face was full of freckles and pimples. He was riding a bicycle with a stack of newspapers on the black basket in front of him. He waved and shouted from the street to the alley. The latest newspapers. The latest newspaper in Holy Light City, Dandi. The alchemists of the major professional churches have already built alchemy windmills according to God's will. They may be able to use the energy generated by the hurricanes to heat us up. The great Lord, Hermes, the god of wisdom, has provided us with the wisdom to avoid disaster. Quite a few people were exchanging words to boost their confidence. There were also monarchs and great emperors murmuring in the divine kingdom. We've only developed the power of faith for 100 years here, and we've started to have all kinds of supernatural phenomena like the other side. All kinds of terrifying creatures, and even more terrifying ones, have combined with potions and the limbs of the evil god of Thulhu. They have a real entity and an indescribable fear. They're the real evil gods, with immortality. It's fine if it's other strange things, but the real Thulhu evil god has appeared. All living beings are reborn in fear according to the history of disasters brought by the evil gods in the past. They have become outer gods. Asatos, the god of blind stupidity, has really come to this world. All living beings and mortals still remembered the god of blind stupidity, Asatos, who had disappeared in history. After all, it was hard to forget the foolish laughter he brought. He was still resurrected. Not only that, but the chaos of the origin of the universe, the black goat of the forest that breeds thousands of offsprings, Sabu Nicholas and Yog Sotos, the one of all things, have also reappeared. Anyone who has seen them will be swallowed by endless fear, develop an indescribable fear, and walk to death. Some people kept muttering. The era of evil gods had arrived once again, and it was a true evil god. In the ancient mortal world, Mount Shu has already established a demon-subduing pagoda to suppress countless terrifying demons and monsters. What about us? As a result, one church after another spontaneously organized and gathered a large amount of money and physics. The SCP Foundation was established with the goal of taking in abnormal phenomena, events, individuals, and so on in the world, and collectively referred to as receptacles. The resurrected Thulhu evil gods, outer gods, and great old rulers were the most powerful and troublesome receptionists. Humans can no longer live in fear. Nothing can protect us. We must protect ourselves. We control it. We'll take them in. We'll protect them. In some of the northern European cities, the various religious classes, churches, and the monarch and emperors immediately gave orders to send people to protect the mortals, their believers, and the powerhouses of the potion sequence. On the streets, the various magic gunners and mechanical swordsmen of the major classes began to secretly take in and deal with some taboo items. Kaka. Su Ji suddenly closed the window, as if he had closed the window to a chaotic world. The tide and disaster of history are inevitable. Even though it has been delayed by the green vines of Mother Earth, it can't be avoided. There's no true perfection, no death in the future. Let's see how you're going to face it. What kind of brilliant civilization will be born, or will you be destroyed because of it? How should I describe it? The wheel of an era is slowly moving. Su Ji's expression gradually calmed down. He turned around and left the closed window. He sat on the leather sofa in the living room, poured a pot of hot tea, and rested his chin on his hand. The disaster has just begun to sprout. It will take some time for fear to completely ferment before it can breed more powerful bizarreness. I need to do my own things, and I really need to create a brand new sandbox world. Chapter 357, The Beginning of a Super Large World. Since he could not help, he might as well do his own thing and open up a new sandbox world to look forward to the future. After all, there were only 2 sandbox transcendent worlds left after the fusion. 1 ancient wood world. 2 3 realms. As for the ancient tree world outside, the spaceships floating in space could only be considered half a world as the advance force. This was a long-term plan from the start and there were no benefits for the time being. Then, a new problem arose. Where was the geographical location of the new world of the sandbox? Still in the orchard? It was obviously not realistic. There was no new space to accommodate the sandbox, so he could only find other terrains and environments to open up a new world. Then, here's the question. Water world? World of ice? The lava world? The hurricane world? Su Ji sorted out his thoughts. He had gotten used to this way of thinking over the years he had been a wizard. The kind of terrain, temperature, sunlight, water, and environment would produce the kind of evolution in life, completely becoming the foundation of a world. The water world was relatively simple and easy to find. In fact, because of the geographical location of Tongcheng, there were many underground rivers. There were often underground caves and stalactites, which were also very good. A hurricane world, using 4 or 8 electric fans to blow continuously. He felt that it was a little too ordinary, so he put it aside for the time being. What about the world of glaciers? It was very troublesome. He had to rent a warehouse for frozen meat. The sandbox should be at least 100 mu, right? That was impossible. Or, he could go to the North or South Pole and build a sandpit. He dug out a huge glacier and built a huge frozen cube inside. It was like a glass box with fish swimming around it. It was beautiful and rotten. But that's too far away. It's not realistic in all aspects. Su Ji massaged his temples and sat on a chair in the living room. He kept writing down his ideas on the paper with a pen, then crossed them out one by one and rejected them. Then, the next sandbox world, the lava world. The lava was easier to deal with as they could just dig down, simple and crude. Moreover, although there were few volcanoes in China, there was an extinct volcano in a few counties next to Tongcheng. If you dug in the volcano there, you probably wouldn't have to dig too deep to see the lava zone that extended to the surface. However, it was too dangerous to build a sandbox in the transcendent world inside a volcano. If it developed and celestial emperors appeared, what would they do if they encountered people who fought like Dao Changsheng? 2 small ants had triggered a volcanic eruption, and the people in the nearby cities would be dead. If we choose the lava sandbox, we can only dig the asthenosphere deep underground. It's too laborious. It depends on our luck to dig from the bottom. Each place is different. If we're unlucky, we'll have to dig 4,000 meters to reach the magma area in the asthenosphere. Su Ji took a deep breath and looked at the densely packed conjectures and inferences on the paper. He felt that creating a world was not an easy task. He took a sip of tea and said, "For now, I can only choose between the water world and the lava world." In fact, he didn't have a choice. He was only a stage 6 powerhouse and wasn't even a heavenly emperor. To dig to the lava zone and build a sand tray, that was a few thousand meters of stone and soil. The workload was too terrifying. According to common sense, he could only choose the water world, but Su Ji did not choose it. He really wanted to build a lava world. After all, he wanted to build a very big world in his next world. He no longer wanted to build a small family of 100 mu. He felt that the times should progress. Then, where would a larger territory, thousands of mu, come from? It was impossible on the surface. Even in the underground world, if you dug too deep, it would collapse if you did not dig deep enough. For example, in the primordial world, several pillars supporting the sky and earth broke and collapsed, not to mention a larger area. Therefore, it could only be deeper underground. Since I'm rank 6 and can't go to outer space, then I'll go down. It's bigger and fits the lava plate. Su Ji tapped the tip of his pen and said, "Deep underground, I can do whatever I want. I can even create an area the size of a small or medium-sized province in reality if I want to." The Earth's core. A civilization that surrounded the Earth's core seemed to be a little too tempting. Furthermore, how was he going to deal with sunlight in the water world? It was a difficult problem, but the lava world was different. It had a natural source of heat and light. Thinking about it this way, Su Ji was even more tempted. However, this did not mean that he had to dig a terrifying tunnel. That was unrealistic. He stood up and planned to set up a space teleportation formation to teleport to the lava zone deep in the earth. This way, it would be easy to solve the problem. The Sorcerer World. The Elise Garden of the Netherworld. After the war between the two worlds had ended, the two worlds were no longer in a stalemate. In the end, the Deo Lord had still left. Ermin was still playing chess, but her opponent had changed to Hermes. Although Medusa was overbearing, Ermin could still communicate with Hermes occasionally. After all, it was very beneficial to learn from the knowledgeable god of wisdom. As for the mirror image of Su Ji's clone, it had gods communicating with it, and it had also made rapid progress. Hwalala! The beautiful red spider lilies of the underworld bloomed around him. Hermes, you have indeed traveled to many worlds. Do you really have the coordinates of other worlds in your mind? If there's a new world, we'll be much safer, Ermin said calmly. It's a distant memory. I don't know if that world still exists. After all, there are many worlds in the universe, and they are all living and dying. We are too small to a world. Then I'll give it a try too. Ermin spoke and placed a black chess piece. A few months later, Hermes came again and took a stone as a target. After a few tries, Ermin exhausted a lot of energy and finally located the teleportation circle. She tried to teleport over, but unfortunately, he had failed. It's probably because that world has been destroyed. Ermin was a little disappointed. Had he failed? He did not. Since I failed, you can give me the other coordinates of the teleportation. I'm very interested in the space teleportation formation, said Hermes. Ermin didn't doubt him. After all, no one doubted Hermes now. They handed the other end of the teleportation portal to him and the two continued to play chess. In reality, Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the teleportation array he had just obtained. It took more than 3 months to get it done easily. A god helped to build the teleportation formation. How could he be sure that it was near the lava zone? It was because Su Ji had located himself about 1,800 meters below his feet. This distance was very suitable, and the token of his location was the lava volcanic rock for Ermin. If there was volcanic rock, it would naturally be located in the rock structure formed by magma. He was also very lucky that he didn't set the teleportation portal in the lava, or it would be gone in an instant. Every time a teleportation portal was set up, it required a lot of energy from the gods, and even Ermin couldn't bear it. Since the teleportation array didn't melt, it means that we've been teleported to a volcanic rock that has solidified lava. I'll send a mirror image to explore first. Su Ji closed his eyes slightly and began his adventure to the core. Chapter 358, The Lava World. Whoosh! The teleportation formation consumed a huge amount of energy, and the intricate formation totem lit up. A tiny ant-like figure quickly appeared in the pitch-black environment. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. It was very difficult to move, and the surroundings were filled with soil without a single gap. He's buried alive. This thought flashed through Su Ji's mind. Whoosh! The light flashed again, gentle and warm. A bright light emitted from a spell slowly formed a protective shield, spreading out the entire dark earth world. The surrounding black earth and hard stones seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force and began to deform, like an eggshell. Invisible perception. Su Ji's mirror image raised his hand slightly. An invisible perception, a rank 5 spiritual spell, spread out like a ripple. Soon, a red holographic image appeared in his mind like a bat. There were stones, sand, soil, lava, and boiling lava. The main vein of the magma is actually still very far away. However, the nearest branch of the magma is 13 meters away. In his sea of consciousness, a burning red river of spiritual perception appeared. However, this branch is also very large. It's a full 7 meters wide and is suitable for building a sand basin. As for the other locations, they're far away and can be used as ordinary underground spaces. We can even draw water in and use it as a river, so it won't evaporate. He kept weighing and scanning the entire sand plate. After all, this was a dangerous lava zone. If there was lava above him, he would probably collapse. The mirror image carefully cut off the teleportation formation, positioning rock from the stone wall and placed it in another appropriate place, in case it was lost and could not be teleported in again. Then, the mirror image slowly used spells to expand and burn the environment until it could easily accommodate a person. Voila! In a flash, a young man wearing black protective goggles for an electric welder appeared on the spot. After creating the environment for entry, Su Ji's original body came over personally. This exploration of the depths of Earth was very important and could not be missed. I don't know how long it'll take for a small mirror image of an ant to burn. It's faster for my original body to come out and do the work. Voila! With a wave of his hand, he kept opening up a path, punching a passage to the lava river. Very quickly, a boiling hot lava river appeared in front of them. It was scorching hot and bubbling, making one feel a silent horror. Lava was one of the most dangerous natural scenes on the entire Earth, and it was the embodiment of nature's most terrifying power. Rise! Su Ji stretched out his hand. Voila! The bright red lava was as heavy as lead and mercury. It turned into fiery red silk and began to dance in the air. It burned the surrounding soil. An inch, a meter, 2 meters, the space was constantly expanding. Su Ji had even used a wizard's protective barrier to protect his entire body. Even if he accidentally fell into the lava, he could still struggle for more than 10 seconds. It's much more difficult to dig for magma and underground in reality than in the game. However, he didn't need to make it big. About 1 mu of land was enough. I'm not like Phoenix's professional excavator. It's too tiring to spend decades to excavate 100 acres of land. Let the creatures of this world develop and excavate the rest of the land themselves. Su Ji was very calm. As long as he didn't limit the area, they would dig themselves. The previous sandbox was 100 acres of land, but in this world, the area given by Su Ji was 10,000 acres. What kind of concept was this? It was 100 times bigger than the primordial world, but they had to expand it themselves. The area of this world was more than 30 times larger than the 3 realms combined. One could see the vastness of the entire vast land. In the time that followed, Su Ji activated the 100-year acceleration for himself and made a few breaks. He was extremely tired and only managed to open up 1 mu of land. Then, he planned the environment, the river and the location of the mountains and rivers, creating a rather reasonable terrain. The Rubik's Cube pet in the orchard finally had a use. Su Ji had its internal space store a large amount of water and then transported it over. After a few rounds, he got everything done with ease and created a large ocean, as much as half an acre of land. Release the spores. Su Ji stretched out his hand, and the most primitive life entered the ocean. The water was still calm, but the most beautiful and most limitless primitive form of life was already slowly being nurtured, like a fetus in amniotic fluid, with infinite possibilities. The origin of life has been opened. Su Ji's expression was very calm. However, this is only the foundation. The creation of the lava world and the deployment of spores are all foundations. The civilization and system of this world, the protagonist of this era, should have been created. This time, Su Ji intended to break through the shackles of the previous worlds and go all out. This world is 100 times larger than the previous transcendent world. Furthermore, I want to try. Walk the combination of mechanical technology and extraordinary power. Su Ji kept thinking in his mind. Cultivating supernatural powers through scientific methods. This was the inspiration given by Pan Shuai. The demon path that she had opened up required a system, a body detector that she carried with her to check her heartbeat, blood flow and muscle distribution. By adjusting the data and body feedback, he could better train his body and achieve the overall evolution of life. Although divine sense could also do this, it was a thankless effort. Not only did it consume a lot of energy, but it was also very slow and a waste of time. This made Su Ji sense something. If a person wanted to work out, they needed the guidance of a fitness coach. Only by exercising the body in a scientific way could they get half the results with twice the effort. If a person wanted to cultivate, he would probably have to monitor his body at all times. Only with the help of science and technology could he do better. Look at the 7 Dragon Balls, scientific physical training, all kinds of black technology, gravity room, combat glasses, they can directly explode stars. This was what Su Ji thought. As a modern person, he had been influenced by these novels and anime since he was a child, and he was no exception. However, how it would develop was still an unknown, but he had to try. Then, how could it be scientific enough? Of course, it was the system. This would have been very difficult to achieve in the past, but it was possible now. With the silicon-based life computer, Su Ji had set the genes of the new world as the basic system template. In the sorcerer world, the orangutan gene and the evil eye gene had developed the sorcerer system. In the ancient world, the monkey gene and the Rubik's Cube gene had developed the inner world system. And the new world? Gene plus system gene, what kind of system would be developed? Su Ji did not know what primeval genes he would use as a template, but he had to give it a try. The living beings of this new world, the brain of the circuit board, the body made of flesh and blood, the human-shaped computer angel heart? How do you cultivate? Su Ji felt that this was an incredible world. It was hard to imagine how it would develop, but he still went back in the end. He used the system's genes directly and began to fuse with a new life. Chapter 359, Project New Brain. The entire piece of land was one mu. Su Ji continued to dig and expand the space, building a simple and crude hut. He set up a test bench, an alchemy table, and even test tubes, flasks, and some transparent bottles and jars. They filled the entire shelf, as if it was a large chemistry laboratory. In the distance, the lava river provided light. On the surface, we can't carry out many experiments, so it's much easier here. Su Ji was dressed in an exquisite black sorcerer's robe as he looked out the window. All the species he had created before had to enter the sorcerer world as Messiah and study the Rubik's Cube genes for many years before he could completely open up the system and form the ancient primordial world. And now, it was the same. He had to study the system genes. Su Ji retracted his gaze from the window and stood on the alchemy table. He shook the glass test tube, which contained a glucose nutrient solution, and gave an order. Zerg sub-brain, pull out the gene bank and reproduce the species system. The mechanical voice said. It's reproducing. On the square-shaped pool in the petri dish, the DNA genes of the inceptive spores were arranged in a strange way, forming a specific primitive life form. It rapidly multiplied and formed a chip template. This is the life form that is the basic gene. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the chips with furry tentacles. They looked like a flat, square turtle with seaweed tentacles growing on them, but he was not very satisfied with the texture of the shell. After all, this was not an electronics factory. The circuit stripes produced were like the stripes on a tiger's skin. There would be deviations. Even if it was a large CPU factory, the assembly line would have a high rate of defective products, not to mention a living thing. Most of these chips were failed products. What's the success rate of the sub-brain? Su Ji asked. The mechanical voice said. The success rate is 1 Indiana 10000. Most of this species has 1 to 5 circuit errors, causing it to be unusable as a whole. If it is man-made, some of the finished products with fewer errors can be modified, and the success rate can be increased to 1 in 1000. Would most of them need to be man-made the day after tomorrow? Su Ji nodded. Pan Shuai herself also did the same. Basically, she had to make slight adjustments when they appeared, but most of them were too deformed, and there was no way to make adjustments, so the production of species was very low. 1 in 10,000 produced by natural conditions, it's too low, too low. The system chip can adjust it, but what if it reproduced into a living creature? How do you adjust the human brain? Brain surgery? If we were to create life, normally, only 1 out of 10,000 people would have the system's talent. This was a terrible problem. Moreover, this was under the condition that he had not integrated it with other life genes. If he had integrated it with other life genes, the success rate would have been even lower. Am I asking for too much? Su Ji sighed. It was a beautiful dream, but it was too difficult to achieve. Even if it was Pan Shuxian, it was impossible for everyone to have a system, not to mention himself. He had to create an intelligent life world with all systems? I can only simplify it. This matter cannot be rushed. Su Ji sighed and calmed his anxious heart. He began to study the gene chip. I can only remove the system panel and all these characteristics. Only the core is left as the simplest computer function, super fast computing power, storage, and reading. Time continued to pass. In the lava world, he had started the research on time acceleration. He had spent a total of 7 years, which was equivalent to 2 hours in real life, before he had managed to simplify the life path of the system species. Then, he used big data to eliminate species. At a speed of 10,000 times, he multiplied hundreds of millions and billions of species. He selected the qualified ones and then reproduced again to carry out targeted evolution. He continued to improve and finally reached a success rate of 1/3. This was a qualitative change. Hence, after the basic system gene was optimized, he proceeded to the next step, testing the fusion of the humanoid gene. The first thing he chose was the gorilla and monkey genetic templates. However, he quickly discovered that these two were unable to be combined. Even if he had chosen the genes of modern humans, it would be impossible. Why is that? Su Ji was wearing a wizard's robe and holding a transparent glass test tube in which there was a miniature, roaring, furry ape. The system's genes can't be written in? What is the reason? It was an unknown path. It was as if there was a mysterious forbidden zone that separated the two fundamentally different forms of silicon-based life and carbon-based life. In the time that followed, Su Ji was completely determined to test it out. He even used the experimental supplementary product, the system, to act as his laboratory assistants and be responsible for cultivating countless experimental species. A huge creation-era experimental base was established. He had established a project to study the system gene fusion experiment. After all, times were changing. He had developed to this point, and his conditions were already excellent to the extreme. He could provide enough scientific research strength behind the scenes. One by one, the laboratory's mechanical assistants and chips took root and attached themselves to the back of the heads of the humanoid black furry beasts, controlling their movements. They walked back and forth in the corridor and entered and left the laboratories. Codename Assistant 104, responsible for the Sorcerer World's reptilian species genetic fusion test. Codename Assistant 803, responsible for the genetic fusion test of the flight-type animals in the ancient primordial world. The entire laboratory was in order. Time continued to pass. Su Ji did an integration, a large-scale test. He tried to integrate the system with all the species in the world. After experimenting with the worlds that had reproduced over the years, the primordial world, the sorcerer world, and more than 100,000 indigenous species, he finally found the answer. At this moment, the lava outside was giving off a halo. As the office director of the creation laboratory, Su Ji sat in front of his desk and took a sip of tea. He was looking at a black report, which contained big data reports of 179,000 species. Many species with low intelligence can be integrated with the system's genes. It's impossible for highly intelligent species to integrate into the system. So, the intelligence of a species is the truth that decides to integrate into the system's genes. Su Ji suddenly thought of the biggest possibility. The brain of a silicon-based life, the mechanical brain chip, memory storage, calculations, and CPU. He wanted to use it to replace the brain of a life with flesh and blood to achieve the advantages of a computer. This was naturally possible in their unintelligent brains. After all, they had no intelligence and only biological instincts in their brains. It could even be said that it was a biological instinctive mechanical program, so it was natural that another mechanical program could replace it. What about highly intelligent life forms? Higher life forms had their own intelligence. The brain circuits and neurons in the flesh and blood brain had given birth to something called self-consciousness. It could think. If he were to change his brain with a mechanical chip and become an intelligent AI, there would be conflicts in the first place. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to replace the original brain with the circuit board of a mechanical AI. This is the unattainable truth. Su Ji took a deep breath. Things were more difficult than he had imagined. He calmed himself down. After all, nothing could go smoothly. It was normal to explore the unknown path with bumps and difficulties. Animals can fuse with wild beasts because they don't have much intelligence. Then let's fuse animals first. Create an animal with the system's brain. Su Ji took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and began his research again. After many failures, the experimental assistant finally created a mouse-like behemoth with a system-like brain in room 803. This was a giant beast from Gilgamesh's era in the sorcerer world, known as the most powerful giant beast Finba. When Su Ji arrived and saw it for the first time, he felt that life was so wonderful. It was just like a normal beast, eating, drinking, pooping, sleeping, hunting, running, and jumping. It was exactly the same as a normal animal. However, after Su Ji dissected its brain was no longer flesh and blood, but a mass of viscous liquid, like a nutrient solution, wrapped in an octahedron black crystal core. It was crystal clear, as if it was the most wonderful creation of heaven. There were many patterns on the inner layer, which seemed to be its brain circuits. The shape of the chip has undergone a special mutation. It has become an octahedron-like black crystal, and its brain has been completely replaced by this octahedron-like crystal circuit board of a silicon-based life. Su Ji showed a hint of surprise. After a series of tests, Su Ji came to a surprising conclusion. The animalistic instincts in the depths of its brain are its neurons, thoroughfare, central nervous system, brain nerves. It had been completely replaced by a circuit board. They can be replaced with electronic components, circuit lines, and storage bars, but they can survive exactly the same. He did an experiment on animals' habitual nerve reflex experiment to see if the brain could effectively perform memory and reading. Every time he fed it, he would ring the bell. After countless times, Finba had formed a conditioned reflex like ordinary animals. Every time the bell rang, it would run over and even wagged its tail, waiting for food. As expected, the chip brain, a brain formed from silicon-like electronic components, can also perfectly read and write memories, as well as one's own nerve reflex. Su Ji felt that he was as crazy as the evil sorcerer Medusa. He was a crazy creator who was studying terrifying life experiments. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to share the joy of going through difficulties and setbacks with others. However, there was no one around him. No one could hug him, cheer, or celebrate. I suddenly understood Medusa's loneliness of pursuing the truth alone during that long journey. I want to have someone to accompany me. Su Ji was a little emotional as he looked at the boiling river of lava in the distance, which was emitting a slow and deep heat. Continue the experiment. If one did not dissect this ordinary animal like Finba's brain, one would not know that it was a black crystal, a super small computer that dominated the logic of its actions. Su Ji suddenly felt very emotional. The difference in cognitive logic will lead to different views. He suddenly remembered a science fiction novel from Earth. They were made of meat. We Earthlings find the brain of silicon-based life to be unbelievable. A single circuit board, chip, and circuit can think. Even though the continuous expansion of intelligent machinery and AI technology has allowed us to gradually accept the fact that silicon-based and electronic components may possess intelligence, if silicon-based life forms see us carbon-based life forms, will they also find it unbelievable? The arrival of a silicon-based life form on Earth would definitely be a shock to those on the spaceship. Heavens! A lump of meat with consciousness? Using meat to make machines? Meat created mechanical lives similar to us? Are you sure they don't have electronic brains? Oh, we've already conducted a real test. It's indeed a piece of meat, completely made of meat. This is unimaginable. Their communication method is even different from ours. They don't use the infinite signals in their brains to communicate. Do they communicate through the sound of meat patting each other? They even sing happily through the steam coming out of their meaty bodies. Su Ji just smiled. People who stood at different heights of civilization would have different perceptions of the world. The universe was too vast, and civilizations of various forms and transcendence were beyond human imagination. For example, it was hard for people in the last century to imagine the era of phones and high-speed rail. Two people were separated by countless distances and could talk to each other. It was even hard to imagine that a metal beast that could fly in the sky could fly. Then, can we transplant this new brain? Su Ji smiled. In modern society, brain transplantation was a difficult problem because it was soft flesh and very fragile. If one was not careful, they would touch the cerebral cortex, neurons, and thalamus. However, the brain made of electric circuits did not seem to have such a worry. Su Ji quickly tried to transplant the crystal core of Finba's brain into another Finba. He had actually succeeded in the brain transplant on his first try. Furthermore, after he used Spring Guardian to heal his wounds, he looked completely the same. What an amazing life form! Su Ji could not help but marvel at the wonders of a half-silicon-based life form. This kind of life form did indeed have many characteristics that surpassed humans and carbon-based flesh and blood life forms. Its computing speed was as fast as a computer, and it could store and read very quickly. It could even be simply understood as a computer, with eyes as a camera, ears as a voice receiver, mouth as a speaker, and a chip that wrote the logic of a living creature's behavior. There are many advantages, but the weakness of silicon-based life forms is that their brains can be easily tampered with, and their life and death can be controlled by others. Su Ji laughed and said, "Once you open your brain, there's no problem at all writing fake memories into the memory chip. Your life and death will be controlled. You can even write down who you must be loyal to. In that case, can I write down the memories in Finba's mind? Should he let its simple brain start training robotically every day? On top of it, the inherited memories even wrote about sorcery. You must know that if it's computer, witchcraft is also a desktop software. For example, Air Hammer of War will run automatically once you click on it. Like Spring's Protection, Wind of Fire, Earth Pulse, meteorites falling from the sky." Su Ji stood up all of a sudden, feeling unusually excited. He felt as if he had opened up a whole new path to a system that could create high-level powerhouses in batches. Once they reached adulthood, they could even reach the 6th or even 7th level. It had a natural talent spell. It's a fusion of two life forms, a half-silicon-based life form. Su Ji was dressed in a black wizard's robe and holding a transparent test tube that contained the chip's gene cube. "A new era has begun," he said. "The chip in the brain, the crystal in the brain, it can write and record spells." He could not help but smile. This is destined to be an extremely terrifying, extraordinary world. Chapter 360, The Terrifying World of Technology. This was the extraordinary technological system that combined the chip brain and circuit board CPU, and it had unlimited potential. However, it's not enough to just write in the spell. Su Ji closed his eyes and thought for a moment before opening them again. Still need the genes of the evil eye to be able to cultivate into a sorcerer. So, Finba, you have to be a 2G no life form, evil eye gene, and system gene. Su Ji quickly infused the evil eye gene into Finba. Then, he opened its brain and wrote down the Cheng-style programming for meditation cultivation. Different from the human brain, silicon-based life could write down the programming, nerve reflexes, stress response, and even modify memories of every limb. This was easy. To silicon-based life forms, this was a very terrifying point. They did not need to go through a long and boring learning process to be able to master it proficiently. It was natural, like the instinct of living creatures. From the Zerg's sub-brain, Su Ji obtained information about the silicon-based life form. This was the power of silicon-based life forms. They taught their descendants and didn't need to learn. They named this method inheritance. And now, this brand new species was equipped with the special ability of inheritance that was unique to silicon-based life forms. Time flew by, and 100 years had passed. Things were still fermenting outside. The people had gradually gotten used to the fear over the past 100 years. Su Ji, on the other hand, only went out occasionally. His main goal was still to go to the lava sandbox underground and come in to check on the experimental body Finba. He continued to experiment and cultivate, improving his inheritance. Over the years, he had written meditation into Finba's memory. However, Su Ji found that it was not suitable for meditation during the day, so he wrote meditation at night. In the sleep mechanism, meditation accompanied sleep, just as natural as breathing in sleep. I can become stronger by sleeping. It's equivalent to training on the hack machine. Every day, the meditation time is the time to sleep. In that case, During the day, when you walk and exercise, you can train your body. Su Ji opened up Finba's brain again and rewrote the system, as well as its behavior. In the future, every time it walked during the day, every minute movement would invisibly train every muscle in its body, forming a body cultivation that was similar to Pan Shuxian's. It was an overall life training and evolution of life. According to this, if you include cultivation in your daily life, you don't need to deliberately train. Generally, when you reach adulthood, your body will be at the 5th rank, and your magic will be at the 6th rank. Su Ji caressed the giant beast, Finba, but he was very calm. This kind of unique and terrifying AI intelligent creature has been written with a special training program. It has been designed to be the most perfect so far. Of course, it will take 120 years to reach adulthood. This speed could not be compared to that of a genius, but it was already very exaggerated. After all, he had obtained his cultivation for free. Moreover, he discovered that the giant beast, Finba, had actually become stronger. At the age of 60 or 70, it had gradually developed the intelligence of a baby. It had separated itself from a wild beast and become a real intelligent AI. In short, it was equipped with wisdom. Who would have thought that the brain of this flesh beast was a crystal hard disk? Su Ji laughed. During Su Ji's experiments, the species had evolved until the next night. As a result of careful care, some special floating species had begun to appear, and there were even some aquatic reptile life forms. Voila! Su Ji was dressed in an exquisite black sorcerer's robe as he looked at the coastline. It was as if he had returned to the distant Triserpent era. Suddenly, a small black insect by the sea was slapped onto the shore. 7 or 8 small black feet of the praying mantis struggled weakly. "You'll do." Su Ji bent down to pick it up and said indifferently, "You are the ancestor of all transcendent life forms in the future. The future experts of this world will all be your descendants and possess your initial bloodline." Su Ji walked along the gravel-like desert and slowly brought it back to the laboratory. After that, it was allowed to reproduce at a crazy rate. Tens of thousands of its descendants were separated into glass test tubes and continuously fused with the system's genes, creating silicon-based chips. In the end, in the 1845th batch, a mutant was successfully born and fused with the gene. There was a small crystal in the brain. Su Ji wrote down one sorcery after another, ancient Taoist spells, and even star spells in its mind. He filled his brain with all the knowledge of spells and wrote them into the depths of his genes. Su Ji threw it back into the ocean and watched all of this quietly. Continue evolving. In the ocean, split into all kinds of life forms, reptiles, plants, flying in the sky, swimming in the ocean. There's already a process written in the genes. The later generations will inherit a portion of the genetic talent. It was like the sum of the source of a talent pool. They would continue to give birth to offspring in the evolutionary creation era, and they would be divided into the entire land. In just a few years, the insect died of old age. Its offspring birds, fish, and reptiles still had a crystal brain. The sorcery and Taoist skills seemed to have been engraved into the DNA of the gene strands and were difficult to erase. Of course, he was only carrying a portion of it. And the races with rich bloodlines would have more innate spells. The behemoth has already been born. Soon, all the animals and plants in this world will become semi-intelligent flesh and blood life forms with AI, but I feel that it's not enough. Su Ji frowned slightly. These wild beasts all needed to cultivate to the 4th or 5th rank before they could start to possess intelligence. And they were very rare. I still feel that we lack a large number of low-level species, which are humans, that are born with wisdom. Su Ji sighed. As an intelligent life, it was impossible for humans to completely transfer their flesh and blood brain into a chip brain. I can only think of a way to solve this. Su Ji muttered to himself for a moment. After countless experiments, he had gained some insight into silicon-based life forms and had come up with a solution. Time flew by, and another 3 years passed. Su Ji looked at the 2 newborn little gorillas. They were from 2 different races. One was a primordial human, and the other was a human from the sorcerer world. They were both Easterners and Westerners. Their brains were still made of flesh and blood, but there was now a seemingly useless sarcoma in their heads. At the right time, it would be activated and gradually become hard, replacing their brains and becoming a crystal. Since you can't have it at the beginning, I can only let you develop slowly and open it slowly. Su Ji laughed. However, even without silicon, most people are still incomplete. There is still a certain probability that they are born with a perfect system brain. Su Ji placed them on the ground and allowed them to breed quietly. Very quickly, the entire land was in turmoil. Every moment, it was rapidly changing and becoming lush. Due to the hot environment, a special ecosystem was created. The trees were tall and bright red, and almost all of them had red leaves. The living beings on the ground had almost no hair, but because they hunted each other, they were equipped with hard black armor. These transcendent giant beasts lived in the lush forests and vast grasslands. They even possessed considerable intelligence and began to compete for territory. As they fought, each of them had extremely terrifying innate talents. Meteor showers, storms, darkness, light, and the earth were like wolves. It was as if they were filled with disasters every day. There were even some transcendent giant beasts who started to dig walls, open up territory, and expand the area of the world. The ancient apemen also began to hunt. These two groups of people were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Fortunately, the giant beasts did not pay much attention to low-level creatures like them. They were extremely intelligent and lived near the most dangerous lava river and the basin at the fork of the road. Because of the wild beasts' natural fear of fire, those giant beasts were too lazy to approach the desert, and they were able to survive. As the heat continued, they reproduced generation by generation, and soon their exuberant hair fell off, revealing their smooth bodies. Living on the lava nearby also allowed their civilization to develop rapidly. They had natural furnaces with high-temperature flames that could hammer and forge iron ore and metals. They had entered the Iron Age. The lava river is our mother. They communicated excitedly in simple language, holding their iron spears high. The first 10 years. All of them were blacksmiths, and they had created carts, iron weapons, and even sophisticated springs. They had also started to create weapons such as bows and crossbows. In the short second decade, they had discovered a special substance, sulfur, and used the sulfur near the lava to make explosives. The battle between the giant beasts became more and more intense, and the sky and earth cracked. We must escape this world. They roared in anger and beat their chests in their animal skin and grass skirts. They were extremely smart. They secretly used gunpowder to continuously blow up an underground passage. They followed the river of lava and continued to dig deeper. After 7 years of migration, they arrived at a brand new place. This was the other end of the upper flow of the lava. With the prepared plants and animals, they began to reproduce, settle down, and live. The other world below was the almighty beast world's territory. The world seemed to have returned to the peace of ordinary people, without those destructive creatures. They're running away from the extraordinary world I've created, but that's only natural. After all, the world is so big, and it's full of rocks. It's enough for them to dig a passage and hide in another land. Su Ji's expression was calm and he was not disappointed. In fact, they do not even have the intention of walking on the path of extraordinary civilization. Instead, they have directly embarked on the path of science and technology with gunpowder and iron as their foundation. The only thing that the lava world lacked was rain. However, the Rubik's Cube creature had already taken on the role of this world's water god. It would rain regularly and collect water from the tap regularly. This caused Su Ji's water bill to instantly skyrocket. 60 years of the empire. Without any external enemies, the conflict between the two races broke out, giving birth to the First World War, the Battle of Merkel. Guns and cannons, cavalry and swordsmen fought each other madly, and both sides suffered losses. This war lasted for 13 years. In the end, the two countries separated into two sides, using the lava river as the boundary. They divided a road to live on, named the Human Empire of the East and the Human Empire of the West. Due to this war, the mature use of firearms had completely emerged, and it was unimaginably fast. They multiplied their population like crazy and began to build a civilization. They established a city-state system and began to use lava to melt steel and create composite metals. The excavating equipment appeared, and the two empires issued their orders. All excavated land belongs to the excavator, and they have the right to use the land for 300 years. Become the lord of the place. Boom! Become an empire's lord. Instantly, the entire world seemed to be in awe. Not only would the excavated land belong to them, but they could also excavate precious metal veins. In this medieval era of steam engines, countless rich merchants, capitalists, and companies had started the era of gold digging. Many people were raising funds, and even ordinary people were fanatical. In just 10 years, some people had made a lot of money, and some had gone bankrupt. At this time, the territory that they had been continuously opening up had already expanded to 100 acres. They multiplied like a swarm of locusts. The world was too big. They only needed to invade and open up. There was no need for family planning or moderation. Even the empires of the East and the West opened a difficult smuggling route. They climbed through the stone walls in the sky above the lava river and continued to secretly transport goods, but it was very dangerous. It would have taken a long time for the current era to develop into a modern technological society. However, in Empire Year 114, there was a mixed-blood child named Levis in the slums of the West. He learned the languages of the two major countries at the age of 1 and discovered the existence of electricity at the age of 7. He could generate electricity by using high temperatures. At the age of 12, he invented the alternating current and set up an electrical appliance company. Simple and crude electrical appliances appeared. Soon, because of a godlike child's arrival, the world instantly jumped from the era of agricultural lords to the era of the Industrial Revolution. Levis had established Levis Limited Liability Company. He had invested in mining, medical, and other major fields. He had studied electrical appliances, invented light bulbs, perfected glass, and discovered the mechanical effect. He had made shocking discoveries in every field. How can there be such a smart man in this world? He must have opened the fallen angels. This is the man closest to God. The era was rapidly developing towards technology. This is the speed of technology. The development of the technology era only takes an instant. Su Ji looked at the scene and said, because the power of lava is too great. The metal and sulfur in the lava mine had directly stepped into the era of gunpowder and iron. Their era seemed to have started from the 1800s to the 2000s on Earth. From a primitive agricultural feudal civilization, there was a great explosion of civilization in an instant. Television, firearms, and even airplanes appeared. Furthermore, it was a man with an intelligent AI. In the 120th year, radio waves appeared. Electronic equipment had also appeared. There were even black and white televisions, old-fashioned cameras, and even small cars. All kinds of modern equipment had appeared. Levis also reached his later years. He devoted himself to the field of medicine and achieved many results. What was most puzzling was that in his later years, he went crazy and abandoned science to devote himself to theology and religion. The research is finally successful. Levis took a deep breath and looked at the X-ray scan in his family's hospital. It was an analysis chart of his brain. In his head, there was an octagon-shaped hard block, which was where the pineal gland was. His hands began to tremble. My head, the pineal gland was born a mutation. This was also the reason why I was so smart. Had photographic memory and a terrifying hypermemory. As long as I wanted to, I could even pull up my memories from the moment I was 1 year old, any day. And the scenes of me eating. Perhaps, the mutation of the pineal gland can allow people to open their heavenly eye, gain wisdom, and possess supreme abilities. This white-haired old man had already sat at the peak of the empire. He rubbed his temples and looked at his pineal gland, muttering to himself, God. Does it really exist?